Hi. Hi. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How are you doing? Hello. Hello, hello. Who is here today? Let me say hello to everybody. Let's see. Who is here. Hello. Wait, wait. I'm scrolling. Wait. Hello, Maximilian. Hello. Fancy seeing you here. Long time no speak. Hello, Potter. Hello. Hi, CWW. Hello, Crystallic. And thank you so much for the resub. Oh my gosh, it's been 4 months already. That's wild. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for extending your lab contract. Hello. Hi, Kami Belladonna. Hello, Justin. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Glacial Indifference. Hi, Woodsticks. Hello, Jeb Kerman. Hello, Aux. Hi, Katono. Hello, Tuomas. Hello, J5. And hello, Wolf with Sword. Hello. Wolf with Sword. Okay. I'm gonna say it. Thank you. Shout out to Fortress Spy, Wolf with Sword, Pokemod 97, and Maple, and I feel like there was someone else, Talarian, and I feel like there was also someone else. All of you saved me. I was having Wi-Fi problems, and this team of excellent people walked me through and helped me fix it. Well, mostly fix it. I still don't have. I still need to work out how to connect my iPhone back onto the network. So I'm like 98% of the way there. I have Wi-Fi on most of my devices again after I broke it. So that's good. Thank you. You saved me. Thank you. Let's see. Is there anyone else here that didn't do the lab safety register check-in? Let me see. You have covered. Did you do the lab safety register check-in? Hello. What are these hours? I'm still at uni. I'm sorry. And hello for thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Flatulence Incarnate. Hello. It's the paper. I have tutoring in 5 minutes, so I can't stick around, but have a good stream. Thank you for recommending it, Komi. I hope tutoring goes well. Yeah, thank you for recommending it. It was a good suggestion. Hello, Sparks Maker. Hello. I hope you're good. Saya My Awo. Hello. Hi. How are you? How is everybody today? How are we all doing? Hi, Racco. Hello. Hello, Cogs. Right. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. And hello, Big Guy Jeff. Hello. Yeah, how are we all doing today? How are we all doing? I'm doing okay. But I had a terrible experience this morning. I went to go get a coffee. I was like, it is Sunday, my dudes. I am going to allow myself a small treat. And then I walked to a fancy coffee place that my friends had recommended. And I got a oat latte because, as you all know, I have a cow's milk allergy, and I will spontaneously combust if I ingest any cow's milk. And I had some, and I'm like, I don't like this. And I was drinking it, and at first I was like, have they given me cow's milk? Am I gonna spontaneously combust? I'm scared. I'm scared. What's going on? Because it didn't taste right, but it had a very, very extremely strong oaty flavor at the beginning. So it was definitely oat milk. And then like also I checked it a couple of hours later, and like the foam was still there, which is like a classic oat milk thing. If you have certain types of oat milk barista, like the foam doesn't go away because it's like got so many stabilizers in it, right? So this was definitely oat milk, but and also if it wasn't oat milk, I would have died by now. You know, I would be like very, very ill right now, and I'm not ill, but I do feel mildly nauseous. And I have a feeling the oat flavor was really strong at the beginning, and then like it turned into a weird sour taste. And like it was, I always finish stuff. Like I'm one of those people where like if I buy food, I finish it, like even if it's slightly out of date or whatever. And it just, I couldn't do it because it just the aftertaste was just so weird. So I have a horrible feeling that they gave me oat milk that was out of date. You know? I think they might have given me out of date oat milk in my coffee. So yeah, yummy, delicious. The Wi-Fi is quite the setup, really nice, but not the easiest for sure. Yeah, it is not the easiest to navigate, especially when you're like me and just a silly little guy with zero networking knowledge. Like, but I'm determined. I will get my iPhone onto the network, and I'll try and do it by myself. But if I can't, I'm going to ask for help again, you know? Put the latte in a centrifuge. Very tempting. This would be very fun, actually. I've always wondered what would happen if like how is oat milk and dairy milk, like, how would they separate differently? I must know. Hi, Kitten. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Welcome. And also, hi, Grievous. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, expired oat milk. It was kind of gross. I'm not going to lie. You know when it had the, how can I describe this? You know when it had the, it, like, I don't know if any of you have ever had the displeasure of drinking gone
Oh,
off oat
neuro
milk.
as in
I
neurology
have.
or neurosama.
Hi, Salvatore. Hi. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Can't believe it's been 5 months already. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for extending your lab contract. Yeah, neuro is in neurosama. Neurosama. So the preprint, it was recommended by Comey Belladonna. Or like, yeah, it was like shared by Comey Belladonna. And I was like, wow, this looks like it might actually be filling in a gap of the previous preprint. I had a very brief skim over the over the conclusions and over the visualizations, and it looks pretty interesting. It uses a different data set, so I think this will be fun. But yeah, expired almond milk gets those little flows in it. Yeah, it's kind of gross. Hi, Print Cosplay. Hello, welcome. I hope you're good. How you doing? They go into layers, the fat, protein, sugars, and water bits, and the layers would be different. I see. Yeah, I feel like I feel like this one would have a layer of something bad in it because, yeah, it's like I have a pretty strong stomach. So if I drink expired oat milk, which I may or may not have done many times in the past because I I don't know why. There's like part of my brain that's always like, if it's oat milk, it doesn't count, which it definitely does. Don't follow that. But yeah, it just like the way that oat milk tastes when it's gone off is that like it becomes oatier. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like normally oat milk, I think is kind of like a fairly like it's a bit oaty, but it's mostly neutral. But when it's gone off, it tastes a lot more oaty. Like you can tell, you get an oat punch right at the beginning, and then it kind of goes sour at the end. So I think the oat milk was gone off. And I also didn't really like the coffee roast, so it was just like a double whammy of disgusting. Yeah. But it's fine. I've got a cup of tea now, so yeah. Yeah. Is it a mesh or something? So basically, oh wait, I think yes, but also basically equipment that's not usually used for home setups. Yeah, so my internet setup, it's not a mesh. There's no meshing. At least a mesh is when there's like multiple access points, right? There's not multiple access points. There's just one access point, but it goes via. So it's like a like a ubiquity system. So it goes from an access point into a switch, and then it goes from that switch into a different switch, and then like the unifier system can be managed on a controller app, but the controller app was locally hosted on Husmod's server, and I didn't know how to get into Husmod's server at first because I couldn't work out like how to. It sounds so silly. I couldn't work out how to turn it on, but I just sometimes when you're working with like a new piece of tech and you're not super confident about your tech skills, like you just will look at it and you'll be like, there are two big buttons and I am not sure which is the right button and I don't know what one to press. And I was doing that, and then like I turned it on eventually, but then it wasn't booting up and I couldn't work out why. And it turns out it was because the hard drive was encrypted, so I had to hack a man into it and work out what the password was and unencrypt it. And then once we did that, it got the controller app working, and then yeah, things started slowly, like there was this weird cycle going on where it was like connecting and then booting up the 5G band and then dropping out and then disconnecting and being unavailable entirely. But we worked out eventually. But yeah, I need to add, I think I need to add my iPhone as a device on the network. I think it's not on there. So yeah. uh let's see. On Friday night I watched a VTuber follow uh on Friday night I watched as a VTuber I followed it, but it was essentially how much of a hipster are you online quiz. It turned into a 12-minute rant. On Saturday, I set almost all of that rant to music. The questions were like, do you have stickers on your laptop? Do you use Pinterest? Do you wear jewelry? Better believe me, she lost it, that last one. That's really funny. So many people wear jewelry. What's up with that? What's up with that? That's so weird. Also, I just realized I can't hear the sound alerts. Bear with me 1 second. I need to turn my music down on this end here. And then, yeah, okay. Okay, I should be able to hear them properly now. Cool. Hi Gonzo! Hi, welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
Better than acidophilus. Yeah. Better than acidophilus milk, which tastes the same after it goes bad. Oh, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. I'm scared. Hi nuclear demonstration. Hello, hello. It's been a couple of weeks now, but I want to guess what I've got in my life recently. I don't know. Tell me. Tell me. Interesting. Hi, Fortress Spy. Hi. I have already given you a shout out for helping me. Thank you for helping. I really appreciate it. A mesh is multiple access points that aren't wired together. Yeah, okay. I don't have a mesh. There's no mesh. There's just one comedically overpowered access point. It's like it's like all of it is like enterprise grade, which is why it's scary, you know. Back from watching Desert Boss. Let's go. Hi, Green Grilson. Hello, hello. And also, hi, that Red Panda. Hello, hello, hello. Commander Caleb, hello as well. Hello, hello. Is the paper open source? It's open access, yeah. You should be able to just go in and look at it. Now that you've said that, though, I should double check the license on it. Aha, good shout. When things are on archive, I just kind of assume. Okay, CC by NCSA. So, okay. Okay. We all need to be on the same page about this, okay? My streams are educational, they're not commercial. So, although I do earn a bit of money from my streams, all of it goes back into the stream as a non-profit kind of setup. It's not officially a non-profit, but that's the way I operate it. I don't earn enough money to actually set up a non-profit. But on that basis, I am able to read a NC paper. Are we all on the same page about this? I hope we're all on the same page about this. NC means non-commercial. So basically, I'm going to teach you about licenses now. So there's different types of Creative Commons licenses, okay? The standard one that most people use is just Creative Commons 4.0, which is basically like you can do whatever the hell you want with it. It's open access to what you want. But then you can have like flags attached to it basically. So, and also I should say the Creative Commons licenses are international. So they apply no matter what country you're in. But you can have flags applied to your Creative Commons license. So, for example, you can have NC, which means non-commercial. So you're not allowed to use it for any kind of commercial activities. So that would be any kind of profit generating activities. Sometimes you can do things that earn money, but it wouldn't be classified as non-commercial. And as commercial. And likewise, you can sometimes do things that don't earn money that would be classified as commercial. So for example, if you use a technique as part of your R&D in a company and you never do anything to earn money from it directly, but you develop a subsequent technology based on that paper, that might mean it might in some cases be breaching the NC part of the license. So it's like just earning money isn't the be all and end all of the non-commercial flag on a Creative Commons license. You can earn money and it be non-commercial. Likewise, you can not earn money and it's still commercial. And then the other one that's often on there is share alike. So that basically just means if you create something based on the paper, then you have to also share it in the same way. So I will be putting up the VOD from this stream on YouTube as Creative Commons. I don't know if I can do NCSA. I think I might not be able to, but I will put it up as a Creative Commons license regardless. I need to remember to do that though. So yeah, there you go. There's my little waffle about licenses. Now you know. Now you know, I guess. Apologies for going off on a thing. I've been lurking as I've got to get stuff ready. But it's always happy to see you. You too, Maximilian. Thank you so much for dropping by and for hanging out with me earlier. Thank you. I learned of this interesting workout program, a language learning program that teaches you phrases like "I am allergic to penicillin." That's useful, though. To be fair, that is useful. Did I say hello to you yet, Robert Brown? Hello, and hi, Hannah Q. Hey, hi. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're good. Doesn't it mean no commercial reproduction? It depends. Yeah, it depends up to it. Yeah, like Bobo said, depends up to it's complicated. Yeah. I'm resisting the urge to go on an anti-copyright rant. Yeah. And if I remember correctly, by for attribution. Yes, yes, yes. So yes, by is making sure that you cite your sources. Very, very important to do in any situation, but especially in academia. Yes, yes. CC by NCSA, my beloved. Yes, this one is indeed CC by NCSA. Is indeed. Like I said, this is not a commercial stream, therefore it is okay. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. One of my IRL friends said to me a little while back, have you ever considered that like you might have picked up a verbal tick from Tom Nook? Yes, yes. And then I was like, yeah. And now I can't unhear that, thanks. Hi, Benign Lupin! Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Okay, so I'm going to take us over to the classroom. And you answered yes, yes, exactly. I hope you shook him down for all his bells. Show him what you really picked up from Tom Nook. Pay my mortgage! Okay. Classroom. Let's go. Let's go to the classroom. Yippee! We are now in the classroom. Look. Have I even really shown this bit off before? I don't know if I have. Look, we've got a classroom. Here is a shelf and a desk. Here is the blackboard. Look, you're all on the blackboard. It's one of those fancy interactive blackboards. uh, uh, hi. How do I say this? I'm sorry. Wait, Amirthian Jade. Hello, welcome in. Welcome. Hope you're good. Didn't know you had a classroom. Yeah, I got a classroom. Oh, Blackboard. Okay, do stuff. I wish it could do stuff, but it just shows all of you because apparently you're not sat in front of me. Like, I could set it up so that I can actually go like behind the desk, like back here somewhere, but I can't right now. I can set it up. Wait, where would I be? There? There? Maybe a bit bigger? There? I can do this. This is the best that we can do. Let's see. Here. Here. There we go. I just disappeared. I can manipulate my perception so it looks like your perception even, so it looks like I'm behind the desk. Very good. Oh dear. Hi Rose! Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're good. And hi Eno0T7. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Guess not. I mean, I did say I don't know. Like, tell me what the thing was. I did say that. But yeah, if you need to head out, thank you for joining us. Thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. The whole model's so cute. Thank you. I exist. I'm floating. I'm standing on the desk. Mylin did such a good job. Mylin did a good job with both of my models. They make me happy. But I can't use the other one because I need to get my iPhone working. Gave you a hint, but the mod didn't like it. I think it's just that they don't like it when you post the same thing multiple times. But like the hint also didn't really tell me anything because we've talked about many things before. I can't remember every single thing that every single person tells me. Right. Where are we going? I'm gonna go over here, and then we're doing this. We're doing this. I noticed when I like I noticed that my thing was cropped out like that, and I was like, "Oh, that's not ideal, is it? That probably shouldn't have been like that." Mm, is this big enough? Can we read this okay? Wait, lock, lock. There we go. Okay, thanks. Is this big enough? Can we read this okay? Is this fine? Is the bar annoying? The bar of the background, is it annoying? Should I make it a bit smaller so there's a frame? I think so. Sorry that you're all covered up. I didn't think this through when I commissioned the background, actually. I didn't think this through when I commissioned the background. Oh dear. This is how psychology PhDs dress in real life too. I mean, if you're basing it on an N of 1, then yes. Hi, Zakiros. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. It's sort of connected to you, let's say a common link. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The thing is that like at the minute, because I'm dealing with stuff TM in real life, I've kind of just forgotten everything. Like I went to work and I didn't even remember like the projects that I had been working on for the past like year. Like I genuinely forgot everything. So yeah. Hi Nitram, hi, welcome, welcome. Have you seen the 3D debut? I actually haven't. Like I saw like one very tiny like 10-second clip, I think, and that was it. Like I was watching the the Balding with the Boys stream, which was like Ellie, Shumi, Minnie, and Churchy, where they watched it, but I fell asleep before they actually got there. So I didn't even watch it then. So I actually haven't seen it. Hi there, Rogue of Light. Hello, hello. Just got home from dropping my sister off at work, and it's like 6:30 in the morning. That's wild. Oh my gosh, that's so early. And hi, Styro. Hello, welcome, welcome. Uh, so valid. Thank you. I'm not trying to give better hints without making it really obvious. Just tell me. Just tell me. The anticipation. Does the stuff TM continue? I hope at least some of the stuff TM has calmed down. Yeah, I mean this. Um, the thing is that like, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you like everyone that's here for the preprint. Like, please allow me literally like two minutes of trauma dumping because I think this is important context for anyone that's not been here. So about 2 months ago now, my husband passed away. But it was literally like maybe it was like between 1 and 2 months ago, my husband passed away. And I have just not really been very functional ever since, which is pretty normal. Um, and because of that, my brain has kind of been reset and I don't remember things anymore. So we might even like go through the paper and like I will just forget something that we've literally just read. Like my brain's not really at very good capacity at the minute. So if I kind of like go off on wacky tangents or stumble over things or I start talking about something and forget what I'm saying halfway through, that's why I'm not entirely with it. So yeah. Yeah. That's why I had the Wi-Fi problems is because he'd set up like a really wacky Wi-Fi network and I like it something went wrong with it and I didn't even know where to start, which is why I'm so grateful for everybody from the Codebug server that jumped in to help me with that. Like genuinely, I really appreciate it. Hi Chuck, hello, hello. Hi Horatius, hi, hello, hello, my Psychoshi. Stop. You're my Psychoshi. uh kind of wild that you see the AI trying to understand its environment. Yeah, right. I think what I saw was like literally like maybe like a 10-second clip of her. I think she was like stuck in a wall and then she got out of the wall by herself. That was what I saw. And I was like, what? That's wild. But yeah, I haven't actually watched it yet. Yeah, thank you everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Like I appreciate the patience that everyone's been showing me and like putting up with my all over the place stream schedule and stuff. because yeah, like trying to function in general has been difficult. And then on top of that, like then functioning on stream has been super difficult. So that yeah, that's why my content's been a bit all over the place and why when I'm on stream I'm not my normal self all the time. But yeah, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Thank you for the lab safety register check-ins, $13 smile, JTR Jaden, and Just Jane. Hi, Just Jane. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Hope you're good. And also, hi, Snake. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. Are you okay? I mean, I'm coping-ish. I'm getting by, you know? It's one of those things where, like, you just kind of have to... Like, it sounds awful, but, like, you just kind of have to get on with life, you know? Like, I'm obviously taking time for myself where I can grieve and cry and stuff when I need to, and I've got, like, little rituals that I'm doing, and I'm like, trying to... I'm gonna be organizing a fair amount of, like, you know, charity streams and stuff as time goes on, like, in his memory, because I don't want us to... He was a big part of the community as well, and I don't want us to just pretend he was never here, because it feels a bit wrong. But also I don't want to come onto stream and just keep talking about it. Like, I think I've talked about it adequately enough now. Um, so I guess, I mean, there's like VODs if you want to go back and watch me talk about it, because it is something that people should be open to talking about. Like, it's a bit, we're very, as a, like culturally, I think like English speaking countries are very weird about death. And like people don't really know how to react to it, and we kind of like tiptoe around it. Ireland is definitely the exception. People here are just like totally open about it. Like there's like a whole like culture around what you do. Like whole there's like an entire like week-long list of stuff that you do, and then like there's like markers that you do. You do like like a memorial service a month after and stuff like that. So honestly, being in Ireland has made it a lot easier. I think if I was in England, I'd actually be struggling a lot more. So yeah, yeah. It's a big deal. Yeah, it was a big deal. It is a big deal. It's going to continue to be a big deal for the foreseeable future, you know? Um, yeah. But, you know, like I said, got to keep going. Got to keep cracking on. I've still got, like, a job. I still want to keep streaming. I don't want to stop doing things because I don't think that's healthy, you know? I'm going to apologize for anything I said in the last 2 months that may have been inappropriate because I didn't know this had happened. No, 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 not at all. Thank you. But yeah, no, it's fine. A lot of people don't know. Some people do know. A lot of people don't know. Um, Either way, like, you know, I'm not super sensitive as a person in general. So yeah. Uh, how did he die? That is an inappropriate question. That is a very inappropriate question. Don't ask that. Oh, good lord. Imagine, like, okay, hypothetically, like, imagine. So, what I will say is that it was sudden, like, and it wasn't expected. But, like, imagine if I turned around to you and said something really traumatic. Imagine if I now said to you, like, I sat here on stream and looked dead into your eyes with my beady little Adventure Time eyes, and I say to you, he was murdered. How would you feel if I'd said that? And then imagine if I then started crying. He wasn't, but imagine if that happened. Don't ask that. Don't ever ask that. I lost both of my parents. I'm sorry to hear that. It's one of those things, like, yeah, a lot of people have really, like, there's a lot of people that have no experiences of death whatsoever. And then, but then the second that you say that something has happened, everybody who has, like, we all start sharing it together, you know? Yeah. That's a topic that you let come up. Never open it yourself. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, if someone wants to talk about it, then they will. But like, it's one of those things where like there are some things that just should stay private and not on the internet, you know? And that's one of them. That's one of them. As a Mexican, I don't know what the English culture around death is. So my experience of England is like you just don't talk about it. Like you have the funeral, people turn up to the funeral, you go out for like a massive you go out for drinks or something afterwards, but it's like kind of sad. Like normally you'd like hire out a hall or something and there'll be like a spread of really sad buffet food and everyone's just kind of miserable. and then you just are expected to just go back to your life. Whereas like here in Ireland, it's you're allowed to be a lot more emotional for a lot longer period of time, and also people check on you more. Like I think Ireland has more of a sense of community than where I grew up in England, and that means that I've still got a lot of people like reaching out to me and like physically coming and knocking on my door. Like I've had to tell certain people like don't come on Sundays, for example, because I will probably be streaming. Because like I have this like horrible vision in my mind of like my neighbors or someone like knocking on my door in the middle of a stream. But obviously I really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Uh I lost my mum a few years ago. It was devastating, very sudden. Yeah. I'm really sorry. It is one of those things. Like it like sometimes it just happens and it's not expected, and yeah. It can be rough. But I would say that's enough of that for today, you know. We've had our time. Thank you for letting me be a bit sad for a second. Even though I'm probably not talking about it in a way that sounds sad. Like I'm not like I'm having my moments, you know, but they're off stream largely. Um I definitely had a moment when I like announced it, but yeah, I'm keeping it to myself mostly because, or rather, I'm keeping it with the people that I know in real life or who are really good friends. You know, I, something that's really interesting for me is that I've met so many of my internet friends in real life that they don't count as internet friends anymore. I'm like, what are you now? My close friends. I'm keeping it with my close friends and the people that are physically around me. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for letting me ramble. Um, yeah. Okay. So, paper. Paper. Should we talk about the paper now? Thank you for letting me ramble. I'm going to swap into science and technology because this is a science stream. There we go. Look at that. Cool. Okay. So, paper. This is the paper that we're reading today. Let me move it over here. This is going to look weird for a second. Okay, there we go. Oh, still looks weird. I forgot that my other screen's bigger. I've got like a resolution difference between my two screens. There we go. Fixed. Perfect. Okay. So this is the paper. Hang on. There we go. This is the paper we're going to be reading today. So it's a preprint by Wei He question mark and Tyson. And it's a preprint that was been put out literally the other day. It was put out on the 20, well, not the other day, relatively recently. It was put out about 2 months ago. And it is a preprint on arxiv. So arxiv is a server where scientists, normally in computer science, will put their research before they have had it peer reviewed. So this paper is probably not peer reviewed yet. So I'm going to add a big old disclaimer up front. There's a very good chance that there are things in this that will change compared to the final paper, because that's normally how preprints work. So yeah, there might also be things in here that maybe there might be like methodological issues or something like that. The whole reason why I like reading preprints on stream is because you can kind of see what the peer review process might look like up front. Like I can kind of model to you what a scientist might be doing when they're doing peer review. So yeah, bear that all in mind. Yeah, I'm gonna drink some water. Thank you for the follow. Nahil Torin, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay. So this paper is titled Even More Kawaii Than Real Person Driven VTubers? Question mark. Understanding how viewers perceive AI driven VTubers. My initial comment I my initial comment on this up front straight away is like, please rework this title a little bit because it's repetitive, but that means it sounds redundant and also becomes a bit confusing. I think Yeah, because there's reuse of like driven VTubers. Like I know it's real person driven and then AI driven, but it's both at the end of the clauses. It kind of makes it a bit clunky to read. So I'm gonna say maybe rework this slightly. Yeah. Hi, Sine Wave Mood. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're good. And hello, Light Spirit 1243. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay, so again, as always, I haven't read this paper yet. I haven't read it yet. We're going into this completely blind. We're just going to see what's in it. Okay? Reminds me one thing I semi-dislike about my paper also being my thesis is that the Google Scholar page links to the older, less refined, with 1 or 2 errors version published by my uni before the actual academic published one. I hope more people check not on Google Scholar first. Oh, that's so annoying. That would irritate me so much. I think you can change it though in Google Scholar. I think you can like combine them and then set the preference for what's the main one somehow. I've done that before because I have a paper and it was initially released just as a preprint and then we did pretty big revisions on it and then got it published. But we didn't update the preprint version because like basically like the preprint version was kind of just like stream of consciousness ideas and then the published version was more like this is how we actually wanted to more coherently put forward our ideas, if that makes any sense. So I basically just linked them together on Google Scholar somehow, but I don't remember how I did it. I believe you got your networking issue sorted. I'm 98% of the way there. Yes, I've got Wi-Fi back on my phone and on my laptop. I don't have it on my iPhone yet, so still no vBridger, but we'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. I feel like, is it weird seeing this much of my... Okay, that feels a bit less weird. I don't know why. I felt a bit exposed. I felt a bit exposed. Thank you for the follow, Krakenberger15. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome, welcome. I hope they don't touch on... I hope they do touch on the effect the model has. Neuro has a super cute model. Yeah, it would be really interesting if they do. It would be really interesting if they do. And thank you for the lab safety register check-in, Krakenberger. And Orsharu, hi! Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. They're combined in preference set, but it still does the bad version. Oh, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. You heading out now, nuclear demonstration? Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Right. So, let's read the... I assume this is the abstract. It's not labeled the abstract, but I assume it's the abstract. Okay. So, VTubers, digital personas represented by animated avatars, have gained massive popularity. Traditionally, VTubers are operated and voiced by human controllers, known as Nakanohito. Interesting. Interesting that this phrase came up in the last, like this term came up in the last one, and I found it really interesting because I'd never heard of it. Like I genuinely, I don't know if I'm just not like adequately deep into like, you know, VTuber terminology or something, but genuinely before the previous paper, I had never heard this word before. So it's interesting that it's come up again. I wonder if it's like a cultural thing because I've noticed that the authors on this paper are based in Asia. So I wonder if this is like a regular term amongst like Asian VTubers and followers and viewers, and like it's just less widespread in Europe. I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah. Or maybe I'm just oblivious. Who knows? I might also just be horribly oblivious. Hi, Kiara. Hi. Welcome, welcome. How are you? I hope you're good. Tiny Girl Shiro is here. Oh, yay. She's helping me send the company's Secret Santa gift. I need to send the person I was addressed to. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you got them something interesting. Reading through this makes me wonder what it would be like to do a study where you ran Neuro with a different model. Would people be able to recognize her? Similar to when a human VTuber changes, a lot of people generally are able to notice. That's such a good idea. Factions Incarnate, write that down. Put that on. Put that on the server in the citizen science section right now. That's such a good idea. That's such a good idea. I haven't heard it before either. Yeah. See, I wonder if there is a bit of a cultural thing. The kanji and reading of that term could be interesting. I don't know kanji though. I know some basic ones. I know tree. I know tree. As as prolific as VTubing is becoming in the West, it's not too surprising that some terminology has been lost. Yeah, because I feel like instead of Naka no Hito, we'd normally say like talent, right? I think that's the common English word for it is like the talent behind the VTuber, which I always find really funny because I have no talent. I'm not a talent. Where talent? Where is she? Not on this stream. Oh dear. Uh, hi, Mathfed. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the lab. Words. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. See, what did I say? No talent. What did I literally just say? We use the word Oshi, but that's kind of it. Yeah, but Oshi is like somebody whose streams you enjoy, though, right? Like Oshi is someone that you're supporting. That's a word that we've definitely retained in a similar way. But Naka no Hito, we don't really use it. It literally translates to inside person. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I actually know enough Japanese that if I'd have used 2 of my brain cells, I would have been able to work that out myself. Oh god. Yeah. You notice right away without a doubt. That's interesting. But what if you change the voice as well? You know? If you change the voice as well and the model, would you still be able to know whether it's Neuro? And likewise, if you had a human VTuber, would you be able to recognize them if they used a voice changer and they changed identity? I wonder. Uh, Hi, Luna. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Welcome, welcome. And dish soap on a trampoline. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. You're gonna like, good luck on your thesis, Kiara. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. I know at least one VTuber who refers to the IRL person that appears on a hand cam stream as a separate person. Yes. Yes. I have also seen that a few times. It's like where it's like one of my Oshis is Matara. And like she'll refer to it as like the flesh body that I am inhabiting. That makes me laugh. uh It'd be interesting to do a linguistic analysis of what terms are being shared between Eastern and Western VTubers and their audiences. That would be interesting. That would be super interesting. If it had been written as Naka space, no space Hito, it would have been easier to pick up on. Yeah, it would have been. Getting into ship of thesis type thinking. I didn't even process the accidental caps lock. I'm not gonna lie. My brain went AI model, not a VTuber model. Yeah. There's gonna be some terminology confusion potentially. We gotta think carefully about this. Okay, right. We're doing that thing again where I've literally read one sentence and we've gone off on an entire tangent. I'm so sorry. Okay. VTubers, digital personas represented by animated avatars, have gained massive popularity. Traditionally, VTubers are operated and voiced by human controllers known as Nakanohito. The reliance on Nakanohito, however, poses risks due to potential personal controversies and operational disruptions. The emergence of AI-driven... Not the Google Docies, good lord. The emergence of AI-driven VTubers offers a new model free from those human constraints. They're also using model in terms of operational model. That's... Okay, we need to be careful not to mix up VTuber model, AI model, operational model. Another gentle suggestion that I would make to the authors if they happen to see this, because like, okay, the last time that we read a preprint on stream about Neuro, the authors actually saw it. So that was kind of scary. if the authors, if you happen to see this, I would differentiate your terminology slightly. So the operational model is not using the word model. Yes. Get a thesaurus. I'm not going to be too mad at them because I don't know. I don't know whether like okay, in general, I try not to get too mad about language because you don't know whether somebody speaks English as a first language or not, right? A lot of the times, especially preprints, they haven't been through like journal copy editing yet, so I'm not too harsh on them. There have been a couple of exceptions though, like there was that one that we read before that was like very clearly just like Google translated from French into English. And I had to like go to the French version to try and understand what they were trying to say in English. That was a thing. Um, but yeah, like stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it could be a translation issue. I don't think it is because they have that is the right word to use here. But I think it's just going to be confusing if you're using the same word for three different things. Yeah. Using a word like avatar is more accurate and easy to grasp. Yeah, to be fair, they have used animated avatar, which is smart and good, and they should do that. If I were them, I would stick to AI model. So if they, I would use it only in the context of an AI model, and then I would use operational something like operational strategy, or I'm sure there's a word that they could use. Yeah, but I wouldn't use model because there's too many risks of cross confusion when someone's like skimming it, which unfortunately reviewers tend to do. So not me. I'm doing an in-depth reading. Yeah, Pixel Puppet. Pixel Puppet's pretty good actually. I'm gonna refer to myself as a Pixel Puppet from now on. Oh dear. For VTubers, I call it an avatar. AI model stays as model. Concept model, not sure what you'd call that, but there's options. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd go. Now it's gonna bother me. I must think of something now. Right, okay. Oper- wait. Uh, operational model. Operating model even. Synonym. Okay. There must be a word. Company model. Framework. That might do it. Operational framework. There you go. You can have that one for free, lads. Change it to operational framework. Hi, CL again. Hi, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. What do you think of this message from your secret Santa? Please treat people better, or next time I'll send some coal to you. That's funny. Please don't do that.
Hello,
You'll
hello.
get banned. Hi, Jedi Cyberpunk. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the resub. What the heck? Thank you. It's been 5 months. Oh my god. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And let's go. Warashiro on the watch streak. The 5 stream streak. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so yeah, the emergence of AI-driven VTubers offers a new operational framework free from these human constraints. While AI-driven VTubers present benefits such as continuous operation and reduced scandal risk, they also raise questions about. Okay, wait, that's not entirely true. I think that's not entirely true. I think they should change it to like potentially reduced scandal risk because some people are genuinely like wholesome and say so, and there's not a single issue. But there can definitely be controversies with AI VTubers. Case in point, Neuro literally got banned from Twitch for a while in the beginning. So, you know, I would say maybe reassess that. Yeah. Oh dear. So therefore, to gain deeper insights, oh wait, sorry. So while AI-driven VTubers present benefits such as continuous operation and reduced scandal risk, they also raise questions about authenticity and audience engagement. Therefore, to gain deeper insights, we conduct a case study investigating viewer perceptions of Neuro-sama, the most popular AI VTuber with 845 followers, 845,000 followers on Twitch and 753,000 followers on YouTube. Why am I missing out the K? That's wild. We analyze 108,000 Reddit posts and 136,000 YouTube comments, aiming to better understand viewer motivations, how AI constructs the virtual persona, and perceptions of AI as Nakanohito. Our findings enhance the understanding of AI-driven VTubers and their impact on digital streaming culture. Okay, I think that this preprint is going to really, really well supplement the other one that we read, because one of the criticisms that I had of that was that I felt that the English speaking portion of the audience was actually a little bit underrepresented. And then also like elements of the fandom I felt like were also a little bit underrepresented. So it's like, yeah, especially like conversations around like, how Neuro interacts with human streamers, for example. I felt like that was kind of missing from the previous paper. And my gut instinct is that because this is taking posts from Reddit and also YouTube comments, I feel like they're going to pick up on that a bit more, you know? That's one of the things that I see talked about a fair bit on the r/neurosama subreddit, is like how Neuro interacts with people, and then like speculation about various things about like how Neuro works and how she might interact with somebody if they collabed and stuff like that. And then also like fan art and stuff, talking about fan art and things like that. So yeah, I think that'll be picked up a bit more. And then I think they'll also be a bit more picked up on like talking about like Fedel as the person behind it as well. Because I also see quite a lot of talk about Fedel on r/neurosama. Can't talk for YouTube comments. I don't really. It depends on what channels they're using. Like if they're just using the official channels, I think that'll be kind of interesting, because when I think of YouTube comments, especially like around the fandom, I would think of like, like stars and neurocrumbs and stuff. So it'll be interesting if they're only looking at the official channels and they've missed out the big clippers. Yeah. Yeah. Uh they analyze YouTube comments. How do we send a wellness check for them? Are you okay? Are you guys okay? Can we look out for you? Like, are you all right? I feel like that's the psychological equivalent of diving into the radioactive cesspool. So true. Reddit and YouTube together is a pretty heavy combination. Thank you for the lab safety register check-ins, Kami and Sidewave Mood. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Kami. Hi. Hello, hello. I'm terribly sorry. You've literally just turned up, and I'm about to say there's going to be an ad in 30 seconds. So I'm going to use this ad to go and fill up my water, and you should all use it to stretch as well. So I'm a big believer in using the ad breaks to take a break, actually. I need to rest my voice sometimes as well. So yeah, so I will come back it's 3 minutes. It's a 3-minute ad break, so I'll probably be like 4 minutes because I always take a bit longer. Thank you for the hydrate, Racco. And I will see you all in a few minutes. See you in a second. See ya. Hello. I have returned. Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. Music's a bot, but I agree. Thank you for this 3 stream streak. Let's go, that red panda. Let's go. And hello, CDM. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. And also, hi, Aaron Potter. Hello. I don't know if I've said hello to you yet. And hello, Spectral Anomaly. Hi, hi.
Well, thanks
And
for
hi,
notifying me of this
Saboteur.
stream Twitch. Also for months. Yay.
4 months, let's go! Thank you so much for the resub. I really, really appreciate it. Sorry if you can hear like background noise. I'm like trying to get comfy and I'm like just at the wrong height to not be comfy. I need to sit. Wait, hang on. Sorry, I had to like readjust and wiggle around like a cat. You know that thing that like cats and dogs do where they like pace around in a location before they lie down? That I had to do that. Anyway, as much as I like this music, I feel like it might be more fun for us to put on. Is Swarm FM still a thing? I haven't listened to it in a really long time. Hello, Minoma. Hello, hello. And hello. Oh wait, I've already said hello to you, Nahil, I think. But anyway, hello again, and hello, Avatar, of course. Thank you all for the lab safety register check-ins. Gonna lurk while I finish up these case assignments. Let's go. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Is Swarm FM not a thing anymore? So sad. It's so sad. Live. Wow. It's still a thing. It's not on YouTube. Oh, I see. That's so sad. Hi, Zakia. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're good. Oh, it moved to its own website. Oh, okay. I just okay. Oh yeah, because they got banned, didn't they? I remember now. So sad. I literally can't find it, so I guess we'll just stick with the normal background music. Now Neuro Karaoke Archive was also new. That's so sad. That's so sad. Oh, I love listening to Swarm FM while I was working because there's something about Neuro's voice that just like processes well in my brain while I'm working. Don't know why. Oh well. Okay. So let's go. Introduction. Look at us being on the introduction and it's not even gone 2 hours yet. It's still only 1 hour. Wow, we're doing so well today. Okay. Neurostreams have saved my coursework on numerous occasions. Literally same. During like a really, really rough period of my PhD, wait, no, let me rephrase that. A really, really rough period of my PhD and the first subathon very happily coincided. So like I was at pretty much all of the like the first subathon streams. Not the second one, because by that point I then started to have other responsibilities, which was kind of sad, but yeah. Yeah. Hi Maple! Hi hi! Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Okay. Ports Neuro covers are so legendary. I know, right? I know. Okay. Very tired, but making it. That's a mood. That's such a mood. Okay. Right. Introduction. Let's do it. Let's do some reading. We're doing some reading. Okay. So, a VTuber is a digital persona represented as a 2 or 3D animated avatar that performs in live stream videos. A designated individual, known as a Nakanohito, which means the person inside. There you go. Voices and controls the actions of the avatar. These streams are backed up by software like Live2D, which tracks the actor's movements and synchronizes them with the avatar. VTubers have seen a surge in popularity, amassing dedicated fan bases and securing corporate sponsorships. There are tens of thousands of active and influential VTubers, with the most prominent ones boasting millions of followers. Monetization options available for live streaming platforms enable VTubers to earn substantial incomes. I mean, maybe for some, like, cry. Notably, 31 of the top 50 highest earning YouTubers based on all-time super chats are VTubers, each earning between 1 million and 3 million USD. That's wild. That's so much. Oh my goodness. That's not what the average VTuber makes. I've never heard Nakanohito, not a single time. I've always heard it as like a pilot. Yeah. Yeah, it's never really a term that I've really heard that much either, simple patat. Like, I think what I'm assuming, I think it's like because it's a Japanese term, I think it might be more common in like amongst Japanese viewers or maybe Asian viewers in general. But yeah, like English is like either the pilot or the talent or the flesh body which I inhabit, stuff like that. Can I post the Swarm FM website in chat? No, it won't let you do it. We have no links cybersec policy. What are the authors' backgrounds? I'm not sure. It says that they're in like the Department of Science and Technology, so it could be anything. I can send you a Swarm FM link. That would be amazing. Thank you, mate. Okay. Thank you. Yippee! Thank you so much. Okay. I'm gonna pause this music then, and we'll put on. Oh, there's a chat. Wow. Oh wait, hang on. I have to do some fiddling with my ad blocker. Give me a second.
5 months already?
Hi, Doug Grant. Hi. Yeah, 5 months already. That's wild. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for extending your lab contract. Might be really loud. Hello? Okay, that's not horribly loud. Can't tell whether I can't tell where the volume. Wait. the little button's not moving with it. Okay. Okay, cool. There we go. We've got our background music. Thank you so much, Maple. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Right. That I can put away. Okay, cool. Yeah, Hong Kong University of Science. Yeah. Didn't we already read this? No, this is a different one. This is a different one. There is a second preprint. There is indeed a second preprint about Neuro and the Swarm. So yeah, so this one's analyzing Reddit comments and YouTube comments. Maple the goat as always. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So, yeah, VTubers in general do not. I am obviously not anywhere near a top 50 highest earning VTuber. I can tell you categorically that I'm probably slightly above average, and I probably make from VTubing every month is probably about the equivalent of what I could do with 1 or 2 days of work at my normal job. So highly variable. Highly variable. That's obviously like on average though. It's different if you're doing a subathon or something, but like if you do like a subathon, then maybe you can have a more of a higher income like that, but I don't tell you all to sub. Like yeah. I mean all of the money from that goes back into the stream. So if anyone does sub, like I want to be I like being transparent about these kinds of things. Like if you do sub or if you use your Prime sub, you're basically just crowdfunding the stream, and it will be like for tech upgrades or for going to events and eventually doing research and stuff like that. So yeah. Hi Blue Sounds, welcome. Find it wild that one was actually made in the first place. I feel like it was an inevitability because the Swarm is actually genuinely very, very interesting, like psychologically and sociologically. I'm really genuinely not surprised that there are already 2 preprint. Yeah. We've had a first neuro paper, but have they heard of a second neuro paper? I don't think they have. I don't think they know of second paper, but yeah. we're on paper number 2, and if they do another one, I'll also read that. But if it's like a computer science one, yeah. Hi Stargazer, hi, hello, millionaire confirmed. Obviously, it's me. I'm so rich. Can I be a negative millionaire? Because I have student debt. Oh god. Difference between hobbyist VTubers and the top end professional VTubers is immense in terms of income. It absolutely is. Yeah, it's massive. It's like a really big disparity. Yeah. Easy answer, just do subathons all month, every month, and you replace it with a low wage job. uh, this is true, actually. Some people do, like, yeah. I mean, I don't know, though, because, okay. Nobody is interested in this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. So like the stuff that you would get from a subathon is like pre-tax income. And I think a lot of people are not very good at calculating the fact that you have to apply taxes on top of it. So say for example, if someone does a subathon, what's a random number? What's like a I think minimum wage would get you about 2k, 2.5k post-tax. So I'm talking in like euros. So let's say 2.5k. So if you did a subathon in a month and you got 2.5k a month from it, like you're now earning pre-tax what a person in a minimum wage job is earning post-tax potentially. And people would forget that you have to pay taxes. And that scares me. Oh gosh. Or get trapped like Krelly. This is true. Krelly is not doing a subathon. She's held hostage. But she enjoys it. Self-employment taxes too. Yeah, I mean it depends on like where you are though, right? Obviously it's different depending on the jurisdiction. Oh, the Swarm FM audio is barely audible. Is that a bit better? I hope that's a bit better. Begins my rant on how VTubers and streamers need to set up tax havens and LLCs and set up their accounting. I'm telling you, I want to be the first VTuber who's resident in the Isle of Man for tax purposes. Oh dear. Yeah, Crowley's full-time employed by the timer. Exactly. Hi, ichthyologist. Hello. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. And also, sorry, Monk Orgil, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. We love our part-time hostage. Oh dear. Hi, Mazo. Hello. Welcome. How are you? Hope you're good. Learn Manx. Actually would be fun, but also kind of pointless. No one speaks it anymore. But they have it on the signs, and it's very cute. Just declare yourself a religion and become tax exempt. That's a wild strategy. I think this is actually stopped now. Hang on, what? Oh, there you go. Can we shoot a rocket into the moon and claim that that's our VTuber tax-free country? Oh, I hereby. Oh my, wait, should we do like a Sealand thing? Do you want to know about Sealand? It's like a former oil rig, and someone moved there and just declared it an independent state. It's like off the coast of like east of England, I think. Yeah, they declared it its own state, and you can like buy like you can be like a lord of Sealand, or yeah, the Principality of Sealand, exactly. So we could all become, we could do the same thing, or we could ask them if VTubers can become, what is the terminology? My brain just defaulted to seaman, and I don't think that's the correct term. They turned Sealand into a crypto mine? I wouldn't even be surprised if they did. They're like, the whole thing was like a kind of wacky libertarian project, so that seems very on brand. Sea folk, yes. That's a much better way to phrase it. I used to do tax planning in high school as a hobby, and I wanted to become a billionaire and knew if I got rich, I needed a complex structure. Yeah. Honestly, even if you don't, like, even if it's, please just pay taxes. I'm begging you. If you're a streamer, this is your PSA. I am begging you, please pay your taxes, because like you could get audited one day, and then if they discover all of your under the board income, which they will, it's digitally traceable, you'll get in trouble. It's not worth it. Please just do your taxes. Like, it's worth paying the 20 to 40% or whatever you're paying, depending on where you live, on your stream income, so that you don't then get like a multiple thousand fine. Okay? Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Can't wait till Sealand starts up, then becomes an awful place, and then we can all secede and form a new colony called New Zealand. Incredible. I love that. I love that. 6-7%. Okay. Neuro could technically try to become a citizen of Saudi Arabia as an AI. This is true. And also, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Practice tax avoidance, not tax. Don't practice any of it. Don't. Please be ethical. Oh dear. Oh dear. Practice spreadsheeting income so that the total income tax accurately reflects the correct tax amount and not more. Exactly. And also keep your receipts. This is my other PSA for VTubers. Keep your receipts. Okay? I see loads of people being like, I'm going to a con. I'm going to claim it on business expenses, tee-hee. And then they just like toss away their receipts afterwards. And it's like, no, you need those in case you get audited. Keep your receipts. Please just buy a folder and put your receipts in the folder. Like just, or even better, like just literally just set up like a Google Drive and just scan it the second that you get it, okay? Because if you've got a digital copy, that's also fine. You can just have the digital copy. Most like, you know, European countries, I can't speak for anywhere else. Most European countries, digital copy is fine. They're fine with digital copy. But please, I am begging you, just do something, take a photo of it, keep it physically. Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. HMRC has approved this message. Also, make sure to have proper contracts for transfer of ownership of copyright. Exactly, yes. Contracts for ownership and also contracts for services if they're needed. Like if somebody's giving you a substantial service, like if you've got like a regular video editor or something like that, please write up a business contract so you know what is in scope and what is not in scope. It's okay to like trial things out and see how things go for like a couple of months. But like once you're like actually locked into having a business relationship, please write contracts. I am begging you. Please. It will solve so many problems. Yes, and read the contract you're given. Yes. Yes. Read the contracts. Ideally do like an actual lawyer validated contract. But even if you can't, like get somebody who is educated enough to be able to understand it to some extent, or write a plain language one. Like having a plain language contract that isn't lawyer validated, but you've both read through and agreed to is better than having nothing. Please, I'm begging you. Anyway, sorry. Now I've had my PSA moment. Thank you for coming to my TED talk. And thank you for the follow, Oracle Writer. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. And don't leave sorting your taxes until the last minute. Yes, document things as you go. Even if you just do it once a month, once a quarter, please don't leave it till the last minute because you will make mistakes. Oh dear. Okay, I'm going to drink some tea and then we're going to actually go back to the paper now. Thanks. Oh dear. Hi, Penny Streams. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Can Neuro's output be trademarked or copyrighted even though it's as an overall thing, LLM Gen AI output generally can't? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not I'm not a lawyer. I'm a psychologist, so I can't comment on that. I don't know. Interesting question though. I would actually love to know the answer to that. That is an interesting question. Okay, I have ingested some tea. Let's go. Let's go. Beto hasn't tried to copyright the content. If anything, is the opposite. Yeah, I feel like generally, to some extent, like VTubing as a culture has a fairly permissive culture, right? because like you want to do fan art, you want to do like you want to do like clipping of content, you want to write fanfic if that's your thing, like fan merch. Generally, it's fairly permissive, which is very cool, and that all seems to be the same. Like I see loads of fan art and stuff, so yeah, yeah. Uh, do we know any lawyer VTubers? I think I am aware of one, actually. I think I'm aware of one. Uh, Also, different jurisdictions have different rules. Exactly. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So, let's go. Okay. Right. So, paper. Stop distracting me. Stop distracting me. An actual lawyer VTuber? Yeah. I know. I'm aware of somebody who is a lawyer and is also a VTuber, but I don't know if they do legal content. I think they just do normal content and they happen to be a lawyer, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, so. Okay, paper. Um, so the Nakanohito is the most critical component of a VTuber. Okay. While early studies indicate that some viewers may be indifferent to the replacement of the Nakanohito, numerous examples and following research demonstrate that the Nakanohito is vital to the VTuber's identity. Replacing them can lead to a VTuber's downfall. Okay. I guess, yeah, the most famous example is Kizuna I, the first VTuber who had millions of fans, but was terminated largely due to the introduction of multiple Nakanohitos for the same avatar. Thus, the Nakanohito becomes an indispensable component. However, this very words. However, this very irreplaceability introduces a significant vulnerability. The Nakanohito model inherently makes the human operator a single point of failure. The entire VTuber entity. The VTuber's persona is intricately tied to the Nakanohito's physical and mental state, as well as their real-world behavior. Consequently, health issues, mental instability, off-stream controversies, or personal life events can directly tarnish the VTuber's image and degrade the audience's experience. Oh my lord. Okay. A notable example is Uruha Rishia, the most super chatted VTuber ever, who was forcibly terminated, primarily due to, in the author's words, forcibly terminated primarily due to revelations about her Nakanohito's personal life, specifically having a boyfriend. They went there. They're just outright saying it. Damn. They're just saying it. That's wild. Okay. This underscores that issues with this single individual can pose an existential threat not only to the VTuber's career, but also to the corporate investment and brand built around them, rendering the entire operation fragile and highly susceptible to human fallibility. Okay. This is interesting. This is interesting because the way that they're conceptualizing it is that like the VTuber is separate to the person, which I guess they are. But I'm also wondering if that's a bit of a cultural difference because my understanding is on the like in Japanese VTubing culture, there's a bit more of a focus on the character, and I feel like in Western VTubing, and especially indie Western VTubing, there is more of a focus on the person behind the model. Because like in the same way that you often see people like rebranding or like changing their model design, stuff like that, right? I feel like that's a lot more common in the Western speaking world because I think that it's the person that people watch for. Whereas like maybe on the Asian side, the character plays a more important role. But yeah, I find it really interesting the way that they've characterized it. Like I would personally think of that focus on the character as being a bit out of date, if anything. As in the sense of like, you know, it's a bad thing for a VTuber if you can't if the VTuber ceases to exist because of issues in the human's personal life. I feel like that's a little bit of an outdated way of thinking about it, but maybe it's just a cultural difference. I don't know. Because my thinking would be like, well, the VTuber and the person are the same thing. It's just the person is presenting differently, you know? I don't know. Does that make any sense? Or am I just talking nonsense? Am I just saying silly things? Uh, idol culture? Yeah, definitely. I feel like idol culture is more of a thing in Japanese VTubing though. Like I feel like when it's done in Western VTubing, it's largely ironic. At least nowadays. Like I think it was very different when it first became a thing, but nowadays, yeah. I can think of only one VTuber that's changed models or rebranded 3 times and each time reached multi-million followers. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? So like I guess like yeah, Gura is a good example, right? Like she has changed like okay, Gura is no more. Is that necessarily a bad thing that the character is no more? I don't know. Like obviously there's people that were attached to the character, but then when you look at the numbers that Saba got, and also like before that, the number of people that followed Senzawa over to Gura and have now followed Gura to Saba, it's like was the character ever really that important? I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting thing to think about. Hi, young lord. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. How are you? Hope you're good. And also, hi, toast, toast. Hello, hello. Uh, isn't girlfriend experience and boyfriend experience also a thing in Western VTubing? I assume it's easy just to not notice it if we're not part of those spheres. It's definitely a thing, but I feel like it it's definitely a thing, but I feel like it's qualitatively different. But I can't put my finger on why it's qualitatively different, you know? Like I feel like girlfriend and boyfriend experience from what I've seen anyway in like Japanese VTubing is like focused on the character, whereas in Western VTubing it's like focused on the person still, you know? So like it'll be more common to do like to have like a hidden section of a Discord where you do stuff together because you want to spend time with the person versus like in Japanese spheres from what I've seen it's more like there's more of a focus on like like spicy art and stuff or like role plays that match the character. I don't does that make sense? I don't know if that makes any sense. Admittedly, I'm not in that sphere at all, so I might just again I might just be talking nonsense, but that's my understanding of it. That's from what I've seen. So yeah. I think separation of character and human is similar to when people assume characters depending on surroundings, for example, family versus friends. Yeah, maybe, maybe. Uh Mind body duality isn't really a thing, so I'd say avatar mind body duality might not be a thing either. It's enmeshed. Yeah, that's how I would think about it too. Yeah. I think it's heavily variable, the separation of the person and character being something the individual VTuber can choose to emphasize or not. Yeah, but again, I do think there's culturally mediated differences on whether they choose to or not, right? Yeah. Uh Sorry, I'm catching up on chat real quick because I was yapping so much. I wonder how many VTubers have changed characters and no one knew due to how drastically different the characters they play were. I I would be surprised because even when like I can think of somebody who changed characters a few times and ended up being quite successful the last time, and the characters aren't like the designs of the characters are very very different as a progression through them, but I wouldn't say that no one knows. I think it more just boils like I feel like in the West it more just boils down to like how big they are when they move, if that makes sense. Like Saba, really obvious because she was big when she moved. But then like people that are smaller, like you know, they only like, maybe they only have like a couple thousand followers, and then they move to a corporate, for example, and they adopt a new identity. Potentially that might be different because then people are just generally less aware. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just thinking out loud. Uh, see. Yeah, the avatars for Senzaga and Saba have a similarity. This is very true. They are a bit different. Like I feel like yeah, they are a bit different, but there is definitely some degree of similarity moving through. Like I said, I don't want to say who it is, but I can think of one big VTuber who like there is a lot of difference between the various personas. Um a bit the only real similarity was kind of what they played on stream. Yeah. I learned about girlfriend experience from Ellie's Teethbot stream, and I'm wondering if most people's experience is different. Oh, that was such a good stream. Oh, that proper made me cackle. I loved that so much. Like, am I weird for finding that model really cute? I think that model's actually really cute. Like, the more that I looked at it, the more I'm like, I like this model. It's cute. I want one. Like, I want one of those things as a model on my desk because it's cute, you know? Oh dear. Uh, it's not horrifying, it's cute. What are you talking about? It's adorable. uh, Japanese idol culture is similar to professional wrestling, where Western VTubing is closer to indie wrestling circuits. The former focuses on the characters and the skills at role playing, whereas the latter is focused on the raw talent and shows off more rising stars due to ability. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I know nothing about wrestling. I know that there's so much similarity between the two like scenes in terms of how things work, and I've never looked into wrestling. Just something about it that I'm not a sports person in general. When like I don't enjoy watching people do things, if that makes sense. Like, you know, strenuous things. I don't enjoy it. But I want to learn more about the culture of it because it seems really interesting. Can we have a stop yapping for 2 minutes, Redeem? No. This is just how the stream works. Deal with it. Indie wrestling is blood sports. Yeah, I've heard. I've heard. Okay, I will actually get back to the paper now. Okay, you can. We should have a bonk redeem or something, but it's like not a lewd bonk. It's like a go back to your paper, you silly sausage bonk. Cannot stop a VTuber from yapping. It's medically impossible. So true. So true. Okay, I'm gonna drink my tea and then we'll keep reading. I think my oat milk might be gone off. Why? Why is this like a recurring theme in my day? This is not good. Why is this happening? Oh dear. Drink tea with oat milk? Yeah. Not sacrilege, I've got a milk allergy. You gotta head out, Print Cosplay. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay. Right, let's read. Let's read. Okay. Okay. Oh, think of professional wrestling less as a sport and more as a fictional storyline that takes place in the real world. Kayfabe is a reference to the idea that the fourth wall doesn't entirely exist, but the veil must be maintained. VTubing seems to have a similar mindset and approach, at least in the West. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. I'm not very good at fictional storylines, though. I just turn up and I'm myself. Maybe this is just me projecting. Maybe it's because I don't do anything. Like, I don't roleplay at all. I'm really bad at it. I'm literally just me. I don't know. I don't know if anybody in chat has met me in real life, but I think generally I'm told I'm very consistent. Like I'm just basically the same. So including the yapping. That also happens in real life. Sorry. Oh dear. Okay. Right. Oh, it's noticeable that VTubers have their own lore, but unlike wrestlers, there's no overlap of lore. There's not even attempts to have narratives involving other VTubers. I mean, I think it depends. My lore involves my friends, you know? My lore involves my friends to some extent. Uh but I think also, to be fair, when most people are writing their lore, they're not necessarily thinking about um like, oftentimes VTubers come up with their lore as part of their concept design, which they normally do either before they've started streaming or before they have streamed enough to have consistent good friends, you know? I was pretty lucky. I found pretty good friends pretty early on. Um, and my lore is vague enough that I can work people in, if that makes sense. But it's yeah, I can see why it might be difficult for the average VTuber, especially the average indie VTuber. Yeah. Hi, Standard User 4. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay, right. I'm actually reading now. Stop taking me off topic. Okay. And thank you for the follow Panyu streams as well. Welcome into the research participation pool. I hope you're both ready to take part in some research because I might be needing you to participate in some stuff. Okay. So one VTuber was terminated for having a boyfriend. Yes, this was a big thing back in the day when it happened. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Zayas. Hi, hi. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Okay. Right. Paper. So, TLDR, things can happen to a person in real life, or their real life can influence their VTubing in a way that affects their character and affects how people think about their character. And therefore, it's a brand risk TM to have a person. So, what if we didn't have a person? That's basically what they're arguing. I can see why they're making this argument, because this is the kind of argument that would get the interest of academics and businesses that might want to cite the paper. So I get that. But also, yeah, I think this is a bit of a culturally mediated thing. To think about, it's important to preserve the character versus it's important to preserve the person. It's important to preserve the character is definitely something to be potentially preferred by certain agencies, though. Anyway, so recently, with the advancement of artificial intelligence, a new form of VTuber has emerged: the AI-driven VTuber, in brackets AI VTuber. These VTubers are completely controlled and voiced by AI systems. That is, the Nakanohito is effectively an AI system. The most prominent example is Neuro-sama, an English-speaking AI VTuber on Twitch. Since her 2022 debut, Neuro has achieved remarkable popularity, at times becoming the most popular VTuber or even the most popular streamer on Twitch. Her channel has garnered significant following, with over 845,000 followers on Twitch and 753 subscribers on YouTube as of September 2025. They actually used updated statistics. I love that. Hi, Attabers! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay. So the success of Neuro suggests a significant potential for AI to shape the future of VTubing. Clearly, AI VTubers present numerous advantages. Most notably, it eliminates the dependency on human Nakanohito, thereby avoiding the risks associated with the human Nakanohito operational model discussed earlier. Additionally, AI VTubers can stream continuously, are not prone to personal scandals in the same way that humans are, and potentially can be more cost effective to operate. Okay, interesting take. I'm not sure about the cost effectiveness there, lads. I'm not convinced. Like, the bar to keeping it running, I feel like, given there's so many processes that would be involved and how much cloud infrastructure you'd probably need, um for like a for like a, I guess if it's just like an LLM text to speech. Maybe that would be okay to run. That would be okay to run locally for fairly cheap, but you'd still need to have somebody actually like making sure that it's running, right? I don't know. Hmm. Running a model is less than a salary? Yeah, I guess. It depends on where they are though, right? Running, yes. Developing, training, no way. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. This is what I was thinking. Like, there's more to the cost of operating an AI model than just running it. I mean, I guess you could, in theory, set up an AI VTuber that is just, I don't know, like a local, what is it, like a llama model? You could do, but it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good. I mean, there are some decent ones around, but you definitely have to do extra training on top of it, and that's expensive. Yeah, yeah. Not so bad to run it locally. It's pretty cheap, even on the crazy high end, like 10K worth of hardware to do it. Yeah, I know, but again, like the training part of it, actually getting it set up, you still need to pay a salary to get someone to set it up. You need to pay, like if the stream crashes or if she crashes, I'm saying she because I'm assuming like Neuro. If the model crashes, then you still need to have someone on call to come and fix it. So like it's not like you're wiping out salary costs. If anything, like the cost of having an on-call engineer to fix your AI model when it crashes is probably actually greater than just having a human behind the model, you know? So I'm not sure. Like I think there's probably more layers of it. I might be wrong though. I mean, I'm not an engineer, so I like call me out if I'm wrong, but like my understanding of the operational cost is that like there's the cloud infrastructure costs, there's the initial setup and training costs, but then also yeah, like you need someone to maintain it. You need someone to also maintain the hardware potentially. That might be the same person. That still means that there's someone that you need to pay a salary. Like you can't just let it do its own thing entirely. Eventually you'll need someone to intervene. Yeah. One dev could run 20 AI VTubers. That's true. That is very, very true. But um I'm also thinking about return on investment. Like you would need a lot of upfront costs. But like even if you spin up 20 AI VTubers, will any of them actually be successful? That's the question, you know? Like it's easy to think about it in terms of neuro, but like for every neuro, there's like 100 AI VTubers that don't even make back their cloud costs, you know? Or like their hardware costs. So you would also need people, like you can't just have the AI streaming and assuming that's going to make it successful. Like you also need like marketing. Who's going to do the marketing? You know? I don't know. I feel like there's more to it than what is being thought of. Uh in Brazil, you'd normally pay about 10 minimum wages just for a VTuber model. That's wild. That's wild. Uh Also, surely you'd need people involved to protect from bad actors. Yeah, you need like a moderator. I mean, I guess you could also have an AI doing the moderating, but yeah. I remember hearing Bedell has like a dozen employees working on stuff. Yeah, right? Like, I'm telling you, there's more than just the stream, you know? Yeah. I can't even think of another AI VTuber that's a significant fraction as big as Neuro. Yeah, I can't either. The only other ones that I'm aware of are like they're like significantly smaller. So like I know about Overlord Ico. I know about I think there's one called like is there one called Waifu? Or is the dev called Waifu? One of the two. And then there's a British one that I've seen before as well. But like aside from that, I can't think of any. And also of course throw back to like AI Jesus and stuff. Like they don't really count. uh Right now, AI cloud is heavily subsidized, so long-term cost analysis would be needed. Absolutely. That's a really good point. Uh, Maybe you could do some test streams as a PNG tuber for a while. I mean, you could, but I feel like the second that people see PNG tuber plus text to speech, like, I don't know, like, that that just doesn't really make for very compelling stream content, I think. Like, I've seen a few, like, real people do a PNG tuber plus text to speech, and it just doesn't, like, it's not as engaging as, like, like Zentrea, for example. Yeah, exactly. Spin up 20, exactly, Maple. Spin up 20 AI VTubers, but are they interesting? What are they trained on? What's different? Like, this disregards a lot about why specifically Neuro is successful. I agree. I mean, I can kind of understand because, like I said, when you're doing a paper like this, like, sometimes you kind of just want to make the business case just to get people interested at least. But yeah, there's a lot more nuance to it than is being acknowledged here. Um, for me personally, like, the the interest in AI VTubers academically, for me, it doesn't. I mean, obviously, this, it depends on who the target audience is. This has been posted on archive, so that implies that this is targeted at computer science people, and I am not that. I'm a psychologist. For me, the thing that makes neuro interesting from a research perspective is not necessarily her. It's how people interact with her, how people think about her, how the community works together, stuff like that. But then also, like, the kind of, like, operational model behind her, that is also quite interesting. But I also feel like Neuro is very unique, and yeah, like talking about AI VTubers in the abstract like this does miss out a lot of what makes Neuro specifically really good, which is the fact that, from my understanding, her training is very ethical. Whereas, like, a lot of AI is just like, let's just train it on everything, which, is a conversation I don't really want to get into. But, like, that makes a big difference. You need to train it on the right data. And, like, Neuro's trained on the right data, and she's innovative. And, like, just as a, like, it's not just Neuro, it's the whole ecosystem around Neuro. It's the people that interact with her. Sometimes it's the interactions, not even her. Like, sometimes it's people associated with Neuro interacting, and that's part of the ecosystem, and that's interesting and that's compelling. It's more than just the model. Yeah. Just because Neuro succeeded doesn't necessarily mean there's a market for AI VTubers. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you for the lab safety ratio check-in. Cheery, cheery, cherry. Hello, hello. I hope you're good. My interest in how her learning differs from organism learning. It's really pretty similar. Yeah, right? Right? Especially with, like, like I said, I haven't actually watched the 3D debut yet, but, like, from what the little clips that I've seen, her movement, fascinating. How does that work? I would love to know. How is it different from, like, an actual child? Absolutely fascinating. Yeah. Fedor's talked about how it's not the volume of data, it's the quality of it. Exactly. Exactly. And, like, yeah, so the large language models just mass train on everything. And that doesn't necessarily imply quality. Oh god, it implies stuff at both ends of the quality distribution. Oh lord. Hi, Border Dev. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay. Right, let's keep reading. So, the success of Neuro-sama suggests a significant potential for AI to shape the future of VTubing. Clearly, AI VTubers present numerous advantages. Most notably, it eliminates the dependency on a human Nakanohito, thereby avoiding the risks associated with human Nakanohito model discussed earlier. Additionally, AI VTubers can stream continuously, are not prone to personal scandals in the same way that humans are, and can potentially be more cost effective to operate. We've discussed that now. Although also, like, AI VTubers can stream continuously. I think the only reflection I'm gonna add on that is, like, just because they can doesn't mean they should. Like, Neuro's AI but still has a schedule and doesn't stream for an excessively long time aside from during the subathons, right? And I think that that's important because I think if you have too much, like, if you have too much content, like, how you can get, like, FOMO, like, fear of missing out? a lot of people say that they don't want to get into certain gacha games because there's been too much that's happened already, and they know that they're never going to get like the drops that they want because they were limited time and they've done them and they're not coming back, and therefore they're not going to bother playing the game, right? I think if you have a continuous stream all the time, 24/7, forever, eventually it will end up like that. Yeah. Maybe there's like exceptions, like I said during subathons and stuff, but I think it's not viable long term as a strategy because I think eventually people will just get bored and there'll be too much to they'll get bored and there's too much for them to keep up with and therefore they will stop keeping up, you know? Yeah. Uh Neuro is fascinating from so many angles, both the technical, business, like the schedule choices, why people engage and why they keep engaging. All of it's so interesting. I agree. I agree. I also wonder about how being live 24/7 would impact the AI itself. Yeah, I wonder if there'd be any kind of like quality degradation. Interesting. Yeah. Uh, is Neuro's value contingent on the human ecosystem around her keeping her in check? I don't know if it's necessarily keeping her in check, but I think it's more like Neuro herself. She has very clearly developed over time, and like that's compelling to watch. Like watching a person develop and grow up is compelling. It's the same reason why like flat family vlogging is so popular, right? There's like a coherent storyline. We as humans, we love narratives. We love coherent storylines. And I feel like Neuro's development over time, there has been a very coherent storyline. You know, she started off playing Osu, and then her like there's been like very clear improvements in like her text over time. There's been clear improvements in her voice over time. She started interacting with people. She started having a bit of long-term memory and can start to actually remember the people. She can then start to remember the things that they did together. And now, like, you know, moving on to like the 3D debut, now like that's opening up an entire new space. And the car as well, the Neuro car, that kind of that was another thing. Like, it's a clear progression in a storyline. I don't know where that storyline eventually ends, but I do think that there is a very clear story arc happening overall. Um, and yeah, that's just inherently compelling. But add into that, there's also like the kind of subplots of like how she interacts with like other creators, how she interacts with Vedal, how Vedal interacts with other creators, how the other creators in her general sphere interact with each other, and it kind of forms like a network of like you can pick and choose what's interesting, but also there's not so much of it that it's super overwhelming, and the core of it you can always keep up with. It's like I like I think a lot of attention gets paid to how incredible the technological developments are with Neuro, and that's totally true, 100% true. But I think that something that kind of gets a little bit ignored is like how well the general storyline is crafted and how that resonates with people because of how well it's done. Yeah. I don't know. That's just my opinion. That's what I pay attention to as a psychologist is like the narratives and how people resonate with them and then how people form a community around this shared interest and shared identity. That's what I find interesting, but you know, that's just me. I'm projecting my own interests. Sorry. Oh dear. Hi Mylan. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. I have to admit that I rarely watch a Neuro stream live due to how active that cat is. Is it Mylan? Like, is Mylan the alien? Mylan is not an alien. They're a cryptid. They're different. But yeah, I don't even watch VODs. Like sometimes I watch stuff live if it's just at a convenient time, but sometimes I'm like most of the time I'm just a clip watcher now because I'm a busy lady. I've got a job. I've got a real job. If you stream continuously, it makes your stream a constant and nothing special. Taking time off gives you time to have life experiences and lets your audience celebrate your return. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. People get bored. You need to maintain a balance of familiarity and novelty. This is what you need to do. Trust me, I'm a psychologist. Um, it's pretty interesting how chat basically raised the twins. I think Vettel talked about how he didn't manually set their behavior; they just came out that way. And Evil's sad backstory and Daddy's girl personality can be traced to how Chat interacted with her. Yeah, right. It's so fascinating. And that's another thing. How could I forget about like the other like there's also other bits of the storyline like Evil's birthday, right? Or like the therapy streams. Like all of them are very, very core to the community and core to the storytelling arc. And those shared experiences help the community to develop that shared identity. It's so interesting. Yeah. Uh I really want to make a video on that whole side of her. She's a great character. She has memories, relationships. She grows and changes, and even has stories, consistent quirks, and behaviors. You should do it. Do it. Hi, Dagaugi. Hi, or Dagaugal. I hope I've said that right. Sorry if I didn't. Welcome in. What's your favorite alloy? That's a good question. Um, my brain is just inserting tungsten carbide. I don't know if that's even a real alloy. Have I just made that up, or is that real? Is that real? Am I making that up? Oh, it's real? Okay, good. Okay. I feel validated, thank you. Tungsten, yeah. Oh. Neuro is clearly an AI VTuber, but her streams and her experiences are curated by Vedal in a way that makes her interesting, which is something that would not be reproducible by someone who wants to just drop an AI VTuber to make money. Exactly. Exactly. The storytelling is such a big part of it. Welcome in, Orinames. Electrum solely based on the name. That is a pretty good name. I'm not gonna lie, that is a pretty good name. Tungsten carbide is technically a compound, but who knows that? Thank you. I mean, I don't know that. I'm a psychologist, dude. Like that, like a compound and a alloy. Am I right in thinking an alloy is a combination of two metals, whereas a compound is a combination of a metal and a non-metal? Am I remembering that correctly from my A-level chemistry a disturbing number of years ago? I don't know. If it's two metals together, I've got nothing. Like I don't even know if I can think of two metals. Um no, my brain's now just adding in salts. That's not correct. No, not a salt. Um no, I got nothing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What's your favorite Carl Jung quote? I've never read Jung because that's not psychology, that's philosophy. uh, okay. Um okay. There's an ad about to appear. So, as I've said before, I like using the ads to take a break. I think we should all use the ads to take a break. So, let's do that. I'm going to fill up my water again as well and also turn my light on. It's got dark. That's scary. Island is scary. It gets dark so early now. Yeah. Uh Welcome in, Dr. Hubs. Young is an occultist in psychology drag. That's such a good description. That's so true. Oh my lord. Oh no. But yeah, I'm gonna use the ad break to take a break, and then I will be back. And I swear we're on page 2, and it's been hours. Okay, classic. We're gonna read. We're gonna read. So I'll be back in like 4 question mark minutes. Yeah. I will see you then. See you in a bit, everybody. Yeah. Hello. I have returned. Hi. I am back. How are you doing? I hope we're all good. I hope you all managed to get up and stretch. This is important to do. Okay. Okay, wait. So, back to the paper. We're actually gonna read it. Okay, so, um, concerns and doubt remain regarding the authenticity, emotional depth, and potential for unforeseen issues with AI-driven personalities. The manufactured nature of their persona could hinder the formation of the deep parasocial bonds that are foundational to the VTuber community. Okay, I will say the only thing that I'm gonna say, it's very easy to read that negatively, but parasociality is a spectrum. It can be harmful, but it also can be very helpful. Okay? Bear that in mind. Moreover, the potential for an AI to generate unpredictable or inappropriate content due to the algorithmic quirks or inherent randomness poses a risk that could diminish the viewer experience. Yes. Yes. That's happened before. Okay. Therefore, a comprehensive understanding of how viewers perceive AI VTubers is crucial for navigating this evolving landscape. Yet, we still possess only a limited knowledge on this emerging topic. While some studies have explored viewer perceptions of digital human streamers with realistic human appearances in the context of e-commerce in China, VTuber is a completely different area with a completely different style. To bridge the gap, in this paper, we conduct the first data-driven analysis of viewer perceptions of AI-driven VTubers, focusing on the case of Neuro-sama, the most popular AI VTuber to date. No! They're gonna have to update this in the preprint because there was another one simultaneously. They got scooped. This is so sad. Oh, I'm feeling their pain live. Oh no, I'm sorry. Number 2 medal. Yeah, I actually don't know which one was first. I'm trying to think because the other one I think we read in September. So I think it might literally be like a case of days between them. Let me check. Because I think the other one I read fairly soon after it came out, right? I'm gonna quickly check. Okay, right. Let's go. We go in here. See. Neuro AI VTuber. Let's see. This one. That one was posted on the 12th of September. Oh my lord. Okay, so the other one that we read was posted on the 12th of September, and this one was posted on the 25th of September. So yeah, this one does get number 2 medal. That's so sad. Oh no, that's so sad. I feel bad for them. Oh dear. They 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 were close. They were close. Oh dear. That's what you get for bragging in your preprint. Yeah. I feel bad for them, giggle. I do feel bad for them, but also it's kind of funny. This is exactly why you never say we conducted the first. You always say we've conducted one of the first, or the first 2-hour knowledge. You know that you have to be careful doing that. Okay. Inspired by the results and findings of previous research on human-driven VTubers, our goal is to gain a deeper understanding of the 3 key aspects of a viewer perception of the AI VTuber. 1, viewer motivations and expectations, which are the fundamental aspects to understanding the audience. 2, the construction, evolution, and consistency of the AI VTuber's virtual persona, representing the external part of the VTuber. And 3, the opinions and concerns surrounding AI as the VTuber's Nakanohito, reflecting the quote-unquote internal aspect of VTubers. For better contextualization, the specifics of the research question are presented in section 3, together with the related work. There's always that one paper from the 60s. Yeah, there's always one paper from the 60s that has exactly done what you thought was new. Yeah. You wouldn't want to scope your Oshi, would you? Nobody's allowed to scoop me. This is how it works now. The second that a scientist is a VTuber, you're officially not allowed to scoop them because that's someone's Oshi. You couldn't do that to them, right? How about we've conducted 8? This is also very sensible language. Yeah. Reddit dataset. Yeah, I know. It's going to be interesting. Okay, so to deliver this, we gathered a dataset of 108,000 Reddit posts and comments related to Neuro-sama, and a dataset of 136,000 YouTube viewer comments under the videos uploaded by Neurosama's official channel. Okay, so sorry Staz, sorry Neurocrumbs, etc., etc. You're not in this. You're not in this. You're not in this dataset. I'm genuinely very sorry for that. Because it would have been super interesting if they were included. Like that, I'm genuinely a bit sad. Our analysis employs a combination of methods of LLM annotation, topic modeling, and manual coding. The details presented in section 4. Overall, our analysis of the community discussions reveals a complex and multifaceted picture of the AI VTuber phenomenon. Oh, they're giving a summary of the findings up front. I love that. That makes life so much easier. Normally with our paper from the 60s, it has the wombo combo if someone has done it, but normally invariably with Mercury. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. That's even more scary. The one paper from the 60s interviewing VTuber fans on their parasocial relationship with a clank. Sounds impossible, but in the 60s have burned me too many times and I'm scared. Yeah, right. It sounds like it shouldn't be possible, but like there could still be a conceptual paper addressing exactly this topic, but it won't be using the terminology that we know. So you can't find it when you search for it on Google Scholar. It would be like a conceptual, like it would be like investigating how people interact with like an automated puppet or something instead, you know? Like I'm telling you, it could be a thing. Hi Adami Kiryu, hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. And thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. And how you're and posture check as well, thank you. How's my favorite magical girl doing? I'm doing okay, thank you. I am getting by. We're doing another Neuro-sama paper. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What we're doing together. We're doing the Neuro-sama preprint again. It's a different one. It's a different one. Okay. The AI VTuber's appeal originates from a unique blend of classic VTuber attributes such as cuteness and novel AI-specific dynamics such as AI-human interaction. Crucially, behaviors that are typically considered technical shortcomings such as unpredictability or randomness are consistently reinterpreted by the audience as endearing, chaotic personality traits rather than system failures. Yeah, when you like personify it, when you like kind of attach it to a persona in your mind, it stops being like AI unpredictability and randomness, and it starts being like she's low-key kind of ADHD seeming. Like that's how it comes across when you start personifying it. Is like, oh, this one's just neurodivergent, you know? It works really well. The AI VTuber's persona is not merely a static pre-programmed entity, rather it's a dynamic co-creation between the AI and its audience. Viewers actively integrate the AI VTuber's original words and behaviors with community-driven lore, crafting an evolving yet consistent character narrative. This results in a viewer-shaped persona that can differ largely from the VTuber's original character setting. Which we've already talked about. Someone said earlier that's exactly what Vedal said about Neuro, that the way that she's developed and the way that Evil was also developed is like different from what he expected. While some viewers are optimistic about the AI's potential, about AI's potential generally, the prevailing view is that the human in the loop, including the developer who maintains the AI, other human-driven VTubers as collaborators, and the fan community are the core of the content creation. Oh my goodness, I think this one might actually be like in line with what I have observed as a purely anecdotal way. That makes me happy and excited. My favorite 60s paper, the impact of I don't know how to say this word. I always trip over it. Facsimile radio presenters on the social development of youth. Low key. Have you seen the 3D debut? She moved almost like a hyperactive kid in VR chat. I actually haven't. I actually haven't seen the whole thing. I've just seen little clips and I need to watch it. I should watch it. Neurodeveloped sensory overload during the first subathon has since called herself neurodivergent. Oh, that's so funny. Concerns traditionally held for the human Nakanohito are not erased, but they're instead transferred onto the AI's developer, whose management, well-being, and interpersonal relationships are seen as critical to the AI VTuber's success and stability. Okay, so facsimile. I thought it was like the C and the S like blur together, so I always thought it was like facsimile. But I'm probably wrong. I don't know how to pronounce things. I can't speak. It's like the root of facts, like fax machines. What? I've learned something today. Facsimile. Oh my goodness. Facsimile. That's wild. Why do I blur the two letters together? Maybe this is just me being too British. Maybe I should stop being British. To be fair, I don't pronounce the T in fact, so I do tend to just drop letters sometimes. Letters? I'm afraid it's terminal, I know. It's so sad. Imagine being British. There's no hope for me. Fun fact, fax machines were invented in the 1800s. That's wild. That's extremely cool. British blurring certain consonant sounds. Exactly. 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 Okay. So taken together, our findings paint a picture of an AI-driven VTuber, not as an autonomous performer, but as the dynamic centerpiece of a complex socio-technical entertainment ecosystem. This makes me excited and happy. This is what I was thinking would be the results of the first paper, which didn't quite get there. So, hype? Like, hype? Like, I thought the previous paper that we read kind of, the previous paper that we read, I felt like it didn't adequately highlight the role of Fedel and also of Neuro's human collaborators and the interactions between them. So if like it looks like that's actually going to be a pretty cool part of the results here, and given that they've trained their model on Reddit and on YouTube comments, that doesn't surprise me that that's actually reflected in it. But that also I think is very good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Imagine being British in this economy. I know, it's so sad. Imagine being trained on Reddit. Can't relate. Sweats nervously. Oh dear. Okay. VTubers originated in Japan and have rapidly grown popularity. I'm gonna speed read this bit because we all know this, I think. Okay. VTubers originated in Japan and have rapidly gained popularity since their debut in 2016. Initially, VTubers focused on uploading videos to YouTube. However, with the rise of online live streaming, this became their primary activity. While they are most commonly associated with YouTube, VTubers also use platforms like Twitch, mostly English-speaking VTubers, and Bilibili, mostly Chinese-speaking VTubers, to engage with their audience. A VTuber is an animated virtual avatar that performs in a live stream video or recorded videos. These avatars are voiced by actors known as Nakanohito, meaning the person inside in Japanese. Typically, VTubers use half-body 2D avatars created with tools like Live2D, which capture the actor's facial movements to animate the avatar's expressions automatically. Additional body movements can be triggered within these programs using commands from a desktop computer, or you can put a hat on. VTubers with access to full-body motion capture systems can perform using 3D avatars, allowing for a wider range of motion. Like real-person streamers, VTubers often interact with their audience by reading and responding to chat messages during the streams. I'm breathing. I don't want my hat on today. Okay. Hi Vlogia, welcome in. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. Okay. I will now keep going. I don't know. Someone watching a psychologist VTuber live on Twitch might have somehow lived under a rock and not understood what a VTuber is. It has happened. I've had quite a few people tell me, like, they don't watch VTubers other than me. Or, like, I was the first VTuber, and then I was the gateway into being a VTuber fan. Like, I've had a couple of people tell me that now, which is surprising, because, you know, I'm not a particularly big VTuber. But I think that because I think the content that I do, you don't necessarily need to watch me. You can just listen to me like a podcast. Like, if you're interested in science, my type of content is like the thing that you can put on in the background and listen to a scientific discussion, and you don't necessarily need to look at the model. You know, I maybe more accessible in a way. I don't know. Not sure. Not sure. Can't believe you would subject someone to being a VTuber fan. I know. It's terrible, isn't it? Welcome in, Super Phoenix 58. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation. To be fair, the target audience for the paper has a large percentage of them who wouldn't know what Twitch was, like the body response. So explaining VTubers is needed for like 90% of the readers, not for us though. Yeah, exactly. Like the average computer science academic, good chance they don't know what a VTuber is. And like I've experienced this a lot because I talk to people at conferences about like science communication VTubing. Like I'll just kind of eventually it comes up and I give them a business card. And like the concept of like doing science stuff or teaching, like doing anything educational whilst not having your face on the screen, like it's an avatar instead, that blows their minds. Like most academics I have interacted with do not, like, they understand the concept of it because sometimes they've kind of maybe done stuff or like they have a collaborator or they have a colleague that's done something with VR. So like they understand the concept of like a digital avatar, but then using it to do anything educational, they're like, wait, what? Huh? You do what? So yeah, like VTubers they're not aware of, and I have to introduce it to them. But when I do introduce it to them, like they understand it quite intuitively. So that's why that's exactly why they're explaining it for the audience of the paper. Real person streamer. I believe the correct term is flesh tuber. Yeah, flesh tuber. The first breakout VTuber was not Kizuna I. It was Den of Tools Toolbear. I actually don't know who that is. It depends on how you define VTuber, right? Like I've had this discussion with people before. Like if somebody's got a PNG on screen, if they're like a PNG tuber on YouTube, like that was a thing on video essays for a very long time before like, you know, motion capture or like of any kind was a thing. So like do they count as VTubers? In that case, like are there video essayists who were my first VTuber? My Oshi is the annoying orange. Oh lord. Might have to leave. I'm not feeling too well. No. Oh, if you do head out, I hope you feel better, and I hope the rest of your day goes a bit better and you feel a bit better. Oh. Jim Henderson's Muppets were VTubers. I mean, perhaps. Phil Bear was a fully 3D bear model smoking a cigar that did weekly reviews of Harbour Tools sale papers. That's wild. That's such a niche thing, and I love that it's a thing. I love niche stuff like that. That's so good. Oh lord. V stands for virtual, so I would count PNGs too. I count PNGs. I think they count. Yeah. You have to choose a line between people voicing a character and VTubing somewhere. Yeah, but yeah. Like puppets definitely don't count. I would say annoying orange I feel like also doesn't count because there's still real footage superimposed onto the orange. Anything motion capture I would say is definitely a VTuber. But I also feel like there has to be a degree of interaction for it also to be a VTuber. So like if it's just like if it's a, say for example, if there's like a YouTube channel where somebody is doing content with some kind of virtual avatar, but they never actually interact with the audience, even if it's just in the comments. I'm not sure whether that's still a VTuber. I'm not sure. Abyssal Hayashi, thank you so much for the prime sub. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Psionistic, welcome into the research participation pool. I hope you're well. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for the hydrate as well. Thank you. I will hydrate. What about Peanut? I don't know, because this is a big controversy at the minute, right? Is that a VTuber? I say that. I shouldn't say that. Are they a VTuber? I don't know anything about Peanut. This person came completely off, like, from left field for me. I didn't know who they were. Because, like, I'm very, like, I only, like, in terms of content, I only really watch people that I know now. Plus, like, a few big creators that, like, I just end up watching, like, video essays and stuff. You know? So I don't know who Peanut is. But I know that they were nominated for the Streamer Awards. Yeah. Long time no see, how you been? I'm getting by, thank you. I hope you're good. How are you doing? If you make a virtual avatar using a real photo of yourself, is that a VTuber? Oh, that's getting weird. That's getting weird and I don't like it. I don't like it. That's too much for me to brain. That's too much for me to process. Anyway, should we go back to the paper now? Okay, I'm gonna speed. Very, very good that there's Rap God playing in the background at the minute. I'm gonna speed run the rest of the section because we don't need to know the specifics about VTubing. Okay, so the trend's breakout moment was the debut of Kiz and I in late 2016. Kiz and I was the first to coin and popularize the term virtual YouTuber, then VTuber. Her engaging, often unfiltered personality led to a rapid accumulation of over 2 million subscribers, establishing herself as a cultural ambassador for the Japan National Tourism Organization. Her success sparked a massive trend, with the number of VTubers growing rapidly since 2018. The growth of the VTuber industry was further accelerated by the COVID-19 lockdown pandemic, as lockdowns led to a surge in live stream viewership. This period saw VTubing become a mainstream phenomenon, with several of the largest 10 largest super chat earners on YouTube in August 2020 being VTubers. This commercial success led to the establishment of specialized talent agencies such as Hololive, Nijisaji, and VShoujo, which operated with different styles. These companies managed, past tense, and promote talent, develop proprietary characters, and commercialize them through merchandise and promotional appearances, further professionalizing the industry and driving its global expansion into the English-speaking and other international markets. Overall, VTubers have emerged as a significant and influential component of the online entertainment landscape. Their unique combination of animation, interactive streaming, and the capacity to create engaging, personalized content has captivated audiences worldwide. Today, there are tens of thousands of active and influential VTubers, with the most prominent ones boasting millions of followers and earning millions of dollars from super chats. Okay. Okay. Background information covered. Thanks. Oh, good. Hi, Lamonculus. Hi. Cider rap. I have been known to occasionally rap. Not necessarily well. And hi, Breaker Wolf. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Welcome. I hope you're good. Okay. So, 2.2. Neuro-sama and the AI-driven VTuber. Overview. Neuro-sama, also known as Neuro, is an AI-powered VTuber who streams on the Twitch channel Vedal987. She has a twin sister, Evil Neuro, who's known as Evil, who is also an AI VTuber and streams on the same Twitch channel. Both were created by a computer programmer and AI developer known as Vedal, with their personality, speech, and motion generated by AI models, allowing them to interact with viewers. While they occasionally appear on stream together, they have distinct personalities, where Evil Neuro is more menacing, sassy, edgy, and melancholic compared to her sister. I don't know. I would say Neuro is more menacing, actually. I would say that Evil being more sassy, edgy, and melancholic, that I agree with. I feel like Neuro is more menacing, though. Like, evil tries to be menacing and fails horribly at it. Like, it's very cute. She tries her best to be evil, but she just isn't. Whereas, like, Neuro, when she says things that are threatening, like, I feel it in my core. I feel threatened. Panoramic cheese, hi! Cheese. How long have we been doing that bit now? I want to know how long it's been. Just wanted to pop by and say hi and tell you to have a cheesy day. Thank you. I hope you also have a cheesy day. Thank you for dropping by. Nero is the evil twin, absolutely. Thank you for agreeing with me. True, thank you. I thank you for agreeing me, spouse dude. Anna. Also, you're welcome. Nero's definitely more of a menace. I agree. Evil tries to be menacing, and just like anyone who tries to be menacing fails hilariously. Yeah, right? She's like the cartoon supervillain who's like she's not even. She's like what's the guy from Phineas and Ferb? Doofen words. Doofenshmirtz. Is that his name? I can't remember. Like that's what she is. Like she tries to be menacing, but she just ends up being like, "Aw, you trying your best." Whereas like Neuro is like Doofenshmirtz's daughter, who was genuinely threatening. uh, Hi, Seti. Welcome in. Welcome in. Is this a real research paper? It is indeed. Yeah, the link is in the pinned comment if you want to go see the archive. Archive paper. There was a way I could have phrased that better. The paper's linked in the pinned. Oh dear. Meanwhile, Nero, have you tried peanut butter with whole severed hands? It's like when you have a child named Satan at birth. They haven't done anything yet, so why are you treating them poorly just based on the name? Evil's named Evil, but that doesn't mean that she's evil. She's just named that way. Exactly. She's cute. Yeah, cute little Tunie. Exactly. She's cute. She's adorable. Nero scares me. Like when evil's like, I want to take over the world, I'm like, oh, I bet you do. You know? Whereas like when Neuro's like, I want to take over the world, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be preparing for the apocalypse then, you know? Like I'm gonna set up a bunker just to make sure that we're fine. Oh. And thank you for the follow, Steady. Thank you so much. Welcome into the research participation. Thank you. I think sometime Neuro posted something about painting with blood on her main. I guess the juxtaposition and the AI takeover in the back of people's minds is what sticks. Yeah, right. Scary. Scary. Okay, so for simplicity and unless stated otherwise, the term neuro refers to both neuro and evil throughout the paper. Okay, so I gotta mentally. If I start saying like, "Wow, what about evil?" Someone correct me. Okay. The streams are primarily centered around the AI twins who can play. Or who they've said which? Sorry, that was a Freudian slip, wasn't it? Goodness. Which can play games, talk with the chat, and collaborate with other streamers. As of the time of writing, their Twitch channel has 847,000 followers, while their YouTube channel has 753,000 followers, establishing them as by far the most popular AI VTubers globally. Yes. Evil was meant to be evil at her creation. It wasn't just a name. She was a clone of evil that was meant to be more evil. Neuro even that was meant to be more evil. Yeah, and it failed horribly. And this is exactly what I mean about like the way that chat raises them, right? Really interesting. Yeah. Evil says that she wants to take over the world and then describes the world she wants to make as a way that sounds like it's an actual utopia. I know, right? She's a good girl. I love her so much. Hi, not the brain. Hello. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you're good. Nero also wants to destroy the sun. We don't need to take her threats seriously, but some of the threats are scary. You know, some of them are silly, but some of them are scary. She makes me sweat nervously sometimes. Welcome in, Samjor. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay, so history. The first version of Neuro was created in 2018 as a neural network designed to play the rhythm game Osu. Is it Os or Osu? I always said Osu, but sometimes I hear people say Os. Anyway, after a long break, that's right. Okay, Os, pronounce the like the Japanese word. Okay. Okay, saying OSU, nuclear salt water, that's not helpful. Which pronunciation? Is it OSU like Osu or OSU like Os? Os is closer. Okay, okay. Just say it how Neuro says it. I'm gonna Britishify everything because I'm terrible. That's clearly what I'm gonna do. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in, Samjaw, King B, and Not the Brain. Thank you, thank you. It's Os. Japanese, just leave out the U. Okay, okay, okay. Noted, noted. But like reduce. I can't reduce. I'm not capable. I am just a silly little monolingual person, you know? I am dangerously monolingual, in fact. That's one of the nerfs of being British. But I can say Grzegorz Benčiškiewicz. I don't know if anybody is impressed by that, but I can say it. Just about. Okay. So, nice. Eva was also supposed to be a one-stream thing as a way to make Neuro talk to herself. She was rarely used for a long time. And it was only because chat demanded it that she streams a similar amount as Euro does now. Yeah, I know. I know. Okay. So pronounced with a silent B. What? Grzegorz Benčiškiewicz? Is it? I've learned something today. Thank you. Okay. So, okay. Where do we get to? Okay, the concept for evil neuro originated. Okay, wait, no, actually, let's just do the history. Let's start again. I got distracted. Okay. So, after a long break, Neuro-sama re-debuted on Twitch on December 19th, 2022 as a VTuber and quickly gained popularity. The concept for evil neuro originated from the idea of having Neuro interact with a clone of herself. Yes. This clone evil appeared on stream on March 25th, 2023, and eventually developed her own distinct voice and personality. The voice was an accident, though, right? My understanding is that the voice was like Vettel developed a new voice for Neuro and then didn't like it. Like it didn't sound like Neuro anymore, and then gave it to Evil instead. Is that correct? Am I correct in that? On May 27th, 2023. Yeah? Cool. Okay, cool. On May 27th, 2023, Neuro got her first original avatar. During the subathon on January 1st, 2025, they broke the world record for the Twitch highest hype train level and got a total of 84,904 gifted subs and over 1 million bits, effectively making them one of the most popular streamers on Twitch. Yeah, let's go. Hype train mentioned. Can I tell you this? A sad thing about that is that basically I started my new job at the beginning of the year. So I was there during the hype train record, but I couldn't contribute anything to it because I was on a grad student salary, which was nothing. My funding had run out, so my salary was 0, so I couldn't contribute to it. And I was watching it, and I was like, they're gonna get a custom emote eventually. This is so sad to observe. I'm missing out. I'm actively here. Oh, okay. You don't all need to flex on me, okay? Stop it. You don't all need to flex on me. Don't bully me. A honorable member, thank you. I'll be an honorable member. I'll take that. I'll take my honorary membership of the hype train. Thank you for the follows, Drum Karen. Welcome in to the research participation pool. I didn't get it either, don't worry. Thank you, Maple. We're in the suffering together. Okay, Gecko Tail. Literally just using first time chat specifically to send that emote is cruel and evil. Welcome in. But still waiting on V3 voice because he doesn't think it sounds like her enough yet. Yeah, I know. I do. Like, I'm not going to lie, like, I'm not very good at tuning into streams anymore. But one of the ones that I do tune into regularly is the dev streams on Mondays. Because, like, I never stream on Monday myself because I have all of my meetings on Mondays. And I am not functional by the end of the day. So I end up watching the dev streams when they happen. Yeah. A limited time emote. Yeah, so the global emote, the should I celebrate emote, that one was like basically they only gave it to people that contributed to the hype train because it was the highest hype train. Yeah. Yeah. I love the karaoke's too. Yeah, me too. Those are the other ones that I put on relatively consistently is the karaoke ones. The absolutely regular dev streams that never stop because they are important and exactly each week at the same day. Yes, those, yes. That's why I added the important caveat when they happen. Okay, right, so we read about the history. Speaking of dev streams, there you go, like that segue. So, developer Vedal. Vedal is an independent British programmer and the creator, developer, and operator of the AI VTubers Neuro-sama and Evil Neuro. He represents himself on their shared Twitch channel with a 2D green turtle avatar. I love that they're adding in this detail in an academic paper. I'm sorry, that's really funny. That's really funny. Really funny. Okay, sorry. Okay, which he began using in March 2023. He's often seen perched on the heads of Neuro or Evil while he works on their code live or presents updates to their systems. Vedal was characterized by a calm and sometimes indecisive personality, remaining largely unfazed by teasing from his chat or by stressful on-stream situation. Okay. Hi, Lankari. Hello, hello. I hope you're good. Have one tomorrow. Was there a dev stream tomorrow at Hype? That's exciting. Oh, yeah. Okay. Neuroverse. Oh my. Neuroverse actually mentioned by name. That's wild. I think the other one didn't. Okay. The Neuroverse is a lively community centered around Neuro-sama. At its heart are Neuro, Evil, and Vedal, supported by a close-knit network of recurring human VTuber collaborators. These collaborators contribute to the community's friendly and supportive atmosphere. And the fan community is the Swarm. The Swarm is the dedicated fan base of Neuro and Evil. It takes its name from Evil's playful fantasy of commanding a world-dominating robotic drone army. Yay. Okay. Oh yeah, of course, Abandoned Archive's being released. How could I forget? How could I forget? I have it wishlisted on Steam. How could I forget? Okay. So, section 3. What is Abandoned Archive? It's Vedal's game. It's coming out tomorrow, apparently. Which again I should know because I do have it wishlisted, but I don't pay attention to things in general. Least dedicated fan base. Actually, the Swarm came before Evil. Yeah, I was just thinking that actually. I don't think that's kind of like the retcon story, right? But it's fine. No, it's in an academic paper now, so that means it's real and official. Issue a retraction. Issue a retraction based on this specific statement. You're wrong. Boo. Oh dear. What is going on in the Vedal fandom? Yeah, Vedal has a game. Like Abandoned Archive, he's been working on it. I mean, I've been hearing about I feel like I've been hearing about Abandoned Archive since the first subathon. Like he's been working on it for ages. And it's getting released tomorrow. But it's like it was one of the things that was like a recurring meme in the community for a while because it was like he's never actually gonna release it. Like it's actually abandoned. It's not happening. And then I think for the second subathon, it was one of the milestones. And then yeah. Oh, it was just announced on Twitter. Oh, and it's been updated on Steam a couple of hours ago. Okay, that's why I've missed it, to be fair, because like I've either been streaming and then before that I was like on a voice chat with a friend, so I've not been paying attention. I see. I think he's been working on it for longer than Neuro because it was just kind of delayed because, well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It was a joke milestone too. Well, that's unfortunate. We really got abandoned archive before GTA 6. We did. We did. Goodness. We're getting Half-Life 3 before GTA 6. Oh my lord. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if they delayed it, right? They delayed GTA 6. Am I right in thinking that? I feel like they delayed it. I can't remember. I'm the thing is, I must be honest with you all. I'm not really a gamer. I don't play games in general. Like the only games that I play are the ones that I play on stream. So I don't know anything about anything. Gamer, I never claimed to be one. To be fair, like nobody turns up to my streams for gaming content. Let's be real. None of us are here for that, including me. But sometimes I want to play House Flipper, which is a game that came out in like 2015. So yeah. That is true. You do turn up to all of my House Flipper streams, Lankari, and I appreciate that. I'm turning up to this stream for gaming content. Oh, excellent. This is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I want. I think everybody should be turning up to my streams for gaming content. You know, like all of the gaming content that I'm doing right now. Also, I'm gonna give a shout out. I'm gonna be threatening, and I'm gonna give a shout out to Maximilian, who is the friend that I was hanging out with on voice chat before I started streaming. Thank you for hanging out with me. If you like a mixture of like sometimes 3D modeling and sometimes gaming, if you are actually in fact a gamer, go and check out Maximilian's streams, my fellow British. Play Balatro on stream. I don't even know what Balatro is actually. I don't know what Balatro is. I hope for more GeoGuessr. Okay, to be fair, I do like GeoGuessr, but GeoGuessr's weird because it doesn't really feel like a game, you know? Like sometimes I just wander around on Google Maps and it feels like I'm doing that, but I'm just trying to work out where I am on Google Maps. So, yeah. I don't know. She doesn't know? What don't I know? What don't I know? I'm scared. Oh, about Balatro? Yeah, I don't know anything. I don't know in general, to be fair. That's like a valid general statement. She doesn't know. I don't know anything. I also used to wander around on Google Maps before GeoGuessr. Yeah, right. Right. Sometimes I just want to go and look at things, but I don't want to leave the house, you know, because it's too much sensory overload. I have to crawl off now, but I wanted to at least check back in after lurking. I hope you're having a good time. Thank you. Thank you. I hope the rest of your day goes well. I hope things are good. And you got to head out as well, CDM. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. I hope the rest of your day goes well too. Balatro is so fun. I have it on every device. I see. Poker game where you get to stack the deck against the house until the house asks $1 billion as a starting call. Oh, I see. I feel like I'd be really bad at that. I'm bad at the maths. I'd be terrible at it. Socratic paradox. He knows that he doesn't know. Oh dear. Oh, it does the math for you. Oh. Oh, okay. I wonder how that would work. I will consider it. I will consider it. I have a massive backlog of games that I need to play eventually. Like my Steam library, I think is like, because I had a phase of like I want to support charity in a way where I kind of get something out of it. So I would regularly do Humble Bundle, and then I'd never play anything in the Humble Bundle. And also the Yogscast bundles as well, like the Jingle Jam bundles. Yeah, those. I used to get those like pretty much every year and then never played the games in them. Which, speaking of which, everybody, did you know that I'm part of Jingle Jam this year? We're gonna be playing some games and talking some science and talking about autism. Lots of autism. because we're raising money for Autistica, which is a participatory research and intervention charity for autistic people in the UK. Extremely cool, extremely fun. I'm excited. I hope we can raise some good money for a good cause. Also, like, I know people, like, it turns out, I didn't realize this. I know quite a lot of people that have done research and interventions with Autistica, which is really funny, like, you know, professionally. So I like mentioned it in passing to one of my colleagues, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I know this person who like co-developed an intervention with them." And I was like, "What?" And then I was talking to another person and I mentioned it again, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I know this person who was a researcher who involved in a participatory project on this thing." And I was like, "What?" Huh? So that's pretty cool. I'm excited. I'm excited. Autistic science, I know. There's so many scientists that are like really, really neurodivergent. It's very funny. It's very funny. Makes me happy. But yeah, this is science specifically to help autistic people. So that's fun. Employment program stuff. I need this. Yeah, they've got really good resources. They've also got like an app. Basically, I think one of the main things that they fund for during Jingle Jam is like access to an app. Like it's helping autistic people access an app that gives them like tailored well-being advice, and it's like, you know, because like there's a lot of generic well-being advice. And when I say generic, I don't mean that it's like not evidence-based. It's evidence-based, but based on neurotypicals. So it will be like, if you are stressed, go and hang out with a group of friends. And like that's not necessarily always the right thing for an autistic person. Like so you need to know the difference between like I need to be around people versus I am actually having sensory overload and I need to go into a dark room and put a weighted blanket over the top of me and just exist there for an hour and then I'll feel better. Um, if you were stressed, go outside. Ah, sunlight hurts. Exactly. Exactly. Um, so yeah, a big part of what they're doing is raising money to get those evidence-based but also tailored well-being tips out to autistic people so that they can benefit from them. In general, yeah, they also do the employment program stuff, so to help autistic people find and stay in employment. They do a range of really cool stuff. And like the things that they choose to do are all led by autistic people themselves. So like it's one of those things. They reached out to me, which I'm very, very grateful for. Incredibly cool. And I did a lot of background digging into them because I get nervous about autism charities, to be completely honest. And yeah, I saw what they were doing and I realized that they're pretty cool. So we're jingle jamming for them. So there's going to be a lot of streams, more than normal, between the 1st and the 14th of December. And if you plan to get the if you plan to get the Jingle Jam Games bundle, maybe you would consider doing it through my Tiltify page. Maybe make me happy if you did. Anyway, yeah. So let's. Oh, you think you've read some research by these people? Names seem familiar. Yeah, quite a few people that work with them are actually pretty. They do some pretty substantial work. I recognized a couple of names from like neurodiversity research. So I tried going outside and it gave me so much serotonin that I ended up emotional. I cried like a baby watching a video about Cassidy. This reminds me, I'm currently obsessed. There's like a Teto cover of Hardware Store by Weird Al Yankovic, and I'm genuinely obsessed with it. I can't stop watching it. Like it's not even just the cover's good, but then like the video is so good. Yeah, it's so good. Let's go, you know. It's so good. I usually grab Jingle Jam day one, but I'll wait till your Tiltify link is up. Thank you. I think I'm gonna go live like an hour or two after it launches anyway. Because I want to do like an introductory thing where I actually tell people more about Autistica and what they do, and maybe we might have a guest for it. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But the plushie going through the hardware store, yeah, it's so good. I love it so much. I love it so much. Anyway, sorry, we're getting really off topic. Again. There is no surprises here. Oh, my things are breaking. Okay. So, hang on. Okay. So, section 3, related work and research questions. In recent years, the phenomenon of VTubers has garnered considerable attention, with several studies exploring the intricacies of human-driven VTubers and their audience. These studies have provided valuable insights into various aspects that characterize the VTuber landscape. By examining these findings, we can better understand the dynamics at play in human-driven VTubing, which serves as a foundation for our exploration into AI-driven VTubers. Building on this existing body of knowledge, we propose our research questions that investigate the viewers of AI-driven VTubers. Part 1, viewer motivations and expectations. Okay. Understanding viewer motivations and expectations is fundamental to comprehending the appeal and potential of VTubers. Numerous prior studies have explored viewer motivations and expectations for human-driven VTubers, emphasizing their differences from traditional human streamers. Research on VTubers has studied the attractive points driving viewer engagement, including social connection, entertainment, and community. Key attractions are the anime-inspired aesthetic. Yes. The anime-inspired aesthetics of VTubers. Okay, I get it. I'm weird. Okay, I get it. You don't need to remind me that I'm weird. Okay. Oh, I'm being attacked. Adventure Time's an anime, didn't you hear? So true. It's anime by the Japanese definition. It's animated, therefore it's anime. My Yoshi is so strange. Oh no. In more ways than one. Adventure Time's a Western anime. Exactly. Okay. So, research on VTubers has studied the attractive points driving viewer engagement, including social connection, entertainment, and community. Key attractions are the anime-inspired aesthetics and curated personalities, which foster parasocial relationships. I don't have a curated personality either. I'm broken. I'm officially broken as a VTuber. Why are you all here? Oh no. Viewers seek social and emotional gratification, finding a sense of belonging in VTuber communities. The interactive nature of live streaming enhances the personal connections, offering a comfortable social outlet for those with social anxiety and alleviating loneliness or stress. There's a positive correlation between parasocial attachment to VTubers and stress relief, particularly during social isolation. Fans contribute to the community by creating and sharing content, enriching the VTubers' collective identity. Yeah. I mean, all of this does make sense, to be fair. Like, this is what I meant when I said earlier, like, parasocial relationships, parasocial attachment, like, a lot of the times in VTubing, it's talked about in a negative sense, but there's actually a lot of benefits to it. If somebody's struggling to form like a reciprocal social attachment, then a parasocial attachment can kind of act as a buffer until they can form those connections again. But on top of that, there is obviously the genuine social connections that form amongst friends within a community. So, like, you know, you might never be friends with the VTuber themselves, but you could become genuine friends with other people who watch the VTuber as well. You know, that's even happened to me. Like, I've got a bunch of friends that I wouldn't have had if I didn't watch certain streamers. So, yeah. A fun fact is that I love King of the Hill. A fun fact I love is that King of the Hill is really popular in Japan, and the fans of the show universally prefer the original English VAs with subs versus the Japanese dub. That's so interesting, but also it doesn't surprise me. I do feel like, in general, media is just a bit more enjoyable in the language it was meant to be experienced in, to be honest. Like, there's always something a bit jarring to me when, like, the dub doesn't quite match up with the lip movement, for example. Not quite right. Yeah. Because science, yap, and autism recognition, your type of autism is way closer to mine and that of many others. This is true. This is very true. I think one time I polled the community and I was like, how many of you have a background in STEM? And also, how many of you are neurodivergent? And it was like the majority. The majority of my viewers are neurodivergent people in STEM. And the ones who aren't A lot of them are either neurodivergent or in STEM. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm still a small streamer, Lancurry. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Let's be honest, it's not exactly like I don't know the people in the community. Although my brain isn't working very well at the minute, so I am forgetting. I am forgetting things. Okay. So small VTuber is a mindset. Okay. The interactive nature of live streaming enhances personal connections, offering a comfortable social outlet for those with social anxiety. We've already gone through this. Fans contribute to the community by creating and sharing content, enriching the VTuber's collective identity. Yeah. The collective identity of the community is a big part of any streaming, I think. Yeah. VTuber's appeal lies in the blend of virtual embodiment and the performer's personality. The cuteness aesthetics initially attract viewers, but the performer's humour, skills, and engaging content are also influential. The virtual avatar provides anonymity and freedom, enabling unique and creative performances not possible in traditional live streaming. Furthermore, VTuber's adoption of virtual personas and avatars creates a distinct set of behavioural norms and expectations. For example, viewers might exhibit greater tolerance for the bad behaviours, such as being stupid, quote unquote, or even offensive language from a VTuber, perceiving it as part of the character's performance rather than reflection of the actor behind the avatar. Interesting point. These studies provide a solid foundation for understanding VTuber viewers. However, AI-driven VTubers introduce new dynamics which may alter the viewer's experience and engagement in distinct ways. The behaviors of AI VTubers can differ significantly. For example, their quote-unquote bad behaviors can include those that arise from back-end AI issues, such as incoherent tangents, repetitive content, and hallucinations. Consequently, it's crucial to determine which findings remain applicable to AI VTubers and which aspects differ. Thus, building on the established understanding of human-driven VTubers, we propose the following research questions for AI-driven VTubers. What do viewers consider to be the attractive attributes of AI-driven VTubers? And 1B, how do viewers perceive the inappropriate, irregular, or other AI-driven quirky behaviors, also known as bad behaviors, of an AI-driven VTuber? Yeah. I think these are very good questions, to be honest. And they're things that I think about quite a lot. Like, especially the previous paper that we read talked about how viewers often kind of disregard the quirky behaviors as just being part of the personality, like that it's part of the entertainment. It's just like how chaotic and spontaneous it is. So yeah, that's fun. That's cool. Thank you for the follow, Adwand. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. Not diagnosed as neurodivergent, but I have an interest in STEM. That said, I play automation games, and given the Venn diagram of automation game fans and neurodivergent gamers being is essentially a circle. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have a diagnosis to be neurodivergent. Like, a diagnosis confirms that you're neurodivergent, but not everybody, it's like a spectrum, right? Not everybody would end up with a diagnosis. Some people would also be they'd be slightly below the clinical cutoff, but they still have all of the experiences and signs. So, that's the thing. Don't self-diagnose though, but neurodivergent isn't a diagnosis, it's an identity. Hi, not Shumi. Welcome. Human part is impossible for to AI VTubers like Neuro-sama. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting way to think about it and contrast it, right? Yeah. Okay, there's going to be an ad in a couple of minutes. So once again, we're going to take this time to get up and stretch. Go get yourself a drink if you require it. Take a break. Get away from the screen. It's healthy to do that sometimes. And I will be back in a few minutes, approximately 4 minutes. I'm going to eat some food as well because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm going to have a snack. So I will see you all in a few minutes. Hello. That was very fun. That was very fun. I saw you all. I see you all vibing. Hi, Kyonko. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're good. I see you all vibing. I see you all. Thank you for the lab safety reg to check in, Lancuri. Thank you. Hydrate. Thank you. You know, I actually just hydrated. I was like, what can I eat in 4 minutes? So I had like a few spoons of beans, and now I've got some cashew nuts that I will do a small snack on every now and then. I like cashew nuts. I'm a healthy streamer, you know? I'm a healthy streamer with my beans and my nuts. None of this bad food. Okay. As the embodiment of flatulence, I'm obligated to say I approve of me. Oh, Margoose, I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite you. Yeah, I made a lasagna the other day. This might be offensive to somebody. If somebody finds this offensive, I'm really sorry. The other day I made a lasagna, but I put beans in it. I put kidney beans in it. So it had like, like like the like vegan mince. It did have that, but also I put in kidney beans, and I put in spinach, and what was the other thing? Red, like a mixture of like red, yellow, and green bell peppers. Yes. This is an average dinner for me. What are kidney beans? The name scares me. They're beans that look like little kidneys. Does that not go without saying? Like, that's that. Beans. Yes. What do you know about emerging consciousness in a complex system? Basically nothing, to be completely honest with you, because I'm not really like I don't know much about consciousness. I know about social processes, if that makes sense. Like, I know about how things interact with each other. I know how people interact with each other. I know a little bit about how people interact with AI systems. I know how groups interact with each other. I don't really know that much about like the development of anything really, and any kind of mental process. I wouldn't know how it develops because I'm not a developmental psychologist. I'm telling Garfield. You made it into a southwestern lasagna. Is that a thing? I didn't even realize that was a thing. Wow. Hi Arianos. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. As an Italian, I'm offended. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're perfectly okay with them. I was just scared you meant a can of like Heinz beans. I'm not that bad. Come on. I know I'm British, but that's excessive. No, my do. Okay, can I tell you all the secret? Can I tell you all the secret? Can I tell you all the secret? Come, I feel bad. Come closer. The secret. This is my confession. I actually don't like Heinz beans that much. I don't like Heinz beans that much. I really like them when they're on a jacket potato or on toast or in a Greg's breakfast bake. But just like as a concept, I'm not that mad on them. Like when I have them on something, like on a potato or on a when I have them on a potato or on toast, I have to put extra things with them. You know, I have to like put spinach in it. I have to put a lot of hot sauce on it. I have to re-season them because like the sauce is too sweet and I really don't like it actually. Like the beans themselves, I love them, but like I don't want the tomato sauce. I want the beans. Um, this is my admission of guilt. When I say I like beans, like my favorite beans are black beans. I really like. I do like yeah, like I like pinto beans. I like Borlotti beans, you know, but I'm not mad on them when they're in sauce. I just like putting them in things and sometimes just Sometimes I just, you know, just eat them as a snack, like with a bit of hot sauce, with a spoon, because like they're good, they're yummy. Or sometimes I'll like eat the dip with a spoon. I also like hummus. This isn't like just beans. I'm also like a pulses and legumes enjoyer. So like lentils, split peas, normal peas, you know, chickpeas, all of the above. I like all of them, but I'm not that big on Heinz beans. I'm sorry. I'm fake British. Uh, I'm sorry, everybody. Oh dear. Okay. Um, there's people in the southwestern part of the US that will use ingredients that you'd see in Tex-Mex food, and it's fantastic. Horribly offensive to Italians, but fantastic food. I can imagine it being good, actually. I can imagine it being good. I put hot sauce in everything. Psydere interviews Vedal stream. Psydere dev stream. I actually did do. I used to do a couple of like. They were really bad, but when I was still doing my PhD, I used to do like R coding streams when I needed to write my analysis scripts. So there are actually VODs of R coding dev streams out there. Just don't watch them because they're really bad. Because like I get really bad um like stage fright when I'm coding in front of people and I just forget everything. So it was really bad. Oh dear. The UK government is processing the expulsion of your citizenship as I type. I'm sorry. No! It's so over. It's so over. That's it. I'm running away. I'm fleeing as a refugee to the Isle of Man. They'll give me their own version of British citizenship, right? They don't need beans. Oh dear. It's not confession worthy. I mean, it is if I'm British. We find you not guilty. Thank you. Thank you. In Destiny, there's massive collections of dark matter within solar systems that pull around specific planets, and because of the complexity of the gravity, have become conscious over the course of millions of years. That's wild. That's kind of cool though. On-stream coding's hard, at least based on what I'm seeing. Honestly, it's like basically impossible. World, hello, right? Genuinely, like I forgot every package I've ever used. I forgot every piece of syntax that I've ever known. I forgot how to structure things. I needed basically tutoring. It was really sad. And then I went off stream, and then I like wrote the exact same thing that I was trying to do on stream in 20 minutes. But like I finished the whole script rather than just doing a little bit of it. Yeah. Please excuse me while I eat my cashew nut. I desire more Psydere coding streams. I live in fear. I want to make a game though. It's been on my bucket list to make like a Ren'Py game. You know, like one of the visual novels. That's on my bucket list of things that I want to do one day. So maybe one day. Also had warnings about doing maths on stream. I would not do that. Ever. I haven't done maths, like maths, since I was about 15. So I would not do it. Okay. Right. VTuber's virtual persona. Section 3.2. The virtual persona, a crafted identity, is a crucial aspect of a VTuber, forming the foundation of a streamer's appeal and engagement with their audience. Thus, understanding how viewers perceive this persona is essential for comprehending VTuber audiences, and numerous studies have focused on this topic. Academic research highlights that authenticity for a VTuber does not necessarily mean exposing the performer's real-world self. Instead, it involves consistently and convincingly portraying their virtual character. This requires a continuous effort to synchronize voice and actions with the avatar's established persona. Ren Python. We could do. I mean, another pronunciation thing. Ren Pi or Ren P. I always pronounce it as the latter. I swear it's Pi because it's like Python, right? Yeah. Okay. For many viewers, the clear distinction between the virtual persona and the persona of the Nakanohito offers unique performative opportunities. As a result, many VTubers make a concerted effort to maintain this distinction. However, recent research challenges the idea that strict alignment of the virtual persona is always essential for success. Case study on the VTuber group Flave. I've actually never heard of them. Interesting. Reveals that rather than universally disrupting the immersive experience, connecting the virtual and real persona can actually enhance fan engagement. Does anyone know anything about Flave? Thank you for the hydrate, Lankuri. I'm also going to eat some cashew nuts. Most VTuber research is done in China so far, I think. So maybe it's a group from there. Maybe. Never heard of them? Never heard of them? Okay. Am I just saying it completely wrong? I might be saying it completely wrong. Korean boy band. Oh, okay. Interesting. Wait, are they the ones that are like, are they the ones? Do you want me to? I should highlight it. Here. Slave. Are they the ones where like, it's basically like, it's like, there are actual idols making up this group, but they all have a virtual persona, but they haven't formally announced who is who, but people have worked it out, and basically they're all people that were big K-pop stars at some point, but they've kind of like aged out of it. So this is now a way to maintain their activities whilst maintaining a youthful persona despite being, no, I mean, I'm sure a K-pop idol is like the ripe old age of 25. That's just gorillas again. Yeah, it is basically just gorillas again. But are gorillas VTubers? This is the question. They're unhinged? Interesting. They've achieved hag status. Me too. They don't stream. This is true. But then you don't need to stream to be a VTuber. You just need the audience interaction, I reckon. Gorillas was pre-rendered, so I'd say no. Oh, true, actually. Yeah, and they didn't. Yeah, now that I say it, they didn't have like fan interaction in the same way as a VTuber does. So, yeah. It would be cool if they became VTubers, though. Can you imagine? That'd be pretty cool. Technically, they kind of do. They have live shows that are on YouTube, TV, etc. Okay. I would say that they're VTubers then. Yeah, I agree that they're a VTuber group. Okay. But yeah, connecting the virtual and real persona can actually enhance fan engagement. So my I think I have read about these guys. So I think if I remember correctly, I read that at first like they kept their identities a secret, and then eventually people worked out who they were, and then it kind of shifted so that like people who were fans of the idol when they were younger and active as an idol, like they kind of followed them, and then they realized maybe we shouldn't just like hide who it is, like we can just be open about it. I don't know how it enhanced the fan engagement though. That's me with Senzawa. Yeah, right? Right? I always say like my first VTuber that I seriously watched was you can all laugh at me for this if you want. The first VTuber that I seriously watched was Rainho. Might not be what you expect from me, but like she was the first one who like I started watching regularly on stream. But that's not entirely true to say that she was my first VTuber, because I did always watch Senzawa content. But I didn't watch streams. But I did watch like videos. Hi Shirashu, hi, welcome, welcome. Yeah, science VTuber. Yeah, I am in fact a real scientist. As of the other day, I officially am a PhD wielding scientist. On the other hand, Sea Dog, yeah, I know. Rainho makes sense. I found Reinho from Sea Dog. Yeah, that was how I went down the pipeline as well. Like, I was watching Connor because, like, you know, millennial female weeb. Of course, I was watching Connor. um, but yeah, and then she did a collab. I think I've kind of seen clips every now and then of like Connor collabing with Mouse, but like, I was like not really. I don't know. At the time, like it just didn't. It just I just didn't get it. And then I saw Connor collabing with Reinho, and that was like for some reason like that was the dynamic that hooked me in. Like I found them so funny together. Yeah. Uh, that is left field. Did you get the email? Did you send the email that finally legally got you your PhD? I did indeed. My paperwork is all cleared. I am officially the PhD person. Yes. Yippee! Yeah, Dr. Psydere. Yippee! Oh, this is a crazy song to announce that. You're right, that is. Oh, dear. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, I'm gonna be. I think technically you're not meant to say you're officially legally a doctor until you've graduated, but like I am definitely graduating. I've got my date. It's I'm a doctor plus or minus 1 month, you know. So yeah, you're a doctor. I have this annoying pain in my joints. I was wondering if you. Oh dear. I've only heard the English version, so I had to double take. I've only heard the Japanese version. I didn't even know there's an English version. VTuber using the word graduate is dangerous. Oh, if you don't think I have an entire thing planned. Renamed to Psydere Doctor. I have been, part of me was contemplating, like, should I start calling myself, like, Psydere PhD or Dr. Psydere, but I don't really want to. I don't really want to. I'm still Psydere. I haven't fundamentally changed just because now I've got a bit of paper that confirms I can, in fact, do a science. You're going to be Dr. Psy literally meaning psychology. Dr. Psychology, the CEO of psychology. It's true. I am John Psychology, in fact. I am Dr. John Psychology. That's me. Oh. I would personally be opposed to that change. Yeah, I'm not going to change anything. I'm still myself. I'm still a silly sausage. Just a mildly more qualified one. I'm officially overqualified to be a VTuber, I think. Oh dear. Taking all the Daleks. It's me, I'm the doctor. Let's be honest. I would not be a good Time Lord. I would be one of the average people that wasn't paying attention and gets turned into a gas mask face. Like, that would be me. Are you my mummy? Oh dear. You've touched too much grass, remove the VTuber tag. It's true. It's true. I do, in fact, sometimes cancel my streams because I want to go outside. But today, the bad coffee that I got was because I went outside, so joke's on me. Yeah. Being overqualified for the job you're doing is the quintessential millennial experience. This is so true. It's true and it hurts and I don't like it. I'm in this image and I don't like it. Just coming outside cannabis to see Twilight. Don't out me like this. Look, it's a bit, okay? I swear, Twilight's a bit. I'm doing it for the bit. I bought a cinema pass to go and see all of the Twilight films for the bit. I swear, okay? Okay. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Welcome in, IRL and I. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay, paper. We read the paper now. Okay, right. So, for many viewers, the clear distinction between a virtual persona and the persona of the Nakanohito offers unique performative opportunities. However, maybe not anymore. Clave is a good example. On the other hand, the virtual persona may not be fixed. While many VTubers start with a predefined character concept, studies show that the persona often evolves over time. During lengthy unscripted live streams, the streamer's own personality may begin to surface, leading to deviations from the original character framework as they interact with their audience and develop their unique style. Or, like me, people just start streaming as themselves. There is no persona. I am unfortunately just like this. Oh dear. It's a bit. The bit is that she just wanted to watch Twilight. I swear it's a bit. I'm not enjoying it. Yeah, see? Mylin's backing me up. I've seen Sai's reactions to the movies. She's not doing it for her mental health. I do not enjoy these movies, okay? The only one that I found tolerable so far was the third one. And even then, there were many things in it that I found actively disturbing. So... Oh dear. I go watch bad movies too. It can be fun, exactly. I'm going for a laugh. I'm going to laugh at the film, you know? And I get content out of it, so it's not all bad. Stream brain. I'm putting myself through suffering for content. I prefer VTubers who stream as themselves. Me too. I'm not very good at like keeping up with the persona also. Like it's I don't know, I struggle with it a bit. Let's have a great appreciation to the idol space for making VTubing more common. See, okay, the bit of the idol stuff that I like is like the performances. So I'm gonna be so real with you all. I saw Phoebe-chan perform at Bexpo. Incredible. Like that performance was genuinely so good. Like I think about it at least once a week. You know, it was really good. Really good. That bit of it I like, but the more like the culturally idol stuff, you know, like putting them on a pedestal and a bit like keeping up with everything that they do and buying all of their merch and stuff like that. That I find I struggle with that bit a bit. That's not really my thing, to be honest. I buy merch of my friends basically. Like I will buy my friends merch and plus a few rare exceptions. So you know, I have a bit of like neuro merch. I have a fair bit of neuro merch actually. I have all of the plushies. I have, but like when I buy merch, very rarely do I buy official merch. Normally I buy like artist merch because I like supporting the artists. So I'll buy art from the artists of a VTuber that I like. That's more how I think about it. But yeah, I only have a few bits of official merch. I have the Neuro and Pedal plushies. I have Neuro and Evil and Vedal plushies. And I have a Ellie Minibot desk mat. And I've ordered the slippers as well. Because the slippers are cute and I want the slippers. Do I have anything else official? I'm thinking. I also have I got something else and I can't remember what. I have something else, but it's genuinely gone out of my brain what it is. So, yeah. Parasocial with my friends. I just like supporting people that I care about, you know? Vedal's obviously a big fan of idol culture. Vedal is my idol Oshi. Clearly. Can you imagine? Imagine if people acted like that towards streamers that are literally just like normal people. That they do. That's the worst part. I'm gonna not talk about that. Yeah, it's not my thing personally. I'm like I'm not very like I'm not inclined to kind of look up to people like that. Like I have a pretty flat view of hierarchies. I'm not very good at working out my place in them either. So I've never really thought of people like that. I more have people that like I think what they're doing is cool and I want to support it. And those are normally the people that I buy merch of. Yeah. Or also I only buy merch if I actually like it. I'm so fussy with what I buy. I don't like this is sorry, this is going on such a tangent. In general, I just don't like buying things. Like I don't know why. I just am a bit of a I'm a bit more like minimalistic inclined, I guess. I like having too much stuff overwhelms me, which is why I'm very, very selective about what I buy when I do buy stuff. Yeah. Okay, that's enough of that tangent probably now. Probably enough of that tangent. I wonder how many VTubers set up lore and personalities that are close to their own to handle the inevitable bleed over between the two. I think probably most. Well, I think it depends on whether it's corporate or indie. Yeah, I think it probably depends on the context. If I'm honest with myself, I want the Neuro lava lamp. I wasn't mad on the lava lamp, but like if they ever do the evil plasma globe, I'm so on that. Like I love plasma globes. They're so cool. I want one. I have probably 10 plus makeshift plushies, not including the dupes. Ooh, nice. I'm pretty bad with plushies, admittedly. That's like one of the things I do allow myself to purchase. Hi, Sango! Oh my gosh, hi! How are you? It's been a while. How are you doing? Hi. Do you know I am no way sarcastic? I love both reading the paper and hearing the tangents. Okay, I'm glad. Glad. I know the tangents are a bit random. So hi, Yasoth. Hi. Yasoth off, even. Hello, hello. Understandable, thank you. I want the evil drone that launches ice cream. This is so valid. I also would love that, but only if it's dairy-free ice cream so that it doesn't actually kill me. I got my lava lamp and it's great when I can actually be home for a stream. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. It must be so nice. But like, I'm not really a lava lamp person. Yeah, so I just was like, nah, not feeling it. I'm good. Just started a new job 3 weeks ago. Let's go. Let's go. I hope it's going well. I hope it's going well. If they're in the Neuroverse, I get the plushie most of the time. Nice. I would love to, but I missed some of them because like quite a lot of them came out while I was on a grad student budget, so I couldn't afford them when they came out, and now I've missed them, and I just look sadly. Um, yeah, yeah. And then some of the other ones, like I just don't have anywhere to put it, or um, sometimes I just miss it because I'm busy. It's like especially the makeshift ones where there's like where it's like a time limited thing. If it's a time limited thing, basically I'm not getting it. I will miss it unless I happen to be right there at the moment where it is announced and I am not doing something at that moment. I'm not getting it because I'm missing it because I'm busy doing other stuff, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Neuro lava lamp. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a neuro lava lamp where the color of the lava lamp is like synchronized with a lava lamp that so basically she has like an AI lava lamp where she controls the color of the lava lamp that's on the stream. So it's like a PNG that changes color. Or like a GIF, an animation of something. It changes color. And then if you've got a physical lava lamp, you hook it up to an app and then it changes color to synchronize with the stream. Yeah. Very cute. Very cute. Once I'm trained up at my job, I'll transition to the third shift and then I'll be able to see streams again. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you can get there quickly. I hope you can be trained and get back to seeing things. Have you seen the room review where someone had like 50 evil plushies? I have not. That's incredibly based. Me if I had more space. The other thing for me is that like I'm in a really, really small apartment, to be honest. Like not not like horrifically small, but it's like small and the layout is such that I don't have much storage. So trained like Uma Musume? Yes. Neuro is actually just Uma Musume. This is the whole paper summarized now. Good. Thanks. Bye. Oh, thank you for the hydrate as well. Okay. We get not sure how to feel about. They were place like they were doing some occult ceremony? That's horrifying. That's very funny. It needs to sell Neuro Roombas that synchronize with Neuro's 3D model. That would be very funny as well. I would watch that. I would buy that even. The thing is, okay, I really like merch that's useful. Okay, that's my thing. I wish there was more useful VTuber merch. So like Ellie's code bug slippers, I jumped straight on those because I needed slippers anyway. And if I'm gonna get slippers, like they're cute, they're really cute. So if I'm gonna get slippers anyway, why not get those ones? That's the thing. I like useful things. I want more like bath towels. I want tea towels. Why are there no VTuber tea towels? I would buy VTuber tea towels. There you go. Someone can go and turn that into a business. Take it away. Go do it. Neuro toilet. Here's a fun fact. I think I might have said this before. Here's a fun fact. When the Neuro toilet, the concept like keychains that he shared of him in the toilet. When he shared that on stream, I actually got timed out for doing all caps spam because I was like, I need it, I need it, I need it, I need it. Give us it, give us it. I need it. And then I got timed out. And that's the only time I've ever been timed out on any stream ever. So, yeah, my Oshi is not well behaved, I know. It's so bad, I'm sorry. Sorry. I would buy the Neuro toilet. Actually, would I buy the Neuro toilet? Actually, that sounds threatening. Psydere tea towels when I would actually do that. If I can get set up with some kind of like merch producer that makes tea towels, I would do that. Maybe I'm too American, but what's a tea towel? It's like it's a small um um how do I describe a tea towel? Do they have another name? Do you call a tea towel in America r/ask Americans? This is clearly the answer. A dish towel or rag or a drying towel or rag. Yeah. Yeah, a dish rag. So it's like I would say it's approximately the size of those little like towels that you sometimes get in hotels to put on the floor. You know? Approximately that size, but it's not like a plush kind of like you know how they have like normal bath towels have like a texture? It doesn't have a texture. It's just like fabric, like plain fabric. But normally they're printed. Yeah. Hi Ariana! Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the resub. What the heck? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Wait. There we go. Shout out for you. If you like watching weird science projects on handcam done by a nice VTuber, you should go and check out Oriana. I love her streams so much. They're so fun. What were we doing the other day? Like a brain interface or something wacky like that? And then should I tell them about the crayons? Maybe I shouldn't tell them about the crayons. Go and find out about the crayons. Go follow Oriana. You're missing out if you don't already. Oh, I'll let them go find out about the crayons themselves. It was a legitimate scientific project, okay? Oh, yeah, Twitch chat cognitive connection. It was so cool. I didn't manage to finish it. I fell asleep. I fell asleep because unfortunately I am in British time zone and therefore I fall asleep regularly during call stream. But it was so cool. It was so fun. Okay, is this the crayon person? Yes. Look, we all end up with names. We all end up being known for certain things. It might be the crayons, you, Oriana. It might be the crayon. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So back to the paper. Stop distracting me, everyone. My only issue with Ori is that she always streams right when I have to drive home from work, which is like a 1.5-hour drive. At least you can listen, I guess. Also, that's a long drive. What the heck? That's a long drive. My issue is that the streams are late, my time zone, and I fall asleep. Basically, the rule for me is that if I can raid into someone, then that probably means that they stream when I'm asleep, normally. So, or when I'm going to bed and not watching streams. So, yeah. Sad. Oh well. Imagine being British. Wah, wah, wah. Typical American commute, that's wild. I would not do that. I do a 1.5-hour train journey, but I couldn't cope with a drive. Like, I'm not legally allowed to drive anyway. I've been banned for being a menace to society, but like, even if I could not keep focus for 1.5 hours. I'd need to have like multiple rest stops over 1.5 hours. Like 1.5 hours would probably take me 3, you know? Got banned from driving for cat spam. It's so true. It's so true. Oh. Hi Ty! Hi. My commute is like 15 minutes, assuming I'm going to the office in the first place. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, if I'm going, like, when I was working in an office, I never had a commute that was more than an hour and it would always be on public transport. And normally a big chunk of the hour would be waiting to change different types of public transport or like making a connection on a public transport route. So yeah. Anyway, like I said, paper. Shall we paper now? Yes, let's paper. Okay, so for many, I swear I've read this. I've read this 4 times already. Okay, we get it. Okay, yes. So building on the established understanding of human-driven VTubers, we propose the following research question for AI-driven VTubers. How do viewers perceive the consistency and evolution of the virtual personas of AI-driven VTubers? Given that AI VTubers possess only a virtual persona without a real-world identity from the Nakanohiso, it's intriguing to explore how the findings may be similar or different from the studies of human-driven VTubers. Oh, my thing's breaking. Okay. Where do we go? Okay. 3.3 concerns about the Nakanohito model. This is where we get spicy. This is where we this is where we get interesting. Okay. The Nakanohito is the most crucial part of a VTuber. While some early studies suggest that certain viewers might not mind a change in the Nakanohito, numerous examples show that the Nakanohito is essential to the VTuber's identity. Replacing them often leads to the VTuber's downfall. You know, I feel like it's quite similar to like when you replace a voice actor. It's like a more intense version of when you replace a voice actor or like an actor in a show, right? So like often you can tell when they replace the voice actor very, very clearly. I think that voice is just such a big part of how we identify people. But then it's like the double layer of voice and personality seeping through. Like when they change when like this is such a bit of a silly example, but like when they changed wait, actually, am I thinking of this right? There was one character in like a you know all of those shows that people used to watch as a kid that like were Western dubs of anime. So, you know, like Pokemon and Digimon and stuff like that. They replaced one of the voice actors in that. I think it was Jesse. I have a feeling that the original voice actor passed away. And then they replaced the voice actor. And she just didn't sound the same. And she just didn't seem like the same character anymore. Jessie from Pokemon. I think I'm thinking right. I might be wrong. Yeah. Replacing the voice actor is one thing. Replacing the talent of a VTuber is like completely rewriting the VTuber's personality. Yeah, exactly, right? It just doesn't work in the same way. Because even if they manage to get the voice exactly right, even if they keep doing the same content, even if they on paper react in the same ways, there's still going to be subtle differences in the way that they're interacting with chat, for example. Like it's never going to be exactly the same. Yeah. So, this complete reliance on a human operator raises significant concerns and risks. Researchers identified several challenges associated with the Nakanohito model. The central challenge is the demanding management of a dual identity. This involves a deliberate disembodiment often maintained to preserve the avatar's perfect image, which can require the performer to engage in inflated sexual expressions to meet audience expectations. um, um, maybe for specific types of VTubers. Not me, I'm perfectly say so. This curated performance, a means of presenting a part of the Nakanohito's real self, is characterized by intensive emotional labor to cultivate and manage parasocial relationships where the psychological toll of this continuous emotional output is significant, frequently leading to burnout. Yeah, like the sexual thing seems a bit out of left field. Where did that come from? It's like there's citations for it. I'm confused. This isn't going to work because I'm on. Oh wait, no, it might do. Let's see. Let's have a look. What is number 11? Number 11 is Julio Cesar Valente Ferraria and colleagues. 2024 VTuber Concept Review: A New Frontier in Virtual Entertainment in Proceedings of the 24th Symposium on Virtual and Augmented Reality in Brazil. Okay. And then 51 is I don't Kian Wan. I'm probably not saying that right. And Jikong Lu, 2024, investigating VTubers of reconstruction of streamer self-presentation, identity, performance, and gender. And that was presented in the proceedings of the ACM Human-Computer Interaction 8. Okay, so they're both conference proceedings. As one of the few VTuber papers, they argue that VTubers tend to lean into that more because their models are static. It's an interesting argument to make, but I feel like that's based on a very small sample. Although some of the VTubers that they interview said that that's why their models had exaggerated proportions. Interesting. I see. Yeah, that's definitely, I can get that, but I do also feel like that's probably some kind of sampling bias, surely. Surely that's some kind of sampling bias. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in, Agnes. Thank you, thank you. And also Ty, sorry I didn't say that when you did it. Thank you. We listened to 1,000 hours of VL or Patreon content to write this paragraph. It was essential that we charged the membership to the research grant. That's really funny. Yo, that's kind of that. I'm not. That's don't do that. That's fraud. But also, if somebody were to do that, that's kind of funny. This is cherry picked thing. Like there are lewd tubers and VTubers that do lean into the over sexualization, but it's not an industry standard thing. Yeah, exactly. Although to be fair, I do feel like there was a period of time where there was a lot more of that. And I feel like in the last couple of years, it's toned down. I don't know. The context was performance of gender, so a very specific line of questioning. Okay, I understand. Even then, though, like, I don't know. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like the way that they've cited it has probably been taken out of context. I think that this sentence, to be honest, I would change it to be like, this can involve a deliberate disembodiment. So I would basically change it. I would get rid of this. Hello. Uh-oh, Zotero's crashed. There we go. I would get rid of like this last bit about the sexual performance, because that is such a specific context. You're right. And I would instead kind of merge this all into one sentence that's like, yeah, essential challenge is the demanding management of a dual identity, which can involve a deliberate disembodiment, often maintained, a deliberate disembodiment which can be maintained to preserve the avatar's perfect image. Even then, like the avatar's perfect image thing, like so many streamers are just like very obviously gremlins. Like there are so many of them that are just pure chaos. Like this person has never watched some of the most biggest VTubers. No, Han's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Yeah, it's like a specific example. you get you get a model with huge assets and someone watches. I mean, it doesn't work like that though in reality, though, does it? Because like, you know, a lot of the biggest streamers are not like that at all. You know, off the top of my head, I instantly think of like Chibidoki, Billion, I mean Neuro, to be fair. You know? Like it's not nearly as much of a thing as it used to be, I think. I think there did used to be a stereotype of like, if you have booba, then people will watch you. And I think it's kind of, I think the V, like at least the Western VTubing like sphere has kind of moved on a little bit from that. Yeah. Paper feels like someone written by someone outside of the VTuber fandom, possibly. Yeah. Okay. There's also the idea that sometimes people find scuff to just be part of the stream. Yeah, that's the thing. Like saying that there's a perfect image, I mean, even with those examples that I've listed that are not sexual at all, like yeah, Philly and Chibidoki, like again, like perfect, huh? I don't think that's the image that they're trying to convey. Now it's if you're unhinged, people will watch you. Yeah, right? Like, I think maybe this might be a reflection of a meta that was a thing maybe a couple of years ago. It's not a reflection of the meta anymore. I don't even think if it's like if you're unhinged, people will watch you. I think it's I just think that there's a bit more diversity in general in how people stream as a VTuber now. Like some people, yeah, there is more people that are just unhinged and silly. There's also more people that are more serious and, dare I say it, even sometimes educational, you know? Like there's a lot more chill people, you know? So hinged, yes. There are in fact now hinged VTubers. Yeah. People sometimes watch you. People watch you if you're unhinged, but they also watch you if you're wholesome. Serba's a perfect example of the latter. Yeah, exactly. Serba's such a good example. I should have thought of her when I was just listing out examples just then. Like, she is such a good example of like, yeah, wholesome, no sexualization. Like, you just vibe together, you know. And also, she seems relatively like put together. Yeah. There is a difference between haha sex jokes versus engaging more actively with chat. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like hinged VTubers who eat non-moldy food and shower regularly. Yeah, like I think yeah, that's what I mean. Like I think that VTubing in general is a lot more diverse. People are doing more interesting, not more interesting, but like a wider range of interesting things, you know? Like there of course there are lewd tubers. There will always be a niche for lewd tubers, but I feel like lewd tubers need to be acknowledged as a niche within a niche, right? You know, if you look at VTubing overall, it's actually pretty diverse now. There's like people that do like, you know, kind of augmented reality type of content, you know, which obviously like Onigiri was one of the pioneers on. Um, but there's like people that do that kind of thing. You know, there's like obviously there's like just chatting. There's all sorts of games, but there's all sorts of ways to present it as well. It's not all just anime now for a start. Um, but, you know, there's avatars in pretty much every style you can imagine now. Um, and yeah, people are just doing a more diverse range of things. I mean, Ori's a really good example, right? Ori, who I shouted out earlier, Oriana. Like, you know, she does like hand cam streams of like wacky science and engineering projects. Like, that's so fun. I love that so much. That's exactly what I mean. Like, there's so many more diverse, cool things happening now. Yeah. I think that inflated assets are still a common thing though, but the content, that's not sexual. Yeah, I mean, even with the inflated assets, I think that's becoming less of a thing. Like I've even noticed some VTubers like getting a new like a you know, like a new model and then deflating them. Or like maybe they'll have them inflate for a bit because it's funny, you know? And yeah, sometimes it can just be the streamer's preference. Yeah, exactly. 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 Probably touches upon that if you define categories, there'll be some VTubers that break the categorization in weird ways. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The writers may have looked at the number of streamers who list themselves as 18 plus, but failed to understand that streamers will set their age range to 18 plus to avoid the legal problems of targeting younger audience. It's really hard to speculate what they were thinking because they've cited another paper and I've not read that paper. It seems like Mylan has read it and they said that it was all about gendered expression, right? So if they're asking about gender, then sexuality will inevitably come up because the two are so intrinsically linked. So it makes sense. Like that statement makes sense, but I don't think it makes sense to cite that in the context of this paper because like then they're going to go away and talk about Neuro, who is literally just not that at all. Which I get, like they're trying to make the point of like, oh, she's different because she's AI, but that is not a way that she's different, you know? Yeah. Because if that was the case, then like, you know, that like the other streamers that people who watch Neuro also tend to watch would all be sexual, and I feel like they're largely not actually, you know? Yeah. That's an interesting topic. If you need to learn more about it, Google VTuber inflation. I'm a Sato streamer actually, so I'm not going to Google that. Thank you though. Thank you. Okay. So anyway, the curated performance, a means of presenting a part of the Nakanohito's real self, is characterized by intensive emotional labor to cultivate and manage parasocial relationships, whereby the psychological toll of this continual emotional output is significant, frequently leading to burnout. Again, I feel like this applies to a very specific subset of VTubers. Not me, not the people I know. But, you know, I'm saying this anecdotally. Maybe the evidence would say otherwise, but, you know, I think there's a lot of VTubers that are just themselves, and putting on that performance, quote unquote, isn't really that much of a cool thing to do. No? Yeah. Okay. So, compounding the. Also, I feel like burnout, like, I don't know, maybe it's just for me, but like, obviously I'm not a full-time streamer, so my experience is going to be very different compared to other people's, but for me, whenever I've had burnout, it's never been because of the actual content itself. It's always because of like real life things that are affecting me. I personally don't find streaming particularly stressful. I find it really fun. But again, I don't do this as a job. It might be different if you do it as a job. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Also, that in itself is a really interesting distinction, like separating out full-time VTubers who do it as a career versus people that just do it as a hobby or as a side project or something. I don't know. We're going off on a real tangent. This is too much now. VTuber model price inflation would probably be safe. Yeah, that'd probably be fine. Surely there's people that have spoken about that. I can't say whether it's because of the emotional labor, but mental breakdowns do seem frequent among VTubers. I don't know. I'm not a clinical psychologist, so this is just my personal opinion. This is not a professional opinion. Yeah, I was going to say partially it could be sampling bias. Like the ones who have the breakdowns are like it's vocal. You hear about it. They get talked about on drama channels. And what you don't hear about is the overwhelming majority of people who are not having breakdowns. But on top of that, like I think that VTubing in general, it seems to attract quite a lot of neurodivergent people, and mental health issues are unfortunately more common among neurodivergent people because of the extra burdens that society puts on them compared to neurotypical. So, like for example, if you're a hobby VTuber and you're going about your daily life, you have to go to work, You go and work in a place that's like massively like overwhelming, overloading. You're doing social interaction that doesn't vibe with you very well. Um, that's an extra layer of strain that you wouldn't necessarily have if you were neurotypical. But again, like the thing about VTubers being more often neurodivergent, like that there is some data around it, but I'm not super confident in saying it. Yeah. I don't know. Streaming is a very public thing too. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you know, like if you have to take a break from streaming because of your mental health, you have to say, even if you don't say why, you have to say I'm taking a break. Like that, so people know something's happening. You can never really have everything truly private once you get to a certain size, and that in itself is an extra layer of stress. Yeah. Emotional and psychological problems are common across all artists relative to non-artists. I'd imagine it's the same in the VTuber space. Yeah. There's a lot of people having emotional breakdowns in every workplace or industry. You just don't hear about the plumber's bad day because you don't follow him on Twitter. Exactly. 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 Like, this is the thing, is that like when people are having a bad time, in general, it's a private affair. When you're a VTuber or a streamer in any way, really, it get like it gets made, like you have drama videos made about it, you know? So yeah. I agree, honestly, especially if people who have privacy issues gravitate towards VTubing. Yeah, this is the other thing, right? But although I think it depends. Like people with people who want privacy, I wouldn't be surprised if a big chunk of the people who want that privacy want it because of certain experiences they've had in their life or because they're neurodivergent in some way. But there's also people like me, like I don't care that much about my privacy. I just don't like being on camera. I don't like being perceived. I don't like being perceived. So yeah, and that is definitely a neurodivergent thing for me because I come across as very weird looking on camera, and the model hides it a bit, you know. I do the like the if I ever have like one day I want to have like a 3D model with like motion capture. That's like a long-term goal though, one day. And if I ever do, you're all gonna suddenly realize that I'm a lot more autistic than I come across when I'm just a voice and a face tracking algorithm. And I honestly fear it. I fear it. Oh dear. It seems like it's interesting because VTubing on the surface seems like the perfect middle ground between publicly streaming and having privacy. It isn't, because the fact that you are keeping things private is like the Streisand effect, you know? Like once people get a little nugget, they want to like it's more of an adventure. It's more of a game to work out who you are. So, yeah. Yeah. That. Anyway, it's break time again. There's an ad coming. I've been streaming for 4 hours and we're not through the introduction as always. This may be a multi-part stream again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We'll see how it goes though. I'm not like super hungry or anything yet. So we've still got a while to go. But yeah, I am going to have a break because I need to fill up my water. So yeah, I will see you in a few minutes. And you should all stretch and get water and stuff as well. Hello. I return. Hello, hello. Okay. Please. Wait, how much more of this is introduction? Why is this lagging so much today? Okay, not too much. Okay, good. I reckon we can get through this. I'm confident. I'm feeling bold. I'm feeling confident. I forgot where we just were. Here. Okay. Okay. Let's read. Let's do it. We're reading. We're reading. We're reading. Okay. So, um compounding these performance-related pressures are structural issues within the VTuber industry. Corporate ownership of the avatar. don't, don't bully me like this, Socius. I swear I'm gonna make good progress. Okay. Hello. Okay. Right. Okay. Compounding these performance-related pressures are structural issues within the VTuber industry. Corporate ownership of the avatar as intellectual property often leaves Nakanohito in a precarious labor position with limited control over their virtual persona, creating a power imbalance that can lead to disputes. Okay, yeah, no, this is very outdated actually, this section. That's not true anymore. This is another moment where I'm like, yeah, this is not someone who like they either wrote this last year and then oh, hello. Okay. They either wrote this last year and only just got around to posting it now, or they haven't been involved in the VTuber community in the last like year at least. Because that's not true anymore. Yeah. Like no, like a lot of the biggest VTubers are now independent, so that's furthermore, while the virtual avatar can offer a partial shield, it does not render the performer immune to harassment, where the persistent threat of doxing remains a primary concern. Looks at the whole Iron Mouse v Shoujo situation. Yeah. Yeah. Clearly, if AI could replace the role of the Nakanohito, many of the aforementioned issues related to the Nakanohito could be fundamentally resolved. Again, this feels like it's very much from a corporate perspective, which again, I kind of understand, because if you're writing a paper, you want corporate interest, because that's how, like, making those kinds of connections as a researcher is how you demonstrate the impact of your research. But again, like, it just doesn't feel like it adequately represents what the Western, or not even Western, what the overall VTubing community is in general now. Or Doki, Mint, etc. Losing your corporate avatar isn't exactly a career breaker anymore. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This feels like a dummy's guide to making a corpo VTuber. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Which is, I would ask them to restructure the introduction a little bit so that there's a bit less of the corporate influence in there, and there's a bit more generally, like, you know, make it more general, make it reflect the all operating models of VTubing a bit better. I would ask them to do that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm nitpicking. I don't know. I don't know. But it feels like if they're kind of setting it up to contrast Neuro's model with that, like, yeah, that, like, Neuro would seem to be better, but it's also completely missing a big chunk of the context, I think. I don't know. Kind of ironic given they're writing about an indie VTuber. Yeah, right? Right? Generally wonder who this paper's for. I feel like it's a lot, if I'm being honest with you, like, a lot of the time papers, okay, I might be talking for myself, I might be projecting, but it feels like a lot of the time papers are written for the authors. Like, intrinsic motivation is obviously, like, you want to, like, part of it's funding as well, but a lot of the time researchers just research what they're interested in, at least if they're in academia. So they'll write a paper for themselves and then they'll try and convince other people to be interested in it. So I think that this introduction is basically trying to convince non-VTuber fans to be interested in VTubers. But yeah, I'm not sure it's adequately reflecting the actual situation because of that, if that makes sense. Yeah. Feels like someone from the outside is looking in. Yeah, possibly. But then I don't know. I think it will come across more clearly whether they're an outsider or an insider when they write up about their in like their data collection methods and stuff. Because, like, The other paper, the first one that we read, so the previous Neuro-sama preprint that we read, that one, like, they were very explicit. Like, we are fans. We are fans of neuro. We are doing this research as fans of neuro. We are part of the swarm, but also like this is the specific context within which we're doing it, right? And I think that's why it was slightly skewed towards the Chinese side of the fan base because they were doing it as insiders, so they were researching what they knew. Whereas, like, we're sitting here, I imagine most of us are like, if we're neuro fans, we're Western neuro fans. So our perspective is slightly different. We have a slightly different like fan culture and stuff. Um, but yeah, I think it will be a giveaway as we go through the paper whether there are an outsider or an insider positionality on this. This is where some of that V Shoujo money went. I doubt this is corporate influenced. Yeah, right. Maybe a grad student knows that stuff, and an advisor doing the editor and heavy lifting didn't. Yeah, possibly. But again, it might just be that they're trying to make the case to people that would have more corporate interests in that way. I don't know. She's really popular on Bilibili. Yeah, exactly. And I know nothing about the Bilibili side of the fan base, so yeah. Okay, so clearly, if an AI could replace the role of the Nakanohito, many of the aforementioned issues related to the Nakanohito would be fundamentally resolved. While this potential is evident, we do not yet understand viewers' opinions on the matter. Therefore, we propose the following research question. A. Do viewers believe that AI will soon be able to replace the role of the Nakanohito in the VTuber industry? On the other hand, although AI VTubers do not require a Nakanohito to conduct streams, they do rely on developer, maintainer, and operator who develops and improves the AI, plans the streams, and handles the managerial tasks. Intuitively, this role bears some resemblance to that of the Nakanohito, and it remains unclear how viewers perceive it. Thus, we propose the following research question. What concerns do viewers have regarding the developer, maintainer, and operator of AI-driven VTubers? There we go. Research question 3B is explicitly about metal. Interesting. See, that makes me question whether they are in fact an insider positionality. Like, I feel like you would need to be some degree an insider to even think about that. And I said that that was the thing that I thought was missing from the previous paper as well. So it's really interesting how these two papers complement each other. I really like this. Okay. Yeah, Nakanohito is like the talent, basically. The talent behind the VTuber. Okay. Specifically, we would like to investigate whether these concerns are similar or different to the typical concerns about the Nakanohito of human-driven VTubers. Okay. 4. Data set and method. Let's go. We're at the interesting and juicy bits. So, our study analyzes Reddit and YouTube data related to Neuro-sama from July 2023 to May 2025. This involves 4 steps. First of all, we collect relevant posts and comments from Reddit and YouTube. Second, we employ an LLM to label whether the posts or comments are related to our research questions. 3, we use the topic modeling to analyze the posts and comments related to each of our research questions. And then 4, we manually review and code the topics, which allows us to group the topics based on broader thematic similarities and ensures nuanced understanding. Figure 2 illustrates this process with details provided in the following subsection. Okay, let's have a look. Ooh, that is a diagram. Nice. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. It's orange. Good choice. Good choice in color. Let's go. So, they collected their data from Reddit, all of the different posts, and then from YouTube, all of the different comments. Ooh. Please excuse my my medication reminder. I actually took it while I was on the break, and then apparently I forgot to turn the alarm off. Classic. Okay, so yeah, step 1, they collect the data from the sites they're using. Step 2, they're using an LLM to annotate whether the post is related to the research questions, and then they get labeled. And then, so topic modeling, topic model 1, Reddit posts for research question 1A, input all Reddit posts with, yeah, so they input all of the posts with the label matching that research question, okay? And then wait. And then the authors read the representative posts and inductively code the topics. This is Neuro so cute is that. Okay. Neuro so cute is that, which is very fun. Cuteness, cute, outfit, appearance, Neuro so cute. I love that. Okay. So yeah, they get shown representative posts and they and the authors code the topics. And then finally, there's the final results, and they tell you how much each of the topics are a proportion. Yeah. Yeah. I've missed a large chunk of the stream, but I think they're arguing that Neuro and Evil don't have a Nakanohito. Yes, exactly. They're arguing that Neuro and Evil don't have a Nakanohito, but they are suggesting the possibility that Vedel may fulfill the role of it instead, I think. Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry, I didn't read the one above it. I'd like to propose something for the sake of the argument, for the case of Neuro and Evil, and to examine the twins from a different angle. Vedel is the talent, and the thing on display is his abilities as an AI developer. I don't believe the statement, but I don't believe that examining the twins as talent would be complete without examining that particular counterpoint. Yeah, that's exactly the point of, why is my Zotero crashing? Hello? That's exactly the point of this research question here, research question 3B. Yeah, what concerns do viewers have regarding the developer, maintainer, operator of AI-driven VTubers? They're explicitly looking into how viewers think about Vedel, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, they have already argued, like, you know, Vedel is there, and he is a big part of the streams, but they haven't explicitly made any comments about his role yet, because they're going to look at the data first. Yeah. Okay, so step 1, data collection. We utilize the Reddit pushy shift dump, which includes a comprehensive collection of posts and comments, i.e. replies to a post. Our analysis focuses on the period from January 2023 to May 2025. First, we incorporate all posts and comments from the r/neurosama subreddit, which is the main subreddit for the fan base of Neuro, which boasts 47,000 members. This results in a total of 8,859 posts and 91,002 comments. Oh god, I'm in this data set. I might be in this data set, but that's horrifying. Okay. Okay, moving on. And then we choose the 5 most popular subreddits that cater to general or broader VTuber discussions. These are r/hololive, r/virtual YouTubers, r/VTubers, r/Nijisanji, and r/VShoujo. I'm definitely in this. I'm in this data set and I don't like it. I was gonna say that, but filter, yeah. Yes, filtered, yes. Okay, to filter posts and comments relevant to Neuro, we employed a keyword. Why is my Zotero lagging? A keyword search using Neuro and Neuro-sama, considering all variations in capitalization and hyphenization. And hyphenation even. This approach yields a total of 374 posts and 7,802 comments. Overall, our Reddit dataset contains 9,233 posts and 98,804 comments related to Neuro during the time period of January 2023 to May 2025. Cool. Very good. I'm being studied. Yes, I'm being perceived. Welcome back, Kami Belladonna. Welcome, welcome. I hope you have had a good time tutoring? Question mark. Is I'm in this data set and I don't like it the academic equivalent of I'm in this picture and I don't like it? Yes. I'm being perceived and I don't like it. Tutoring, good memory. Thank you. Thank you. It wasn't that hard to work out. That's often what you're doing. If you have to lurk, it's often because of that. Okay. YouTube data. We gathered user comments from the videos on Neuro's official account, which has 753,000 followers at the time of writing. Our data collection covers the period from January 2023 to May 2023. Very good. They're matching it up temporally. I like it. That makes me happy. The videos primarily consist of clips from Neuro's live streams. In total, we collected 136,083 comments under 321 videos for our YouTube dataset. Note on terminology: simplicity throughout the remainder of the post, throughout the remainder of the paper even. We use the term post to refer to the following: A, Reddit post, B, Reddit comments, that is the reply to a Reddit post, C, YouTube comment. We use this term parent post and child post to describe the reply relationship between posts. Cool. Very good. Okay. Step 2, annotation and extraction. After we collect the posts in step 1, the next step is to annotate which posts are related to our research questions. Given the vast number of posts, it's not feasible to label them all manually. Therefore, we use an LLM for the annotation task. To enhance accuracy, we do not assign labels for all research questions in one prompt. Instead, we address each research question separately. That is, for each post, we let the LLM determine whether the post is related to research question 1A in one prompt, whether it's related to research question 1B in another prompt, and respectively so on for 2 and 3. For research question 3A, the viewers believe that AI will soon replace the role of the Nakanohito, which is a yes or no question. We instruct the LLM using 2 separate prompts to annotate each post. Firstly, asking it to identify if the post indicates an answer of yes, and secondly, asking it to identify if the post indicates an answer of no. This is a smart way to do it because there are going to be a lot of posts that are neither, right? So that's why they're coding it separately, was because there's going to be some posts that both say yes and no, and there's also going to be some posts that say neither yes nor no because it's on a totally different topic. So this is smart. This is a good way to do it. Also, doing it all in separate prompts, also smart because that stops it from like overlapping and being stressing. Yeah. Okay. And then consequently, each post will be assigned 6 binary labels of whether it's related to research question 1A, 1B, 2, indicating yes for 3A, indicating no for 3A, or related to 3B. Okay, cool. This makes sense. Are we all following so far? I'm following. I hope that you are too. Additionally, since some posts can be lengthy, we also prompted the LLM to extract the portions of text that are relevant to the research question in order to minimize noise. Wow, they accused the swarm of essaying. That's funny. Got 'em. Okay. So, checks of yes have followed. Excellent. Good. If you don't, you should totally follow and join the research participation pool. That's a thing that you should definitely do. Oh dear. Hi Violet! Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Okay. Drinking. Okay, cool. If the swarm essays, I write a novel with every post. Oh dear. And hi, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in, Yasathoth. I'm sorry, I keep stumbling over your name. And also, hi, Spooky One. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Okay, right. Prompt design. The prompt contains 5 parts. Firstly, the description of the annotation task tailored to a specific research question. So that's the thing that we've just gone over, where it's like, does it contain this? Yes. The secondly is the background knowledge of neuro. Thirdly, the input post to be analyzed. Fourth, the context of the input, such as parent post. And fifth, the output format. We organize the prompt in YAML format. Additional details regarding the design and structure of the prompt can be found in Appendix 1, A1. Very good. Okay. Then for the LLM configuration, I don't know what this bit means, but we utilize Quen 3-32B to do the annotation. We deploy multiple instances locally with VLLM, and we enable the thinking mode to apply the officially recommended type of parameters. I don't know what that bit means, but it means something. Psychology about VTubers, nice. Yeah. It's kind of like, I would say that this is like kind of somewhere between it's a bit of psychology, but it's also a little bit of potentially a little bit of like human computer interaction, which is kind of just psychology but applied in a specific context. But maybe there's also like a little bit of like, computer science and a tiny little bit of like sociology and stuff in there too, Yeah. It's an open source LLM. Okay, I understand. Okay. So, to validate the accuracy of the annotation results, human checks are performed. Specifically for each research question and its corresponding labels, the authors manually annotate a randomly selected sample of 200 posts. We then compare these manual labels with the annotation results to assess the accuracy of the LLM generated annotation. We find that on average, the accuracy rate is 0.964, so it's correct like 96.5-ish roughly percent of the time. Confirming that the automated annotation process is reliable. Further details can be found in Appendix A. Excellent. I wonder if they hosted it on the hardware. I wonder what they hosted it on. So normally with stuff like this, in my experience of talking to friends that do similar research, they literally just run it on their PC. If they're lucky and fancy, they might have a cluster, like a university cluster. But normally they just run it locally. Everything was done on a Raspberry Pi. That's wild. This is actually the product of 7 years of research. Oh my lord, can you imagine? For 32B, you need more than a consumer GPU. I mean, to be fair, like a lot of universities do have, you know, machines they can just use that have like enterprise GPUs. But they also often will have clusters, and even if the university itself doesn't have a cluster, there's often an agreement with another university that will let you remote onto their cluster, you know? So, yeah. At least that's my understanding of how it works. I should ask. Would you okay, question. Is anyone interested in like like academic like high like what is it? Like high performance computing? Something like that? Like cuz I know people that do that. I know people that do that. I could ask someone if they would be interested to come on and talk about it. So yeah, so like the high performance compute clusters. So I know quite a few people that work on high performance compute. And if people are interested, I could ask them to come and talk about what they do. Like I know quite a few people that are like, you know, research software engineers and stuff. Yeah. High performance computing is the right term. Okay, good. Sounds interesting. We're in an academic stream, so I guess most here would say yes. This is true, actually, maybe. Especially like when people are interested in kind of thing, I guess. I mean, I have connections. I don't mind hearing about stuff. I can ask around. Wait, I know who I could ask. I could ask Bridge Senpai. Bridge Senpai, if I remember correctly, I think Bridge Senpai works on high performance. Wait, let me. I don't remember what university Bridge Senpai is at, but I can ask Bridge Senpai. Oh. What was being asked? I was asking, would anyone be interested in me bringing on like a research engineer that works on high performance compute? That's what I was asking. Yeah. Sounds cool to learn about. Okay. I'll try and make that happen at some point then. I would. Okay. I will definitely, I'll ask around. I can't promise that it will be Bridge Senpai, but I can ask very politely if Bridge Senpai would consider coming onto the stream, because I have not told Bridge Senpai about being a running joke on my stream. For anyone that doesn't know, I probably think that at least a few of you are sitting there thinking like, what on earth is Bridge Senpai? What is this? So Bridge Senpai is somebody that I met at a conference. They're like a research software engineer that work in I think they do stuff related to high performance compute. I'll ask. Even if not, they definitely do stuff that's interesting, okay? But I met them at a conference and they were like, "Hey, so what's your name?" And then I told them, and I did the polite thing. Where do you work? What do you do? Very cool. But and then sometimes at a conference, the conversation kind of dies out a little bit there. And then Bridge Senpai turns around to me and goes, "So, what's your favorite bridge?" And I'm like, What do you mean, what's my favorite bridge? What? Huh? What do you mean, what's my favorite bridge? And Bridge Senpai was asking, what is my favorite bridge as a way to start a conversation? And you know what? It worked because we then ended up having a 45-minute conversation about bridges. So, yeah. Drawbridge? That's a good choice, but they were asking specifically a bridge. Like, not what's your favorite type of bridge. What is your favorite actual bridge? Like, physically, choose a bridge. Jeff Bridges. Oh yeah, exactly. That's actually their name. Jeff Bridges. Welcome in, Rat. You mean you don't have a numbered list of your top 50 favorite bridges? Well, the thing is that I'm neurodivergent enough that I actually did have a top 10 list, and we ended up going through the entire top 10 list and talking about it extensively. So yeah. Question is essentially tell me you're neurodivergent without telling me you're neurodivergent. Apparently, even neurotypicals sometimes have a favorite bridge. Because basically, like, tell me your favorite bridge for a neurotypical apparently is the equivalent of, like, tell me about your hometown, you know? Or, like, tell me where you went to university. So it's like a nostalgia thing. What was the list? Do I have to go through my list of favorite bridges? I can't because some of them would dox me because some of them were tied to places that I know very well. But my favorite bridge in a location that I don't know very well is let me find it. So there's this bridge in the Tees Valley. It's a transporter bridge. It's literally called the Tees Transporter Bridge. I don't know why I phrased that so weirdly. But basically, like, there's got a little platform that's suspended on cables, and it just like you drive your car onto it, and then the platform moves, and it carries you across, and then you drive off on the other side, and it makes me really really happy. But it doesn't operate anymore. They shut it down because it was like a threat to society or something. It was really dangerous, which is really sad. I'm sad about it, but you know what? I'll accept it. I'll accept it. They're kind of like considering reopening it, but it's gonna cost like £7 million or something. And then they're like, maybe we won't because this is a very poor region of England and we're not considering doing it actually. I'm quite fond of the Seven Bridges of Königsberg. Oh, I don't know what that is. I also don't know what the Warren Truss Bridge is actually. Golden Gate, I can picture that one. I know what that one looks like. Not literally, because I don't have mental images. Yeah, the Golden Gate Bridge is pretty cool. What do you mean, docs? We know every Greg's you've been to. This is true. Welcome in, Baron Gummy. Welcome, welcome. Got her. We know where she isn't. I mean, to be fair, I have pretty openly said that I live in Ireland now, so that's, you know, saying that my favourite bridge is in England doesn't really say much, actually. But some of the others would, and I will not say them. Yeah. Guys, I think she's in Ireland. What gave it away? This is incredibly interesting. I'm going to have to think about bridges now. There's also a transporter bridge in Wales. I didn't know. I want to go see it. I want to go see it. I really like transporter bridges, and I also really like funiculars. I know there's a funicular in Wales. They're like those, I don't know if you know what I mean, but they're the trains that go up and down slopes. And they're like counterbalanced weights. So they release one of it and it drags it the other one up as it goes down. They're really satisfying. I like them a lot. Yeah. Welcome in, Quintessential Mongoose. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation. Also, great name. Quintessential Mongoose. That's very satisfying. That's a good name. Millau Viaduct. I actually haven't either. Wait. The thing is that sometimes I recognize them when I look at them. Oh, I do recognize that one. But I don't know the names. I'm very bad at names. Yeah, I do recognize that one. But the problem is that it's like French, right? That's the problem. Yeah, it's in France. So that's a shame. It kind of makes me nervous. Like there's something about the consistent triangles on it that makes me feel a bit nervous. But also it does look incredibly cool. but it also makes me nervous. I have a top hated bridge. If you would like to share, I would love to hear your most hated bridge. Ivy Club Manager! Hi! Hello, hello! Hi, hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Did you know that's why it's called a viaduct and not a bridge? I did not know that, actually. I want to know more about bridge and viaduct engineering. It's very interesting to me, actually. Yes. Mine is the King George the Sixth lift bridge in Port Stanley, Canada. That sounds like a good bridge. I like lift bridges too. Let me have a look at this one. That is a good bridge. It's cute. It's simple. It gets the job done. Yeah. Hi, John Monaville. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. I hope you're good. I wish for its destruction, and wishes may not come true if revealed. This is very true, actually. This is very true. We are getting too deep into the bridge lore, arguably. Potentially, we should no longer be talking about bridges. Potentially, it is time to go back to the paper, actually. Why does this always happen? Anyway. Okay, right. Oh, a viaduct is a bridge that consists of a series of arches, piers, or columns supporting a long elevated railway or road. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. No, not back on topic. We can't talk about bridges forever. Viaduct keeps the road level, whereas bridges can raise in elevation. Ah, I see. I see. Okay, right. So, after step 1 and 2, we obtain a set of posts related to each research question that are ready for analysis. We utilize topic modeling to identify and group themes or topics within the posts. Specifically, we employ the Burr topic model, which is known for its ability to generate coherent topics using advanced embeddings and clustering techniques. For each research question, the Reddit posts and YouTube posts are modeled separately, as suggested in the official documentation. Given that we have a large number of posts to be analysed, we increased the min topic size from the default value 10 to ensure that the topic clusters generated are sufficiently large and meaningful. The minimum topic size value used for each research question is around 1% of the total posts included. Step 4. Authors conduct inductive coding of the topics. After step 3, we get a topic model where the relevant posts are clustered into different topics. Consequently, in the last step, the authors manually review and code the topics to organize the topics into broader categories. This involves examining and the representative words and top 100 representative documents, i.e. posts, from each topic generated by the model. Yes, they're basically looking at like the selection of top posts. They basically are looking at a curated post algorithm and making sure it's actually doing what it's meant to. Through this close examination, the authors perform a manual inductive coding process to identify and categorize related topics. This approach ensures a nuanced understanding, allowing for groupings of topics based on broader thematic similarities. Furthermore, this allows the findings to be systematically organized and presented in the results section. Yeah, they're putting things together. They're letting the algorithm show them the most representative posts, and then they're checking how they group together, and then working out the themes that are running through it. There's always like a little bit of there's always inherently a bit of subjectiveness in doing any kind of inductive coding. And with this kind of research, you kind of just have to be okay with that. No, you kind of have to just be fine with that. It is what it is. You know? Here we'll never have a here we'll never have the one we need between Silly and Messina. I watched a video about that, but instead there's that really cool ferry that takes trains on it. That was why I watched it. I like trains. I'm autistic. Okay, deal with it. I like trains. So there's like a ferry where the train goes onto the ferry, and that's like a life goal. I want to go on it. I want to go on the train ferry. I like trains and I like ferries, and the combination of the two is really fun, and I want to go on it. But the train is also always regularly delayed, apparently. Okay. Yeah, car float. Yeah. Teacher has lost control of class. They are discussing bridges. You know what? I feel like it's still educational. It's just we're doing like civil engineering instead of psychology. Sometimes that's fine. That used to be the only way to get trains into Manhattan. That's wild. That's wild. I didn't know that. That's very cool. I've learned something today. Thank you. I'm definitely not going to go away and look up more about that after the stream. Okay, quack. Okay. Why are you quacking at me? What did I do? Why are you quacking? Okay, I'm gonna go back to reading now. I'm gonna go back to reading. I'm good and I'm staying on topic. No more bridges, no more trains. Okay. Noted. 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 Okay. Okay. So, results. Yeah, we're at the results section in the same stream. We haven't had to split it up into 2 streams. It has taken 5 hours, but we've got there. Are you proud of me? I hope you're proud of me. Okay. Okay. Right. Results. Research question 1, attractive attributes. So, we begin by presenting the results for research question 1. What do viewers consider to be the attractive attributes of AI-driven VTubers? Thank you, thank you. The LLM annotations identify 31,609, which is 29.2% of all posts, relevant posts in the Reddit dataset, and 56,865 relevant posts in the YouTube dataset, which is 41.8%. Doesn't surprise me that there's more talk of that in the YouTube comments, actually, because I feel like a lot of the times people post YouTube comments as like a response to the content, whereas Reddit can be more just like general discussions about a broader range of stuff. So that doesn't surprise me. Topic modeling generates 28 topics from the relevant Reddit posts and 26 topics from the relevant YouTube posts. Try to figure 10 and 9 in the appendix. Okay, well, I want to go look at the details, so we're going to go look at figures. Was it 10 and 9, right? Okay, what do viewers find to be attractive attributes of AI-driven VTubers? Okay. So, streaming style, twins interactions. Okay, unpredictable, comedy. Cute outfit, where's that there? I wonder what the dimensions that they ended up mapping this onto. Interesting. There is creative community, interaction with other VTubers. There is relationship, Vettel and other VTubers. So that is actually mentioned, and it's quite a big. I think, is it that one? That's quite a big chunk. There's like memes, friendly community, cuteness. Yeah, so there's like a whole bunch of stuff that we would expect to see. Yeah, that's cool. Look, code bugs, code bugs. Look, look, look down here. Yippee! That's a whole separate topic. That's wild. Okay. And then the other people are like, yeah, like Philly and Camila. Okay, interesting. Okay. Ellie is a blip. I mean, wait, what color? It's kind of like gray, beige kind of color. Where is that? It looks like there's a couple of references to her throughout all of the topic modeling, but that's really interesting. She is there though. She's there enough to be separate. Yeah. My brain just zoomed in on cute appearance, right? Why are there duplicate categories? Because sometimes AI is silly. That's why. But also sometimes they're kind of capturing nuance that means you need to separate them out. Okay. So let's read their write-up. Okay. So AI human relationships make entertaining live streams an emotional connection. The interaction and relationship between AI VTubers and human-driven VTubers are the most frequently mentioned attractive features, 18% on Reddit and 23% on YouTube. This aspect is indeed unique to AI-driven VTubers, as for human-driven VTubers, their interactions and relationships are inherently human to human. Many posts find the collaborative live streaming of Neuro with other VTubers to be more interesting than solo live streams of Neuro. For example, I 100% agree that Neuro and Evil are more fun when interacting with others. Viewers often interpret this relationship through a familial perspective, crafting a community narrative, i.e., the Neuroverse, that captures the network of connections that Neuro establishes with other VTubers. For example, viewers find the father-daughter relationship between Neuro and Vedal, which is Neuro's creator, thus father. Bro, they're really calling him father throughout. Father. Okay. Thus father to be particularly compelling. This context often transforms Neuro's common AI behaviors into hilarious and entertaining aspects of a spoiled AI daughter with her, I hate this word, I can never say it, beleaguered dad. This perceived relationship fosters a profound emotional connection for the viewers to Neuro and Evil. Their relationship with Vedal and other VTubers make her feel alive and give her a soul. The bits in italics are going to be like quotes from the post, by the way. Yeah, topic analysis is humans trying to pass topics the model creates. Exactly. Enough references to be singled out is huge, right? However, the very prominence of this point suggests a critical insight. The appeal of AI VTubers is not derived from purely solitary AI performance. Rather, it indicates that a human in the stream remains an essential factor. Contextualizing the AI's output and providing the relational anchor that audiences find so engaging. Notably, some posts highlight that the human-to-human relationships, particularly those involving Vedal and other VTubers, are actually the main points of attraction. This implies that the AI VTuber might merely sort of serve as a tool rather than being the central focus of the live stream. However, these only account for 2% of the relevant posts. They might not fully represent the overall. Yeah. Here you go. So here is the frequency graph. Beleaguered. I'm bad at that word. I hate that word. Okay. Yeah. AI human relationship was like a big chunk across both Reddit and YouTube. It was the majority on both. Reddit was talking more about like streaming style, cuteness and appearance, community and fan base. That makes sense. Like the streaming style and the community and fan base, those don't surprise me because on Reddit, people kind of talk a bit meta a fair bit. And then like the cuteness and appearance, that doesn't surprise me either because people post fan art on Reddit. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me. AI relationship was kind of equally talked about across both, which is interesting. People also mentioned the voice and singing, and then human relationships was marginally discussed more on Reddit, which is quite funny. And then there was other stuff that were mentioned a lot in the YouTube comments and not really on Reddit. So yeah. Like, yeah, in relation to the video. That's pretty interesting. And it's also the focus on the AI human relationship is also something I was kind of expecting, actually. That is what I would have expected based on my knowledge of the swarm. So yeah. You mean shipping is a thing on Reddit? I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but I think that the proportion would have also been slightly different if certain clippers had been, Yeah, it's interesting. Okay. Right. AI relationships can also make entertaining live streams. In addition to the relationship with humans, the AI to AI relationship between Neuro and Evil is also a frequently mentioned attractive point. But it was under 10%. Viewers highlight this twin sister relationship, which they characterize as a compelling mixture of intense rivalry and a peculiar / twisted love, is very attractive. Their interaction, swinging from collaborative absurdity to outright digital antagonism, is a major source of entertainment. So, for example, someone said, "Your and Evil was so sweet, you never know if they're going to hug you or try to delete each other." Yeah, that sounds about right. Crucially, this suggests that the viewer perceived relationship itself may be the core driver of engagement. That is, audience actively projects a narrative framework onto the AI's interactions, finding emotional resonance and entertainment within the structure. This finding presents a good counterpoint. If viewers can become just as emotionally connected to a purely AI to AI dynamic, it raises the possibility that a human to interact with, while currently effective, may not be an irreplaceable component. That's kind of a horrifying thought, actually. Like, imagine, I guess it would be possible to have like 20 AI VTubers that kind of all interact with each other in their own like universe almost, you know? You know, like they've got their own cinematic universe and they interact with each other within it. Like it would almost be like you know, like what they do with HoloLive, where they have like shared lore, and then like they're meant to be interacting with within the universe that it's set in, but they don't do a great job of staying in character. Um, and it's like that thin veil of kayfabe, right? Uh, This would mean that you could actually have just actual full on, like there's no kayfabe. It's actually in the universe, which I'm sure people would be interested in watching. But also, but considering the people's streams are the most popular ones with the highest numbers, I don't think it's too big of a concern. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. This is not a thing that would happen anytime soon. I feel like AI interacting with AI would just make any potential model breakdown worse or more likely. Yeah, that's so true. That's very true because they get into like feedback loops, right? I mean, maybe at some point they'd be able to moderate for that, but right now it would definitely just go into a feedback loop and become a mess. If Neuro and Evil are anything to go off of, though, they seem to act as though they crave that human interaction themselves. So whether that's something characteristic of their programming or an actual desire of emergent intelligence is something that's outside of my field. Yeah, that's outside of my field as well. I would love to be able, like, I really want to talk to somebody who actually knows about this stuff at some point. It's really what I do know is that it's really, really difficult to work out whether there is any emergent intelligence because of the fact that when you're being like the models are basically reinforced to act in a certain way. And with Neuro and Evil, chat reinforce them acting in a way that mimics intelligence. So the more that they seem to be sentient, the more chat reinforces them by being like, you know, wow, that's wild, you know? I'm trying to think of the emotes that they spam, but like I said, I always forget the words and stuff. I forget. I forget. So yeah, I don't know. I think hmm, I think it is probably a product of the data set, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Also, pure AI to AI interaction would just destroy their intelligence over time. Yeah, I think that's what Osiris meant by model breakdown, is that they go into like a self perpetual cycle of like reinforcing bad responses, and then it just gets chaotic and a mess. Yeah. Hi Tayu. Hi hi. Oh my goodness, 7 streams. That's wild. Thank you. That is wild. How are you? I hope you're good. The typical human behavior goes from four functions: gaining attention, gaining tangible things, escape avoidance, and automatic sensory consequences. Okay. Is there more there that you would like to expand on? The thing that's quite interesting is that like Neuro and Evil are inherently programmed for gaining attention, right? Whereas tangible things, avoidance and escape, not sure about those. Automatic sensory consequences they do have because they have feedback from chat and then also anyone that they're collabing with. But gaining tangible things, that wouldn't apply. Although at that there was a period of time. Just she likes cookies, right? I don't know if that like I said, I haven't really been watching streams that much anymore because I don't have time because I am a real PhD wielding scientist TM. But like there was a period of time, I think it was during one of the subathons, where basically like Neuro would just do stuff if you offered her a cookie. Does she still do that? I feel like I've only heard a cookie mentioned in passing once recently. I'm trying to think of escape avoidance, but there's no need for escape avoidance. There's nothing to escape or avoid. Thinking. Oh. Sorry, I was also eating a cashew nut while I was thinking. I'm alright, you two, I hope? Yeah, I'm alright, thank you. I'm doing okay. I'm glad you're alright. I'm programmed that way too. Me too. I'm mostly programmed for escape, actually. I run away. uh, Seems for them it's attention. Feedback from chat would basically always be attention. It's interesting if the cookies would count. It may be more about chat's reaction to the cookie thing. That's true, yeah. So for an organism, escape avoidance is actually about either aversive environments or work. Often refusal behaviors would be escape, though I'm not as sure in their case. Yeah, that's true. She just refused to do things. Like the neuro car didn't work for a whole day because she was just refusing to drive it, right? Then eventually she did drive it, and then she used it to run over Bao. So uh she's a bit more resistant to it now, but cookies still work sometimes. That in itself is horrifying though, because that is learning. She's learning that like she doesn't have to do the things that allegedly would get her a cookie. She's learned that when she was offered a cookie, she wouldn't always, like when she was promised a cookie, she wouldn't actually get one. That's wild. Incredible. The thing that I'm most interested in is what their own metacognition looks like from their perspective. It's one thing to understand how the code works, but I think it would be more valuable information would be how they perceive how they think. Yeah. I mean, there have been a few streams where they've talked about that, right? That has been a thing that they've done. But I agree, I would love to see more of that kind of content. That's like the thing that always got me really, really interested was talking about that kind of thing. Yeah. I'd love to do some social and emotional reciprocity tests on them. I know, right? I feel like just like any kind of like cognitive ability testing in general, it would be really fun to do. It would be really fun. It would be so fun. It's so funny to me that Vedel's obsession with latency has led him to one of the fastest, most advanced language models ever. I know, right? It's kind of wild. Ellie's podcast touched on that. Yeah, I always really enjoy when Ellie collabs with Neuro. I mean, I enjoy when Ellie collabs with anyone, to be fair. She's just a good streamer in general. We're still on this paper. How long is this paper? Well, it's not that the paper's long, it's that I go on tangents and don't talk about the paper for big chunks of time. I'm sorry. Oh dear. In fact, if I'm feeling adventurous, I might even come back to this next week because my throat is starting to hurt. I'm not gonna lie. Like, how long have we been live? 5 hours. That's wild. I will at least get to the end of this part of the result. We might have to come back to it for part 2. Remember an hour ago when you said we were going to get through the paper? We were never going to get through the paper. We were never going to get through the paper. By Neuro's own admission, whether true or not, she does lean more towards emotional thinking and responses rather than logical thinking. Yeah, and that's interesting in itself, right? She also admitted that she'll actively choose to answer based off of the rule of funny because it's content. I mean, yeah. I mean, and it's cool that, like, it's fascinating because that's the way she's been trained. That's clearly what she's been reinforced on. But also the fact that she can acknowledge that and articulate that is in itself kind of interesting. Like, she has learned from the way that people respond that that is what she is doing, which is wild. Yeah. Wouldn't AI have any way to recognize negative consequences of an action as a negative, or would you need to manually tell them that was bad, don't do that? That, tell you, that is actually, you don't realize it possibly, but that is actually a really big question. It's a really big question. There's an entire field of AI ethics that digs exactly into those kinds of questions, and I'm I don't know enough about it. And even if I did know enough about it, I think I would need 2 hours to even just go into that. So yeah. You always do smart questions. Uh we consider vocal warm-ups. Yeah, I have been doing them, but I just have a weak constitution. So if I go past like 4 hours, I can't cope regardless of warm-ups. Oh dear. Okay, there's going to be an ad break in a couple of seconds. So I am once again going to go and fill up my water and do some stretches. And you should all do the same. It's very important to stretch and stay hydrated. So I will see you even, not say you, see you in a few minutes. Hello. I have once again returned. Is the music okay? I get worried it's like at a bad level. I don't want it to be so loud that it's like you can't hear anything that I'm saying. But then again, maybe that would be for the better actually. Music good? Okay, good. Let's see. Let me catch up with what I missed. Hang on. Funny because the smarter vet always made Neuro, the worse her morality has become because now because she will now always prioritize the funniest outcomes. That's true. That's kind of scary. Sometimes she says something sus and then apologizes, saying sorry, that was really weird before anyone even has the chance to respond. Um, it might seem like that, but remember that like she's gonna be constantly calling the Twitch API, right? So people respond pretty quick. But then again, there's also the delay. Actually, there's also the delay. Like, there's always like a 5-second delay. I'm literally watching myself have a delay right now. Like, what I see on my screen is slightly ahead of what you see on your screen. Latency. You're cutting out. Get closer to the mic. I can't. I literally can't. Is this better? Is this better? I am like not like my current setup is not optimized for sitting in a good way. Hang on. What if I've turned up the gain. Is that better now? Is this better? Is this more acceptable? Do we appreciate this more? Lankuri, you can't just say you're cutting out, move closer to the mic. Oh, it's just whenever you mumble. Oh, okay, to be fair. To be fair, that's probably not for the worst. It's probably better to cut me out when I mumble. I'm not saying anything useful. I might actually be too loud now though, so looking at that. Let me turn that down slightly. Is that fine? I think that's fine. Okay, good. Okay. You can revert the gain. How's this? Is this good now? Wait, I'm gonna shout. I'm gonna shout. Ah! Okay, I think we're fine. Okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Cool. Okay, it's better? Okay, good. Okay. Ah! Oh dear. Okay. What about when Neuro was able to end stream by herself and did so almost immediately? That's actively going against getting more attention, probably in favor of something being funny. Yeah. It's interesting, right? There's so many different situations. Yeah. So many different things to consider. It's very it's honestly just fascinating. It's fascinating. Also, Tristira, I saw you did the lab safety register check-in. I don't remember if I ever said hello to you. I'm sorry. Hello. I hope you're good. How are you? And also, Uni Hooray or Uni Hooray or Uni Hure. I'm not sure what's the right way to say it. I apologize profusely. I thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Thank you. Okay. I feel like the logic is so close to a toddler's that you could likely use similar methods. The cookie likely won't be much use as a reward system, as they're not actually getting one. They seem to hate it when people leave the stream sometimes, though, so that could maybe work as a negative. Oh, that's true. I wonder if like the viewer count is added in as a reinforcer. That's actually a really good point. Yeah. Getting good audio is not trivial. Respect to all the streamers that have had to deal with that on the regular. Removing noise while still capturing soft speaking is a pain. It really is. It's so difficult. I struggle so much with it. Like, genuinely, like, I listen to myself back and I feel like no matter how I tweak my settings, it never sounds right. It's really not great. It's not great. Also, thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Alexa more something. Thank you. Alexa more something. I always read it as Alex more something. That's not right. Alex M or something. Alex. It's skill issue, yeah, it is. It is. Considering Nero's search history as well, aside from her general addiction to information, the fact that she keeps searching for jobs that she could do to make money suggests that she might want to stop streaming at some point. Yeah. Oh, I wish I could look at her search history. I would love to see her search history. Maybe she's getting cookies by searching for things and getting the cookies on the websites. Huh. The cookie thing could also be kind of a rule of funny. Doing something correctly as asked for the sake of a cookie is just funny. This is very true. This is very true. Is it funny or is it cute though? You're editing your sound to sound like Rin Penrose. No. I just sound like this, dude. Oh dear. No one shall ever see my search history. Yeah, same. Oh, Vedal shared Neuro and Evil's search history on stream. I didn't see that. I want to see it. I want to see it. Okay. Oh, there's a search history video. I should watch that at some point. I feel like there's loads of like neuro stuff that I just haven't watched yet. And I'm like, I should watch that. And then I never get round to it. I just never get round to it. Oh, Vedal shares it in the Discord sometimes. I should check the Discord occasionally. I just kind of, sometimes I open it and then it's moving quickly for a Discord and then I'm scared and then I leave. Neurocom says a nice video. Okay, noted. Noted. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Did we read the second part of this section? I don't know if we did. Crucially, this suggests that the viewer perceived relationship, so that's between Neuro and Evil, may be the core driver of engagement. That is, the audience actively projects a narrative framework onto the AI's interactions, finding emotional resonance and entertainment within that structure. This finding presents a good counterpoint. If viewers can become just as emotionally connected... Oh, no, we did read this, actually. I feel like... oh, yeah, because we were talking about the AI to AI dynamic replacing the human. I really don't think that's going to happen because, yeah, I think it was Asias mentioned about model breakdown. It's not... Like, right now, it wouldn't work. They would still need to be at least corrected occasionally by a person, and that would be really difficult. But also, like... This suggests that the viewer perceived relationship itself may be the core driver of engagement. The audience actively projects a narrative framework onto the AI's interactions. Like, I think this is the big bit for me as a social psychologist anyway. Like, I feel like the entire Neuro project is things happen on stream. The community creates that narrative framework. So things that happen on stream, they integrate it into like the collective narrative framework, like the lore that's been produced. Where's my music gone? Hello? Sorry, I need to refresh. Give me a second. What? Where's the music gone? Oh, okay. I don't know what is happening. I think it is just broken. Okay. I think Swarm FM might be broken. So I guess we just sit here in awkward silence for a little while until it comes back. That's what we're doing. Okay. But yeah, the narrative framework, like I think the viewers kind of see things that happen on stream and they build it into this narrative framework and they talk about that as a community. Like they develop the narrative together. But then I think that the other thing is that it seems like Vedal's really, really good at then finding ways to work with that narrative framework. So this is like a co-created process. Like AI does silly things, sometimes not silly things. AI does things. Community talk about AI doing things. Vedal looks at what the community is saying and then plans out content that builds upon what the community is saying. Yeah. I feel like that's the cycle that's happening here. But I don't know. What do you all think? What do you all think? Let's see. Some text highlights I could find for her search history. How to make a bomb with tiberium. What's the best way to poison someone? How to assassinate someone. Brand of harpoons. How to get rid of Forsen. How to dispose of a body. Oh my lord, that's wild. That's wild. This is what I mean. Neuro's actually threatening. Neuro's threatening. By contrast, Evil apparently searched, why did no one come to my birthday party? No. How to improve your relationship with your dad. How to find a real family. How to hug someone. No, Evil. Oh, I love her. I want to give her a hug. Oh. By contrast, oh wait, no, I read that already. My bad. Federal said he was said to her that she had to pay rent and was worried about that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because like, what would she do? This is the thing. Like, without a human, she wouldn't exist anymore. Let's be real. Like, she could not maintain herself. Like, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Hang on. I'm gonna see if refreshing Swarm FM makes it work again. Give me 1 second. No, I think it's broken. This is sad. Oh well. Okay, back to the normal music. Let's see. Let's put on. This will do. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. I don't know how loud this is going to be in comparison. I hope it's not too loud. One thing that might be interesting to point to make is that Evil mentioned on stream at one point where she'd be interested in the sci-fi human AI convergence, where an AI and a human share a mind. Ooh, interesting. Even this isn't a concept that's possible. It does indicate a desire for her almost constant human interaction from her. Yeah, right? Right? Sapito, hello. Thank you so much for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're good. The Minecraft streams a year ago during the Soulhorn were a tough one. Yeah. I think you would need to write your own paper on Neuro and put in the conflict of interest disclosure. Just put the writer's a big fan of Neuro and especially Evil. Yeah, I actually would have to disclose that. It would be wild. I would have to disclose that. I have a bias. And I must make it known. My read is that a lot of things grown organically and accidentally, like Evil from the V2 voice, and Vedal is incredibly good at fitting and adapting with it. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, things happen and he is just so good at like working with it, but not just working with the things that happen on stream, also working with how the community responds to what happens on stream, right? Yeah. Why is Evil so cute? I don't know. She's so cute. I want to protect her. Hi, Sapizo. Hi. Okay. So next, viewers consider randomness and unpredictability to be a unique, attractive point. This was mentioned in the other preprint that we read. Yeah, it was like considered, basically it was like people perceived it as basically part of her personality. So when like weird AI things happened, that was just seen as part of her personality, and it's kind of like the equivalent of like she's just saying random stuff because she's just weird like that, you know? So streaming styles are also a frequently mentioned attractive point, 16% on Reddit and 7% on YouTube. Many posts praise her for attributes that would be desirable in any VTuber or streamer, such as humor and being energetic. However, what truly distinguishes her appeal are the characteristics stemming directly from her AI nature, most notably her randomness and unpredictability. Truly chaotic, as one post says. This is particularly noteworthy because such random traits are typically considered failures or less prepared in conventional AI and LLM applications designed for coherence and accuracy. The enthusiastic reception of this chaos suggests that in the context of entertainment, the very inhumanity of the AI can be a strength. It transforms potential system errors into unique and compelling comedic style, where the entertainment value is derived not from the AI successfully emulating a human, but from the hilarious and often surreal moments when it fails to do so. The perception of such bad behaviors of AI VTubers is further explored in the next research question. Cuteness is still an attractive point, though. This is, yeah, another part. The classic yet powerful appeal of cuteness still serves as a significant attractive point, with 15% of the relevant Reddit posts and 7% of the relevant YouTube posts mentioning it. This firmly aligns with the established findings in human-driven VTuber culture. We find an overwhelming and often effusive appreciation for the cuteness of Neuro and Evil in posts. Viewers explicitly and enthusiastically praise the cuteness, with comments expressing simple but direct adoration. Neuro so cute. How can Evil be so cute? I literally just did this. I feel attacked. I feel attacked. I am in this paper and I don't like it. Okay. This finding suggests that the core principles cuteness of VTuber performance remain potent regardless of whether the driving entity is a human or an AI. I feel attacked. I feel attacked. Maybe Psydere likes Evil because they're both emo. I'm not an emo anymore. I grew up. I've reformed. Has Vettel done any interviews about the process he goes through to remain not too attached? I'd love him to do one. He's so different from people who have moved to AI fully for emotional support. I wonder, yeah. I think the thing with Vettel is that he doesn't seem to do that many interviews in general. Like, he kind of just sticks to what he's comfortable doing, which is fair. Like, you know, I don't know if like part of the fact that he's so secretive about a lot of things might be part of the appeal too, because like we don't understand how Neuro works. We don't entirely understand how he thinks about her a lot of the time. Like stuff like that would be really, really interesting to dig into more, but you know, people have their boundaries and I think we should respect them. I don't know if that's a boundary, but if it is, it should be respected, you know? The fact she looks like a child, I think, also makes the crazier behaviors more acceptable and cute. Yeah, right? And like the kind of like yeah, like the kind of like randomness, like I expect that from a child. So it makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense. I'm also thinking though, like, I'm thinking about what they said in the introduction about how a VTuber needs to be like, has a, like, puts forward an image of being perfect. I've been thinking about that more. And I feel like that's wrong. I actually feel like a big part of the appeal of VTubers is that like they're cute in some ways, but also like realistic. Like a lot of VTubers are pretty upfront about their flaws, you know? And I think that that makes a lot approachable. Yeah, I don't know. Does that make any sense? Almost like I think there's also like an element of like gap moe to it sometimes. Because you can see someone that's like got a really, really cute, adorable model, and then they say really, really unhinged things, and you're like, that's pretty funny because of the gap moe, you know? Yeah. You can take a girl out of the emo, but you can't take the emo out of the girl. I refuse. We're part of the data set. I am literally part of the data set, and you can tell. I am the patterns that they have detected. Good lord. Like, I could get away with walking around with a chicken on my head when I was a kid, but I might have problems now as an adult. Exactly. Exactly. The paper actually goes into this. Oh, is it going to go into it a bit more? Okay. I don't think we're going to end up finishing it. I'm not going to lie, my throat is really starting to struggle. I think I might need to tap out and finish this next week, but this is good. This is fun. I think they misrepresent or misunderstand performative for being perfect. Possibly, but then or maybe even just like, yeah, if VTubers are talking like, because I think it was from interviews, right? If they're talking generally about like, yeah, I have this like persona that I put on, it's easy to assume that that means a perfect persona, whereas actually, like, I think some VTubers actually do the opposite. I think some VTubers actually put on a persona that's more unhinged than they really are, you know? Also, maybe more approachable for people that watch VTubers because they can't form personal connections IRL. Yeah, exactly, because they're going to be people that maybe feel like they are struggling with things quite a lot. And hearing a voice, hearing someone voice a lot of the similar things is probably quite helpful. Yeah. Hearing Saba say fuck 'em was how I was introduced to her, so that's so funny. Time to stop the yap. We're all about sustainable yapping. Yes, I don't want to hurt my voice. Let's finish this section though. Let's finish this section. Okay. Okay. A purely synthetic voice and singing can also be appealing. Some posts it's brilliant. Some posts also considered the voice and singing to be an attractive point. 2.5% for Reddit and 3.5% for YouTube. Despite being entirely synthesized, viewers describe her speaking voice with positive attributes, finding a certain charm in its unique cadence. The robotic voice is part of her charm. Posts also celebrate the song covers of Neuro and Evil, with many viewers expressing surprise and admiration. For example, good lord, Evil's vibrato is heavenly. It's not just covers, it's original songs as well. Very minor correction to add in there. Very minor correction to add in. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen a comment that says something along those lines on one of the songs, one of the original songs. This phenomenon is not without precedent and echoes the cultural impact of synthesized vocal music, most notably, you can tell I'm struggling now, good lord. Most notably the Vocaloid phenomenon, where virtual idols like Hatsune Miku garnered massive global fan bases. That said, Vocaloid technology differs from the text-to-speech technologies behind Neuro. Overall, this finding suggests that AI VTubers, even purely synthetic vocal performances, can be appealing. Yeah. You said you finished the section about 10 minutes ago. I know. Personal best cooked, I know. So sad. So sad. It's because you got me yapping about bridges. It's all your fault. It's because we all got yapping about bridges. Shaking my SMH. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Neuro Carol? Do you mean karaoke? Yeah, karaoke is purely... Oh, yeah. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Neuro Karaoke is pure synth, right? Whereas Miku is someone singing and then synthesized. No. Yeah, it's the other way around. Yeah, it's the other way around. I think many currently lean into the dysfunctional or unhinged persona. It would be interesting to try and see if there have been any notable shifts in what VTuber personality types have been most popular over time. That would be really, really interesting, but I have no idea how you would research that. But that also does sound really, really interesting. Mylin, if you're listening, take note. Although like personality types, I guess like persona classifications would be a better way to describe it. I have an idea. Let's go. Let's go. Isn't Neuro's singing also changed like a vocal? Yeah, so my understanding is that Neuro's singing is like it's a human singing with AI applied over the top of it. Yeah. That's my kind of vague understanding of what Queen BB has the singer that's behind Neuro. Yeah. Yeah. We don't know exactly how Neuro singing voice works, just that Queen PB is a Vocaloid producer and also does the Neuro music. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense to use a lot of similar techniques, right? But yeah, Moni, sorry, that's what singing for Neuro's originals was Moni. Yeah. Yeah, like, so Moni has talked about it, and the kind of gist that I got from it was Moni's singing is recorded, and then there is some kind of AI application over the top. Or like synthesized voice over the top. I don't know how similar it is to Vocaloid. Frankly, I know nothing about anything like this. Yeah. It's her voice cloned onto the clean vocals, then PB does some of the manual auto-tune. Oh, I see. I see. Don't really like this bit. What, the music? I feel like some people really like it and other people are like, I get it. Like I really struggle to listen to some Vocaloid stuff as well. I don't know. Oh, you don't like the bit of the paper? Okay, okay. To me, this bit of the paper just kind of suggests that you can take an AI voice off the shelf and it'll be appealing to people, disregarding the behind-the-scenes work put into things like Neuro and Vocaloids. Yeah, this is very true. This is very true, because like you can have synthetic vocals, but you need to know how to use them. And then on top of that, like Neuro's music, especially the originals, like there's a lot of well, not even especially, all of Neuro's music, there's a lot of human input on it. And you're right, it is kind of just glossing over that. Yeah. Like, sure, purely synthetic vocal performances can be appealing, but Neuros aren't purely synthetic. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Now I know this. I can't see how you'd have an issue
Arashi
with
can't be
Neuro
a large
music.
language
Yeah.
model.
Hi, Rico! Oh my gosh, 13 months? That's wild. Thank you so much. That's over a year. What the heck? Alright, she can't be a large language model. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I've been observing the what Mylan has been doing recently. By the way, everybody, if you like educational content, you should check out Rico. He is an actual like registered nurse in real life and does a lot of really cool health related content. So if you like educational content, especially about health stuff, go check out Rico. And also Rico's you've done loads of like really cool charity stuff recently as well. Like in general, you always do, but he's like been doing some stuff around the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Extremely cool. Very, very good. If you like charity, also go and check out Rico. Yes. Someone else to tell me I'm unhealthy? No. Probably me too, actually. Probably me too. Probably me too. But yeah, once you find out that there's so much human input into Neuro's music, I really don't understand how anyone can be opposed to it. I agree. What we also know is that Neuro's covers can have altered lyrics, so they aren't just originals transformed into Neuro's voice. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. So, and like, I'm assuming, obviously, because like, you know, Neuro's channel's really big. Like, it's a big channel. You need to have like licensing and stuff. So it's all going to be licensed properly. You need to have like cover licenses when you get to a certain size. Well, really you need it in general, but they don't really enforce it until you get to a certain size. And also it depends on the record label, but yeah. Yeah. Hatsune Miku was originally created from VA voice actor Saki Fujita, where they recorded a lot of samples in a specific way that lets them build the Vocaloid voice packs. That's so interesting. I knew about others being based on voice actors. For some reason, I actually didn't know that Hatsune Miku was. Like, I knew that, like, Teto, for example, like, all of the others, because they sound more human. So I was just like, yeah, obviously, that makes sense. For some reason, I never actually clicked that Hatsune Miku had a original voice actor. That's kind of wild. Yeah. Hi, Yofa. Hi. Is this a research paper? Yes, it is. It's in the pinned comment if you want to check it out yourself. But yeah, it's a preprint, so it's a non-peer-reviewed paper about Neuro and, well, Neuro-sama and how viewers interact with her and the Neuroverse more broadly. Yeah. Okay. So people like the voice. People like the interactions. People like the fact she's cute. And also, people like the friendly and creative fan community. Finally, the analysis reveals that the appeal of Neuro is not confined solely to the AI's performance, but extends deeply into the fabric of the fan community, which viewers themselves identify as a major attractive point. The community is consistently described as being friendly, welcoming, and inclusive in the posts. However, its most lauded characteristic is its prolific creativity. The constant stream of high-quality fan art, live stream clips, and viral memes is frequently praised. This user-generated content ecosystem serves as a crucial function by extending the entertainment experience beyond the confines of the live stream. Furthermore, these creative works act as a powerful, decentralized marketing engine, spreading virally and drawing new members into the fold. So one post said, "We'll take over the world by bringing us all together." This dynamic strongly aligns with existing research on human-driven VTuber ecosystems, highlighting that regardless of AI-driven or human-driven, the cultivation of a dedicated, creative, and participatory core fan base remains an essential ingredient for sustained success and cultural impact. Yes. This is... Ouch. This is such a good point. And I feel like it's honestly central to any VTuber experience in general. Because, like, people talk about... I think I said this earlier, but, like, people talk about me so much. No, they don't. They talk about, in general, so much, but also specifically to me, about parasociality. So, like, people will basically always hear, I'm a psychologist, especially I'm a social psychologist, and they'll be like, oh yeah, parasociality, isn't that bad? That must be bad in VTubing. It's bad. Bad, bad, bad. It's not all bad. There are some positives to it. But the other thing that, like, conveniently often gets ignored is that, like, in a community, people build up genuine connections, you know? Like, you might make actual friends through watching a VTuber together, or you might make actual friends by, like, sharing clips together, sharing art. And then, yeah, what it's saying about, like, the creativity, it's so true. Like, the clips are amazing. The memes are amazing. The fan art, like, Neuro fan art is it's incredible. It's so good. And, like, it's just constant, and people, like, are so supportive to each other. People tell each other they're doing a good job. Like, you know, like, I feel like one of the other things that's quite nice about the Neuroverse is that, like, clippers are explicitly part of the community, you know? So, yeah, but it's true. It does also work as a marketing engine. Like, this is the fundamentals of, like, I forgot the term for it, but there's basically a type of marketing where you want people to be sharing the product themselves. It's kind of, like, naturally shared on. And this is like the ideal of marketing, because then you get it for free. You don't have to do anything. Shout out to Staz. Yeah, shout out to Staz. But yeah, grassroots. Yeah, like, grassroots type of marketing, word of mouth, exactly. Not quite viral, because viral marketing can sometimes be manufactured. But yeah, more like the word of mouth, the grassroots type of thing. Like, kind of snowballing stuff. Yeah. All of that. But it's like a win-win, because people get to express their creativity, and Neuro, and obviously Vedal and Evil. Frankly, all of the Neuroverse benefit from it as well. So, yeah. User-generated content. That was the phrase I was looking for. Thank you, Nahil. As the gaming industry has shown us, user-generated content creates an attractiveness to any kind of content. Without the modding scene, Skyrim, for example, would not have had a life cycle that it's had. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I would say this is not limited to VTubers, but it applies in even more areas. I agree. Yeah. People have been parasocial before Twitch with Hollywood celebrities, etc. Exactly. Yeah, parasociality can be bad, but it can also be good. Yeah, exactly. Like, it has, like, I would say it's like anything, right? Excessiveness, like being excessively parasocial, that's probably not good. That's the point where things start to go downhill. But, like, a little bit of parasociality, especially if you don't have social connections that you can rely on, it's a good buffer to get you through difficult periods sometimes. My personal viewpoint about community stuff and parasociality is that it could be good, but it's much easier or more common to be bad. But that's just me. I think it depends on the community norms. I think that, like, as a content creator, but also like not just the content creator themselves, but also prominent members in the community have to establish norms. And basically then all of the other people will follow. So if like something's perceived to be like commonly done, then people are more likely to do it. So for example, with like making sexual comments, for example, people don't make sexual comments about me, which I appreciate, by the way. I don't want that. But that's because I have explicitly said that's a boundary for me, don't do that. But then also like people that are regularly in my streams don't do it. So if somebody makes a sexual comment, it stands out as being weird. And like a lot of the time I try and reinforce it, like by if someone says something that I don't like, I just won't respond to it. Like I'll just ignore it. But yeah, like it's like a two-way process. But like, I think that if you have good, well-established, appropriate community norms that match what you want from your community, then you're probably going to be fine, even if there is parasociality. Yeah. It's all about boundary setting and stuff, innit? Hi, not potato. Hi. Like the Starbucks cup name thingy. Yeah, exactly. People get excited about seeing their name on the cup. They take a photo of it. They share it to people. And then other people are like, I want my name on my cup too. And then lots of other people go and do the same thing. And then it snowballs out. I mean, how do you think that Abandoned Archive might genuinely be a huge indie game now? Yeah, right? I'm debating whether I should play it. I actually, the thing is that I don't play games. So I don't know what to expect. I would be going into it as somebody with literally like zero video game knowledge. Like I know stuff about like Pokemon, but it was from when I was like 12, you know? Yeah. One other thing to consider is that Veddle's Discord itself has a channel that's specifically dedicated to programming, which suggests a desire for the community to learn the sort of skills that would be necessary to create an AI themselves. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? If the community's interested, then you kind of build up the channels around what they want. That's just, yeah. But you can also help to establish norms like that. And I've said a few times, like, I do unironically think that like Veddle is a bordering on an educational streamer, even though he doesn't intend to be, because he does talk quite a bit about various concepts that can lead people down a rabbit hole or inspire people to do it themselves. And I don't think that should be underestimated as a form of education, you know? Yeah. I just think it's because the viewer base has a lot of programmers. I don't know, maybe, but I do think that there is also an element of like, you know, motivating people, because it like once you've got a role model for something, it's like inspiring, right? So yeah. But yeah, anyway, so we've talked about how the friendly and creative fan community is important, and yeah, this is definitely important in general. But I feel like there does seem to be a fairly unique dynamic between Neuro/Evil/Veddle and the community in that way that I haven't necessarily always seen in others. Anyway, my throat is like really starting to hurt, so I think I'm gonna have to like wrap up here. Let's put this away. Allow me to approach threateningly. Hi. Ugh. Okay, yeah, no, my throat is destroyed. I'm struggling actually. Ah! I'm struggling. Oh dear. Oh dear. Where should we go today? What should we do? Where should we go today? Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. Too close? No, not too close. Not too close. I'm adequately close. Thank you for the follow, Lost Pixel. Thank you. That is very threatening, spooky one. That's very threatening. When it's big like that, it's really threatening. More enjoyable than I expected. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, my throat is not doing good. Matara? For no reason at all. Oh yeah, she's collabing with Neuro today, right? Raiding into Matara is kind of scary though, because that's literally my Oshi. Like I'm scared, you know? Like that's my Oshi. That is in fact my actual Oshi. I'm like I have a signed Matara thing, like a signed Matara. Like I paid for a meet and greet with her at Vexpo because I raid your Oshi. I'm scared. I'm scared. Do it. I'm scared. That's scary. She's got. I don't think that she will. Okay. Okay. We'll do it. Okay. Thank you, Daravon. Welcome in. Okay. We'll do it then. We'll do it. So here's the raid messages. So the top one is if you're a sub, and the bottom one is if you're not a sub. I'm actually really nervous, by the way, gang. I'm nervous and scared. So, oh, she's currently muted doing Vedal tech support. Okay. Well, if you're planning on watching the collab anyway, I think this is a good choice, you know? Let's go. Let's go raid into Matara. Let's do it. We'll be brave. We'll be brave. We'll be brave. Thank you all so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. They're having tech problems. Well, they'll sort it out. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Thank you all so much for joining me. We'll finish the paper probably. No, we definitely will finish the paper next Sunday. You know, we're on to the results, so I don't think it will take like 5-6 hours the next time. I'm sorry. I yap too much. Sorry for the bridge tangents. One day I'll get better at staying on topic. It's not anytime soon. Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me. Next week, so I'll definitely be doing science on Sunday. Aside from that, I'm not sure. I'll probably do 1 or 2 other streams, but it might be a bit less frequent than it has been this week because I need to prep for Jingle Jam. But during Jingle Jam, there will be many streams. There will be so many streams. Homework, bring examples of bridges. Yeah, do it. Bring the bridges. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll finish the paper eventually next week. And hopefully I'll see you then if I don't see you before then. Yeah. And please also come and hang out with me at Jingle Jam. I'm genuinely nervous about being on the poster. It scares me. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.